Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part, what if Deku was the kingdom's chosen Omega? Secrets, love, and power. Here is short summary. Izuku Midoriya has been sheltered from the kingdom and the world for most of his 21 years of life, kept locked away in the castle from alphas and suitors. He is kept under close watch, for he is the kingdom's chosen Omega and their future. He has been guarded all his life by his personal protector, the great swordsman Yagi Toshinori. Inexplicably, his father the Duke decides that his son needs an additional guard, and hosts a competition for prize of protecting the most important Omega in the realm. The victor is a beta male who crashes his way into Izuku's life, and later into his heart. Both of their secrets threaten to crush and shatter the kingdom, should they choose to let them. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The Duke was dead. He had been for most of the evening, if not the entire day. It must have taken hours to prepare the Great Hall, and more hours had passed since the ball began. His corpse must have been erected since before that afternoon, before the ladder needed to place it on the flagpole would have been spotted. Izuku stood shocked by the sight as he stumbled closer. It was utterly unexpected. His father had been presumed to be too drunk to attend, possibly passed out before the masquerade could even start. The entire time, however, he had been dead. Whilst Garaki had spoken in his stead, whilst Izuku had sinfully feasted and danced with Tuya, his corpse had been mounted just above their heads. The corpse was surely meant to be found during the ball, to be revealed in such a humiliating display. Blonde hair and a furious expression from the night they danced flashed in Izuku's mind. "I'll destroy him," Katsuki had said when he found out about the beatings. Izuku forced himself to push the words out of his mind. It couldn't possibly have been his guard. Katsuki was with the castle watch and Commander Torino all day before the ball. He would have been caught if he had been absent long enough to set up the display. A shiver ran down Izuku's spine. He knew that both ends of the cane were blunt from experience it striking him. The amount of force it would have taken to impale through a man's chest was inhuman. No, Hisashi's killer must have stabbed him with a blade first, then shoved the cane into the wound. There was no other explanation. It meant that the cane was symbolic. Traditionally, blood metal canes were carried by royalty, by dukes and princes and kings, to display their power and wealth. Now it was impaled through Hisashi's heart in a way that expressed deep hatred for royalty. It must have been an apostate. Izuku's suspicion was confirmed as Yagi spoke the words written where the banner pole had blocked them before. "From fire and ash, he has risen. The call of the heartless prince. My gods." He could barely be heard even though Izuku stood next to him. The hall was in chaos, its inhabitants either screaming, vomiting, or rushing toward the exit. Izuku's heart pounded as he lost control of his gift. Fear, disgust, and panic bloomed in his chest, threatening to suffocate him. He began to hyperventilate. Yagi noticed immediately and grabbed his arm. "We have to go. You need to get back to your tower." Before they could move, a wave of people flooded back into the room, nearly everyone who had already fled. Their faces were pale and fearful, their steps panicked and unsteady. The crowd groaned as bodies slammed into bodies, forcing the masses back toward the podium. Screams erupted as several people fell to the stampede. Yagi grabbed him tightly, but the wave was too strong when it hit them. His mentor's hand was forcibly yanked from his arm as Izuku was carried away. Izuku cried out as he was jostled on every side, his mind racing. Even with his hard-earned muscles, he was short and thinly built and had no chance of survival if he went down. Izuku made sure to keep one heeled foot firmly planted on the floor, though he allowed the surges of the crowd to move him. When it lulled, he raised his arms in front of his chest as a protective barrier. He couldn't see anything at eye level other than the mass of bodies, so he looked at the ceiling to determine what direction he was being pushed in. He inhaled slowly, trying to quell his panic. The stampede had moved him very close to one of the walls. He couldn't allow himself to get too close, lest he be crushed against the stone, but he also couldn't push back against the crowd without losing his footing. He needed a plan. The thick fabric of the banners ruffled in the breeze. That was it. The windows. The food tables should still be right under them. With luck, he would be able to stand atop one and reach the windowsill to escape to safety. He stopped resisting, only expending energy to keep his feet on the ground and his arms in front of him. It only took several moments to reach a table. Some had the same idea as Izuku, scrambling to get on the tables before the next surge of the crowd crushed them against its edge. Others dropped to their hands and knees to crawl beneath them. Izuku began to ache from the shoves of the bodies around him, but he breathed slowly to keep his panic at bay. He timed his jump carefully as one last surge pushed him close enough to leap up and get his knees on the table. A hand entered his vision and he took it gratefully, allowing it to help him stand. Izuku looked up once he was on his feet to see Senkaibara's fearful face behind his yellow mask. There were no words that could be spoken to each other when even louder, more panicked yells erupted from the doors. Izuku glanced, his high vantage point allowing him to have a perfect view of the hall's entry. The reason for the stampede entered. Apostates. There were dozens of them. They brandished all types of weapons: bows, axes, maces, and a few torches. Some wore lowborn rags and the casual garb of the common folk, others wore formal wear and cloaks. All of them wore silver masks in the shape of a dragon's face to cover their own. Izuku eyed the ones in formal wear. Some of the apostates must have attended the ball. The Cursed One had allies even among the nobility. The thought was terrifying. Izuku scanned the hall for any sign of Yagi or his friends, but it was no use. There were too many people, too much movement, especially as the front line of the apostates began to cut guests down. He turned to the window and Lord Kaibara did the same. Izuku's curse was drowned by the chaos. The window was too high for him to reach at his short height. Perhaps Kaibara could lift him. Before he could try to yell and ask him, a woman beat them to it. She was tall enough to reach the windowsill, heaving herself up on top of it. She crouched, preparing to jump to her freedom, then froze. Her body fell backward, bouncing off the edge of the table with a sick crunch. An arrow was embedded in her skull, right in between her eyes through the fabric of her mask. Izuku gasped, pressing his body tight against the wall as more arrows flew in through the windows near the back of the hall. The volley whistled as they sailed through the air, striking flesh and stone indiscriminately. Many bodies fell to them. A familiar face pushed through toward the table, its mask having fallen off due to the commotion. "Tenya!" Izuku cried out, his voice somewhat audible now that the crowd was thinned by the arrows. Tenya relaxed at the sound of his voice, lowering his bloody sword. The knight was tall enough to see over the crowd. He must have spotted Izuku standing on the table, thank the gods. "The castle is surrounded," the knight yelled as he approached. "We have to—" He broke off with a yelp. Another round of arrows had fallen, one embedding itself into his unarmored shoulder. "Tenya!" It was not Izuku's voice that yelled in panic, but a female one from beneath a nearby table. Ochako scurried out from under it, her masked face white with worry as she dashed toward the knight. Izuku bent down to grab her arm, yanking her back to the table. "The arrows will keep coming," he yelled. "We must stick to the walls and go to the doors, it's the only escape." His servant struggled as he dragged her on top of the table, then slumped in relief when she saw Tenya snap the arrow's shaft before joining them. His wound would be painful once his battle fervor ran dry, but even then it would not be dangerous. Tenya led them as they sidestepped across the tables, stepping over empty platters and glasses. Kaibara was at the rear, breathing heavily behind Izuku. "What if they come through the windows?" the Lord demanded. It wasn't an inconceivable thought. "We can only hope they don't," Tenya called back. The hall had become a bloodbath, red painted over the floor that grew caked with bodies. Nearly a third of the crowd had fallen, the remainders cowering behind the few present soldiers and guards who fought valiantly against the apostates. Izuku's heart skipped a beat when he could not see either blonde head of his guards. The arrows had thankfully ceased after a few hit those wearing dragon masks. The apostates had reached the center of the room, leaving piles of bodies behind them. Once their odd group passed the line of dissenters, Tenya took the opportunity to guide them back to the ground and urged them to take off into a sprint. One apostate in a green dress snapped her silver masked face snapped at them. Dark eyes glittered through the eye holes, narrowing at the sight of Izuku in his white gown and crooked veil. Izuku's breath caught in his throat and he stumbled over a limp arm, wincing as he redirected his eyes to the floor. He recognized those eyes, that dress. It was the beta woman from the brothel, Summer. She was an apostate. "Please be safe tonight," she had said to them at the start of the ball. Izuku cursed himself for having not recognized the words as the warning they were. He paid the price now, for surely she would alert them all. They would surely celebrate getting their hands on the kingdom's prize. Izuku tensed as he ran, clenching his swinging fists as he anticipated her yelling after him. When it didn't come, he risked a glance over his shoulder. Summer was no longer looking at him. She instead held up her torch to allow her companion to set the arrow on his bow on fire. They aimed at a banner, the one below Hisashi's body, and let loose with the skill of an experienced archer. Flames quickly beeped up the banner to lap at Hisashi's body. They would burn any shred of evidence that could point to his killer. Izuku turned back to the now nearby open doors, panting at the exertion as he sprinted to them behind Ochako and Kaibara. As soon as they made it through the doors, Ochako keeled over to brace her hands on her knees, gasping for breath. Izuku and Tenya's heads swiveled as they checked for any threats in the hallway. There were none, though the air was filled with the aggressive clanging of armor. Yagi struggled against the grip of 5 soldiers. His mask was nowhere to be found and his blue eyes were bright with rage. They relaxed when they saw Izuku's form emerge. Garaki stood nearby. He had removed his black mask at one point. He spoke some order, and the soldiers released Yagi, allowing him to stumble towards them. He held his right abdomen with both hands. Izuku did not hesitate to take away his pain with his gift as they ran to each other. His hands twitched with the urge to embrace his mentor but suppressed it with the knowledge of their current company. Yagi had the same sentiment, merely bowing his head once they met each other in the center of the hall. "I was so worried." Yagi sounded close to tears. "I've been out here since before those apostates arrived. I thought you would be taken, or slain." "I am fine," Izuku said soothingly, gesturing to the odd party behind him. "We are all fine." Kaibara panted, color finally returning to his face. Ochako had recovered and now stood on her tiptoes to fuss at Tenya's shoulder, causing the knight to blush. Izuku did not allow himself to be amused by the sight. Instead, he looked between Yagi and advisor Garaki. "Has anyone else escaped?" They shook their heads. Izuku's hand felt the dagger at his thigh through his skirt. "They need help in there. There's still a lot of people but not enough soldiers to fight them off." Steps pounded on the stone floors of a nearby hall. Chuya shot out from around the corner, 2 men on his heels, headed straight toward the great hall doors. "Todoroki," Garaki called out, "where in God's name have you been?" The lord to be skidded to a halt just meters from the door, then shrugged. "Had to take a piss." Garaki scowled at the vulgar language, beeping his eyes at Izuku. "I'm here now. Hisashi is dead. Deal with them swiftly," Garaki instructed, doubtlessly referring to the apostates. Chuya shared a meaningful look with the advisor through his mask and nodded. His scarred hand reached for a flask at the back of his belt. He threw his head back and gulped down all of the contents, not spilling a single drop. The liquid must have been a strong liquor, for the alpha shuddered and gagged when he finished. He reattached the flask to his belt, then rolled his shoulders. Chuya pointed a scarred finger right at Izuku. "Protect him," he ordered. "At all costs, protect him. They will try to take him. You must not let that happen." He directed his last sentence to Yagi, who nodded. The alcohol made him bold enough to send a wink at Izuku's form, and bold enough to step through the open doors. His 2 companions followed, closing the wood doors behind them with a slam. Yagi wasted no time. "We can't stand still here," he commanded, standing straighter without the pain from his old injury. "They must have the castle surrounded." "God knows what the castle watch is doing," Garaki snarked, but still gestured for everyone to follow him. "My chambers are nearby. Even if they know the castle, they won't think to look there. Follow me." He took off down a hall, leading them on a winding path through the castle. They did as he ordered, forming an odd scene. a servant, 2 knights, 5 soldiers, a lord, an advisor to royalty, and the prize. Garaki led them at a quick pace, but wisely not quick enough to require running. They needed to conserve their energy, especially Yagi, who took up the rear of the pack behind Izuku, Ochako, and Tenya. Is this a good idea? Ochako wondered next to Izuku. If we hide somewhere so close to the hall, won't they find us quickly? Garaki heard her and explained loud enough for everyone to hear. Todoroki and his men will handle the apostates in the hall. The ones surrounding the castle will search every inch of it. The quicker we find a room to hide in, the more time we have to barricade it. Izuku nodded. It made sense, though he wondered how Tuya would be able to handle 36 apostates in the Great Hall, even with the 2 men that had entered with him. His mind beepered to the memory of Katsuki facing off against over 20 other competitors in the free-for-all tournament. Izuku shook his head to get rid of it. He couldn't handle worrying about the beta right now. Are you all right, my boy? Yagi whispered, concerned at the motion. I'm fine, Izuku insisted. I'm just trying to stay focused. His mentor peered around him to gauge how far ahead Garaki and the others were. He lowered his voice even further to make it barely audible. Are you armed? Izuku nodded, subtly patting his dagger through his skirts. Good. Do not hesitate to use it, no matter who may be watching. Tenya watched the exchange, alarmed, but wisely said nothing. The knight was hardly capable of whispering. Garaki turned a corner, halting suddenly at the blade at his neck. Izuku's heart leapt into his throat. Had more apostates already entered the castle? His worries were unfounded as Garaki rolled his red eyes, stepping back to reveal that Commander Torino held the sword. The Omega commander took in their odd group, looking pleased at the sight of Izuku and Yagi. Torino, Garaki hissed. He did not seem to be a fan of the commander at that moment. Where the hell are the castle guards? An entire group of apostates made it into the castle. I know, Torino said evenly. He held his sword up for a few moments longer than necessary before sheathing it. They are wrecking the town, as well. Several lords' houses were set on fire. I had to send reinforcements when Commander Nimori called for them. So you sent all of the castle watch? Kaibara drawled. Why are you in charge of them, again? Torino scoffed at the lord's audacity. I only sent half. Her soldiers were tricked into thinking there was a whole army of them in the town when it was actually only a few setting the fires. The rest ambushed the castle. There were as many of them as there were guards remaining. We were wiped out, except for me. Nimori will realize what happened if she hasn't already. Support will arrive at the castle soon. Izuku's eyes widened. That meant apostates. Numbers were over 100. How were there so many of them? You were fools to be tricked. Garaki resumed walking, and Torino fell into line beside them as they continued around the corner. Many of the masquerade's guests are dead, and now the prize is in danger. They continued to bicker and Kaibara chimed in occasionally with a snide remark. Izuku could hardly hear them over the pounding of his heart. Katsuki had said he was on watch with the castle guard earlier in the day before the ball began. He must have rejoined them after storming off from him and Yagi. Surely he had joined those who went to the town, right? Otherwise, his anxiety must have been palpable, for Yagi reached forward to pat his shoulder twice. Calm your nerves, Izuku. I'm certain he's fine. You know that he's a capable fighter. Izuku nodded, willing the churning in his stomach to cease. He needed to keep his wits about him if he had any hope of them surviving the night. We're here, Garaki announced quietly, stopping in front of an unassuming door. A soldier swung it open and stepped through behind it, holding it open for the rest of them. Izuku bit back a sarcastic comment as he looked around. Despite the modest door, the chambers were quite larger than expected for an advisor, and much more lavishly decorated. The sizable main room was furnished by a couch and several chairs, desks, and scattered pieces of decor. Garaki fished a pack of matches from a drawer, walking the perimeter of the room to ignite any torches or sconces mounted on the walls. Kaibara went straight to the couch, draping himself across it and groaning as if he hadn't hardly lifted a finger all night. Izuku scoffed lightly, approaching the lord to shoo him off the furniture. Get off, Izuku ordered boldly. We need that to barricade the door. Kaibara bristled. You can't be so rude to someone who helped you tonight. You could have been crushed against that table in such a stampede. Anyway, I'm an alpha and a lord, you can't order me around. And I'm royalty, Izuku shot back. Yagi huffed a laugh from where he and the other soldiers were already barricading the door with various furniture and objects. You're beneath me, move. The lord scoffed but got to his feet when Tenya glared at him. Izuku helped the knight carry the sofa to the door. Garaki shot out a hand when Yagi moved to grab a cabinet. Wait, the liquor in there is priceless. Yagi scowled in annoyance. More priceless than our lives. He pointed to Izuku. More than his life. He's the future of the kingdom, remember. Garaki sighed, dropping his shoulders. Very well. He opened the cabinet before stepping aside to grab a bottle of dark liquid. He carried it to a nearby table, pouring a hefty amount into a cup. Kaibara grabbed the bottle from him to do the same. Izuku rolled his eyes at the display, unable to imagine wanting to be inebriated at that moment. Though these two would be the last ones to join the fight, he reasoned as Garaki wiped his mouth. He was thankful that the effects from his one cup, or rather, Katsuki's cup that he had stolen, were long gone. The Omega had felt drunk in the gardens, but that was likely just from Katsuki's touches. He was yanked from his impure thoughts by a loud bang that sounded from down the hall. Ochako met his gaze, eyes wide with fright. He gestured for her to get to the back of the room, not trusting his voice. Before she could, Tenya walked over and plucked a long knife from his belt to put in her hands, gently wrapping her fingers around the handle. He held her hand as he guided her through a few simple motions. That was all there was time for. There was another loud crash, closer this time. The doors of the hall were being kicked in, one by one. Tenya guided Ochako to hide at the back of the table. She did so with haste, kneeling behind the table and clenching her hand tight around the dagger to keep it from shaking. Izuku hiked his skirt up. Kaibara whistled obnoxiously, though his hands shook as he poured more liquor. How interesting this is becoming. That's a sight I'll be happy to die to. He knocked it back with a few gulps. Izuku met his leer as he unsheathed his dagger, causing the alpha's eyes to widen. Garaki was shocked as well. What the hell is the prize doing with a weapon? Izuku whipped off his veil to see better. Put that back on. Izuku ignored him, suppressing his anger. He tore off his gloves and kicked off his damned heels, grateful that the stone floor was textured enough to provide friction under his bare feet. He aimed the dagger at his skirt just above the knee and began to cut through it. Tenya quickly joined him with his sword, and they had the hem moved from the floor to his lower thighs in no time. Izuku leaned against the knight to run the severed fabric over the soles of his feet, wiping away sweat to give them a better grip on the stone. Damn, even now, God is good. The Lord's words grew slurred as he looked at the exposed skin greedily. He only laughed when Ochako poked him with her blade. Something slammed into the door, causing the pile of furniture to rattle and everyone to jump. Garaki cursed and Kaibara cowered while the rest of them readied themselves. Depending on how many apostates were out there, the barricade would eventually fall. Torino and the 5 armored soldiers lined up at the front of the room. The narrow entryway just inside the door would thankfully serve as a bottleneck to the intruders and would hopefully keep them from flooding into the room all at once and overwhelming them. Yagi and Tenya stood behind the soldiers, swords at the ready, and Izuku brandished his dagger behind them, crouching slightly. Another slam caused the door's wood to begin to splinter. The next strike blew a hole into it, revealing a peak of a battle-axe through the gaps in the barricade. One brave soldier lunged forward to thrust his sword through it, resulting in a howl of pain. It reminded Izuku to use his gift, first on Yagi and then on Iida, to remove the pain from injuries both old and new. They both stood taller in front of him, Tenya's shoulder relaxing as the pain from the arrowhead drifted from his shoulder into Izuku's. The Omega hissed slightly, then shook it off. Something large and solid hit the door from the outside so hard that a few pieces of furniture were dislodged. The liquor cabinet opened as it crashed to the floor, breaking a few bottles and sending the others rolling around the entryway. Another slam widened the hole in the door and splintered the wood. It only took one more devastating blow to shatter the door and knock down more of the furniture, including the couch. The barricade had been thinned enough that Izuku could see glinting silver masks and weapons through the furniture. The apostates had apparently used a makeshift battering ram to bring down the door, and more of them gathered as it was moved away, its task complete. A man at the front of the pack began swinging an axe through the remnants of the barricade, splintering wood and chopping through fabric. Torino jabbed at him with his narrow sword, spearing his belly. He crumpled to the floor, but 3 more replaced him. 2 soldiers surged forward with a battle cry, using the scattered furniture as shields as they attacked. One was successful in landing a devastating blow, but the other was not so lucky. An apostate swung a huge mace that obliterated the remains of the barricade and caught the soldier in the chest. Bone and metal crunched as the soldier crumpled. Torino and the soldiers fought ferociously, but even with the bottleneck of the entryway, the apostates' numbers were overwhelming. A large woman in commoner clothing cut down another soldier, sending blood spurting from his neck to paint the nearby walls red. Torino met her with his sword, landing a few blows before she forced him back. She kicked the Omega in the chest with insane strength, sending his body flying across the room to collapse against the floor. He didn't stand up again. Tenya took the opportunity to lunge forward, skewering her through the chest. More apostates surged in behind her. He fended them off to the best of his ability, but he could only wield his sword defensively without the protection of his armor or shield. Several silver masks surged past him. Yagi met too, cutting them down with his short sword. His blows weren't as mighty as they were when he swung his greatsword, but his current blade was more effective in a close-quarters fight. An apostate close to the entryway locked eyes with Izuku. Her red eyes widened behind her mask. "He's here, the prize is here," the alpha woman yelled, invoking cheers from the dissenters around her. "Kill everyone but him, we must take him alive." Izuku tensed, readying his blade. He wouldn't let them slaughter his friends or his mentor. He couldn't. He was closest to Tenya, who was surrounded by 3 attackers. The Omega dashed forward, quickly slicing the side of one's neck before crouching into a low spin to kick another's legs out from under him, sending him toppling to the ground. While he was stunned, Izuku sunk his blood metal blade into his abdomen, twisting it before tearing it free. A spray of crimson blood splattered his dress, permanently staining the fabric red. "Oh God," Kaibara said from the back of the room, sounding horrified and astounded that Izuku knew how to wield the blade. He could do more than just wield a dagger, and it showed when switched it to his non-dominant hand to pick up the fallen man's sword. It would be useful in blocking attacks that could not be parried by the dagger, proven so when a mace swung at Izuku's legs. He jumped high to avoid the attack, spinning at the same time. The sword whistled through the air, just long enough to cut open the apostate's throat, spraying Izuku with more blood. Another soldier fell backward to an arrow that had been shot clean through his throat. Screams from Gayaki and Kaibara faded into static as Izuku let his instincts take over. He deftly switched the blades in his hand, cocking his dominant one back to throw the dagger at the archer. It spun handle over blade before sinking home into the archer's skull through the silver mask, right between her eyes. "No!" cried an apostate, the same one that had spotted Izuku, and kneeled over the fallen archer. She sobbed in anguish, pressing a beep to the mosque's lips. Izuku's heart clenched, and he vowed to pray over the dead, even the apostates, after this was all over. The woman focused her furious red eyes on Izuku as she rose back to her feet. The 2 remaining armed guards rushed her, sensing her rage. She dodged one then swiftly swung her axe, decapitating the other with a single blow. The last remaining soldier stepped back quickly, but it was not fast enough. She brought the axe down on his sword arm, the blade sharp enough and her blow devastating enough to slice through armor and bone alike, severing the arm cleanly. The soldier went down, howling. It was only Izuku, Tenya, and Yagi left now to fight off the remaining 5 apostates. Commander Torino still lay motionless in a corner of the room, either unconscious or dead. Izuku hoped for the former. Both Tenya and Yagi bravely faced 2 intruders each. Izuku was grateful for them, for they allowed him to concentrate on the axe-wielding one. Her form-fitting formalwear showed off her large alpha muscles that explained how she had been able to sever the arm of one soldier and the head of another. Izuku cursed as she slowly walked toward him, wishing he had another dagger to throw. He scurried backward, ignoring Kaibaru's alarmed yell as he backed into the table. Izuku threw his free hand behind him to the top of the table, grasping for some sort of projectile. The half-empty liquor bottle was shoved into his hand, and he thanked the gods that someone behind the table was rational. It must have been Ochako. He threw the bottle with all his might at the woman. It shattered against the axe raised in a block, though some of the pieces of glass embedded into her flesh. She hissed, the pain halting her approach momentarily even through her blind rage. That was all Izuku needed to lunge forward, dodging the apostate's next one-handed swing. It was over now. All Izuku had to do was swing his sword and she would be disemboweled. He swung his sword arm slightly back to do so, only to stop when he felt a blade at his neck. Damn, Izuku hadn't noticed her retrieve the knife that had been hidden at the back of her belt. She had him. The knife would slit his throat before he could swing his sword, and they both knew it. Her eyes gleamed triumphantly. The blade nicked his throat, causing him to wince. It was as good of a threat as he needed. "Drop your sword," she ordered. Izuku hesitated, his mind racing to come up with a plan to get out of this. If he could get her to falter, to even slightly move the dagger away from his neck, he could jump back and recoup. Tenya still fought one of his attackers while Yagi still had two on him. They couldn't help him. Izuku lowered his sword, holding his free hand up in submission. "I surrender. I'll go with you. Please, call off your men." "There's no way in any hell I would do that," she hissed, pressing the blade down slightly harder. Blood dripped down Izuku's neck, staining the neckline of his dress. "I said drop it." He had no choice but to obey. If the knife went any deeper it would slit the main artery of his neck, and there would be no coming back from that. He let the sword clatter to the stone floor. The apostate threw her head back and laughed triumphantly. She nudged him to the side of the room, forcing him with the dagger at his throat to lean his side against the wall. Her red eyes were still enraged and murderous, even though he had no way out now. "You mustn't hurt him." Gyaki's desperate voice cut through the clamor of the skirmish. "If he dies, the entire realm dies with him." "I don't care," the alpha woman snarled. She relocated the knife to rest right against his neck's artery. It barely nicked his skin again when she shuddered a sob. "He killed my mate." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When they opened, they were cold and nearly lifeless, sending shivers down Izuku's spine. "You don't have to do this," Izuku pleaded gently as she raised her axe. "Your prince would be displeased with you. He wants me alive, right? He would have your head for this. I will be happy to join my mate in the heavens." Time slowed as the axe began to swing down toward his skull. "No," Yagi yelled from across the room. Tenya's cries joined his anguished voice. Izuku had no escape. The wall blocked his right side, the knife blocked his left. If he stepped back or crouched down, the blade would slit the major artery. He sent a quick prayer to the god of war, begging forgiveness for this defeat. A wet squelching sound came from between Izuku and the apostate. The axe faltered, then fell from her grasp, shallowly slicing Izuku's torso on the way down. The woman looked down, eyes widening at the long dagger that had been thrust through the center of her abdomen. She coughed wetly, spraying blood all over Izuku's face, before collapsing to the ground in a heap. The mask came undone to reveal a beautiful face, her bloody lips trembling. Ochako stood behind her, her chest heaving and her hands trembling where they both held Tenya's knife. Her cheeks were red and her bangs were plastered to her forehead from her sweat. She looked like an angel. "Ochako," Izuku sighed, relief coursing through him. "You're bleeding," she whispered shakily, though she still managed to smile. "Ochako," Tenya screamed, his tone panicked. He cut through the last of the two apostates that had been attacking him, but he was too far across the room. Too far to intercept the one who had abandoned his fight with Yagi and was heading straight toward Ochako, reading his mace for a devastating blow. Izuku acted quickly, yelling, "Raise your arms," at Ochako as he swiftly dropped low enough to snatch the fallen woman's dagger. She obeyed, raising her hands above her head, her eyes wide and frightened. He threw the dagger carefully, praying for perfect aim as it sailed through the air, barely scraping the skin of her left arm as it passed her to sink into the attacker's heart. He died instantly before he could even realize what had happened. Tenya slumped to his knees in relief. Yagi shouted once in victory as he easily cut down the last apostate now that it was a one-on-one fight. All four of them panted in the aftermath. All four were bloody to various degrees. Izuku reached out with his gift, wincing as he used the last of his strength to reach out to each of the room's occupants one at a time. Yagi was winded and had a cut on his thigh, but it was shallow. The left side of Tenya's torso was bruised from the blow of the mace, but it was surface level and the hit had likely not caused any internal damage. Ochako was still scared and her arm bled where the dagger had scratched her, but she was otherwise unharmed. Izuku sighed in relief. Tenya dashed forward, wrapping Ochako in a tender embrace. Gayaki finally came out from behind the table to check on Commander Torino, glaring at Izuku as he did so. Yagi limped to Izuku and ruffled a hand through his curls. "You fought well, my boy." Izuku batted his hand away good-naturedly. "I would have died if it wasn't for Ochako." He met her eyes and bowed his head. "Thank you. You saved my life with your bravery." She shuddered and tucked her head into Tenya's chest. He hushed her and stroked her hair, looking at Izuku. "And you saved her. I owe you everything, Izuku." "Everything." "Izuku." "Huh," Kaibara leered. His face was still pale and his limbs still shook, but he painted a smirk on his lips. "I wonder who taught you how to fight like that, Izuku." "Do not call the prize by his given name." Gayaki snapped at them. He held his fingers to the pulse point on the commander's throat, then stood. He scowled at Izuku. "That was the most unbecoming thing I have ever seen of a noble Omega, let alone the prize. The king will hear of this." "I don't care," Izuku muttered under his breath, darting to the entryway and back to retrieve his blood metal dagger, tucking it into its sheath. Gayaki still heard him and his face flushed red. "You insolent little thing." He glanced at the exposed skin of Izuku's legs. "Cover yourself immediately. I can't believe you cut your dress like that. It cost a small fortune. And for what? You look like a whore." Izuku rolled his eyes. "I would have tripped over the skirt and onto a blade if I hadn't." "Would you rather I be dead?" He whined as Yagi fussed over Izuku's torso and neck. "Hush, my boy," Yagi chided gently. "I need to see if your wounds are serious." "I need to see, too," Kaibara sneered as he finally walked around the table. "The one on your front looks serious. You should take off that dress so I can get a better look." Ochako shook her face free from where it had been pressed into Tenya. "Can I stab him as well?" Izuku huffed a laugh. "Who are you and what have you done with my servant?" "Enough," Gayaki snapped. He pointed at Tenya. "You, knight, go pick up the commander. And you," he pointed at Kaibara, "close your mouth and keep it shut." He raised his voice. "All of you, we need to leave. One of the apostates may have left to inform the others of the prize's location. Make haste, now." He was right. They needed to relocate, especially since they were down to only 2 exhausted soldiers. Tenya gathered the fallen commander into his arms, grimacing at the pain in his shoulder and sighed as he lifted him up and over his uninjured shoulder. He exited the room first, Ochako close behind him. Yagi turned to check on Izuku one last time before the rest of them left. His eyes widened. Time slowed to a crawl. Yagi's mouth opened and his expression grew terrified. He dove forward to shove Izuku to the ground. Izuku cried out as he landed on the wound at the front of his torso, then rolled onto his back to look straight up. The reason for Yagi's panic thrust forward into the space Izuku's body had just been. The blade of the short sword gleamed in the torchlight as it continued moving forward. Izuku's field of vision was limited, and all he heard was a sickening squelch as it pierced flesh. The world sped up again. Izuku sat up too quickly, his head pounding from the motion and from hitting his head so hard on the stone floor. He looked around frantically, gasping for air. The female alpha apostate held the handle of the short sword as she yanked it back out. Tenya's knife was still lodged in her abdomen, but she'd had enough strength left to grab the sword and rise to her feet behind where Izuku had stood. Yagi must have seen her coming and had gotten a blade impaled through his gut for shoving Izuku out of its way to take his place. Izuku screamed until his voice gave out. He grabbed Yagi's sword from where it had fallen from his limp fingers before Yagi's body could join it on the ground. He swung it viciously, drawing strength from some previously inaccessible part of himself. It sliced the woman's throat so deeply that the weight of her skull dropping ripped through the last detached pieces of skin and muscle of her neck. She dropped immediately. Izuku fell to his knees again, his hands shaking. No, 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 no. He dropped the sword to clasp his hands over where the new wound had pierced through the scarred skin of Yagi's previous injury. He pressed down as hard as he could to stem the spurts of blood pouring from his mentor. From his father. The ringing in Izuku's ears drowned out any noise, but he could see Yagi's lips part in pain. He reached out with his gift to try to take his pain, but it began to cause his vision to go black. He withdrew it, panting. Izuku was no good to Yagi if he fainted. He was no good to him. Izuku had caused this. Izuku hadn't realized that Ochako didn't know where to stab to hit a vital organ. Izuku hadn't noticed that she was still alive. Izuku hadn't heard her rise. Yagi coughed weakly, moving his bloody lips. Izuku shook his head to clear the ringing so he could hear. "My boy," Yagi was whispering shakily. Blood dripped down his chin. Izuku pressed down harder. "Go. They'll find you, here." Tears fell down Izuku's cheeks in bloody rivulets. "I won't leave you." Someone yelped and another cursed. Izuku didn't care about them. "I'm sorry, son," Yagi murmured, his eyes fluttering closed. Don't blame yourself. Go, live." "No," Izuku sobbed. "No, please, you're all right, you're going to be all right. Open your eyes, damn you, open your beeping eyes." Blue eyes opened again, and he exhaled shakily in relief. Hands grabbed Izuku's sides, tugging him away from his mentor. He screamed again, kicking and punching and clawing, but his hands were too bloody to gain any purchase on the offender. He swung his head back, making skull-on-skull contact. The offender yelped, then grasped his elbows tightly. Izuku struggled, but he had no strength left. The assaulter dragged him backward toward the door while Garaki and Kaibara froze, too scared to move. More hands gripped his limbs, halting their flailing. "It's really him," a silver mask remarked. "The prize." "Come on, we have to hurry," said the man who had dragged Izuku off of Yagi. "That knight outside won't be unconscious for long." "Gods, is he ever going to shut up?" another complained. Izuku kept shrieking. "We need him quiet if we're going to get out of this castle alive." Izuku thrashed against their hands. Yagi needed him, needed the pressure of his hands on the stab wound to keep it from bleeding him dry until the medics could arrive. It was no use, he couldn't fight them all off, he was so weak. "Deku, duck." Izuku obeyed the familiar voice, quickly dropping his head as low as he could. The movement brought the ringing back to his ears, so loud that he didn't hear the sound of multiple heads and bodies hitting the floor. He did feel the hands release him, though, and he fell to the floor with a pained grunt. Even with all the pain he was in, he didn't hesitate to scramble back to Yagi's body. His eyes were still open, but his breaths were labored and he was surrounded by a pool of blood. Izuku's bare hands and knees slipped on the scarlet liquid, but he didn't let it slow him down. He clasped his hands over Yagi's stomach, pressing down with all of his weight. "Deku, Deku, stop." The voice was close enough to his ear to cut through the ringing, but Izuku still ignored it. "You're going to pass out." "I don't care," Izuku cried out. "I can't stop. He needs me. He's bled too much already." "Deku, he's telling you to stop." A hand reached from the other side of Yagi's body to shove at his shoulder. "It's all right, I'll take over. I can put more weight on it." "No," Izuku pleaded, but he had no strength left to resist. The next shove knocked him over, causing him to slump to his side. He panted at the feeling of the cool stone against his cheek, trying to fight through the darkness that crept into the edges of his vision. Katsuki knelt over Yagi, his hands replacing Izuku's just as he promised. His upper right arm bled heavily from a deep wound. He stared at Izuku, completely anguished, before looking down. He stared at Yagi's face intently, his blazing brown eyes beepering between Yagi's blue ones. Yagi's lips moved slowly, weakly. Katsuki nodded occasionally, speaking his own words that went unheard through the ringing in Izuku's head. Yagi relaxed at whatever the words were, slumping against the stone floor as his eyes closed. Izuku whimpered, unable to do anything more. The ringing finally faded, and the sounds of the room flooded back into his ears. Katsuki, cursing as he pressed down carefully on the still bleeding wound. Ochako, wailing from the doorway at the sight and crying for someone, anyone, to help Tenya. Kaibara, the Lord's nose wrinkled from where he had moved to stand a few feet from Yagi's prone form. Beep, that will leave a disgusting scar. He laughed incredulously. If he lives long enough for it to scar, I supposed. The black that tinged Izuku's vision ignited, turning bright red. A rush of hormones had him on his feet in seconds, had his grip tight around the dagger that he had unsheathed without realizing it. All the unwanted comments the horrible alpha had made were deafening. Show us what that mouth can do, he had daunted half a year ago. I only wanted to help the prize, he had said while staring lewdly at his chest. That's a sight I'll be happy to die to. You should take off your dress so I can get a better look. He swung the blade upward, quick as a whip. It sliced Kaibara's face from jaw to hairline, cutting all the way through the flesh of his cheek so the inside of his mouth was visible and slicing clean through his left eye. The Lord wailed, clutching at his face with his hands. Izuku jabbed at each of them, stabbing straight through the palms. Kaibara fell to the floor and Izuku followed him down. He cut and slashed without discrimination, only caring that flesh sliced apart under his blade. Izuku felt as though he had stabbed the Lord dozens of times, had slashed every tendon, had sliced out every nerve, by the time a pair of hands finally pushed him off of Kaibara's corpse. He swung his knife one last time as he fell, feeling it cut through the flesh of a forearm. His head bounced off the floor one more time, and everything went black. He draped his forearms over the windowsill in the reading room of his tower, watching the mist rise from the distant crimson woods. Izuku's heart beat slowly, his breaths fighting through his lungs as they had for 3 entire days. Tenya looked at him in worry. Izuku ignored it, rubbing at the large dark bags under his eyes from beneath the veil. He had gotten maybe 5 hours of sleep in the 3 days since the apostate attack. His skin burned under his clothes, rubbed raw from how often he scrubbed it. He had banished Ochako from his chambers to keep her from seeing how many times he bathed in one night. No matter how much he scrubbed at his skin, it still appeared stained red from Yagi's blood. Commander Torino had been right. The fires in the town had been a distraction, drawing out the castle watch. Once chaos had erupted from the reveal of the Duke's corpse, the apostates had swept into the castle. Those that surged into the hall had been massacred by Tuya and his men, somehow, though not before most of the kingdom's citizens had also been killed. Most of those who stormed the castle were killed when the castle watch and city watch returned to the castle. Only a handful of dissenters had survived, and they had inexplicably dropped dead as they always did before they could be tortured or questioned. Most soldiers spoke no ill opinion against their commanders or against Gayaki, who had taken rule of the castle, even though their numbers had been cut nearly in half. Hundreds of reinforcements had arrived from the neighboring major cities of Thorn and Ruko. Still, both the town and the castle lived in fear and apprehension. The Duke's murder was being investigated, but no information had been released to the public. The investigation must have been a difficult one given that the corpse had been thoroughly burned. Izuku straightened suddenly, causing Tenya's eyes to snap to him. I wish to visit Yagi again. He had gone to the medical ward many times in the past few days under Katsuki's watch. Tenya fidgeted uncomfortably, raising a hand to rub at his temple. He had not seen Yagi's bloody body that night. The apostate reinforcements who had arrived at the scene that night had slammed the knight's head against the wall outside Garaki's chambers to render him unconscious. Thankfully, he and Ochako and Torino had gone otherwise untouched, as the apostates had been fully focused on taking Izuku. I am not supposed to let you leave the tower, Tenya said uncertainly. Izuku was silent. He remembered the sight of his mentor that night, nearly bleeding out while Izuku slaughtered a lord. The murder of Lord Kaibara had gone unaddressed so far, but he had no doubt he would soon be punished for it. Izuku. Tenya lifted his hand, armor clanking as he did. We'll go. Izuku raised a brow at him, shocked at how easily he caved without another word from Izuku. Gayaki is certainly busy. No one can punish you in good conscience for visiting Yagi. His words were unexpected. Izuku remembered when he had to beg and manipulate Tenya into bringing him to the medical ward after the attack of the cursed. Now, however, he didn't have to say a word to convince him. He and the knight had exchanged less than half a dozen sentences in the past 3 days, but Izuku felt closer to him now more than ever. Izuku followed him down the staircase, closing his eyes and trusting his muscle memory as he padded behind the knight. 6 guards now stood outside the tower, nodding to Tenya but not daring to look at the prize. The medical ward was as disorderly when they arrived, same as it had been for days. Every bed was filled, as were the dozens of makeshift mattresses laid on the floors. Groans of pain filled the air as medics flitted about, stressed about the number of patients they were required to treat. Izuku knew which bed to seek out. Third on the right from the entryway. The bed's thin blanket ended at his waist, exposing his torso to the medic who prepared to feed it fresh bandages. Large dark sutures were sewn into the already scarred skin. An Omega in blue robes carefully dabbed at the stitches with a damp white cloth that reeked of strong alcohol. The smell made Izuku wrinkle his nose as he approached the bed. Tenya remained at the door, choosing to guard it instead of Izuku since Katsuki stood nearby, speaking in a hushed tone to Torino. The commander must have recovered well from the injury from the kick that had felled him. "How is he?" Izuku asked the medic. He no longer kept silent in public, even though it was still forbidden outside the Great Hall or the tower. Garaki could enact any other indirect punishment on him, but he couldn't beat him. She looked at him, her blue eyes showing her surprise. "The sutures are holding up well." She pressed the cloth to them once more before placing it on the cart behind her. "Has he awoken?" "Only a few times last night, though he was delirious and he did not stay conscious for long." Izuku frowned at the response. "That worries me." "It's not unexpected," she said, trying to be reassuring. She picked up a fresh cloth from the cart, dipping it into a putrid-looking green salve. "His body will need much more than 3 days to recover. God is gracious for granting him any moment of consciousness." Izuku watched her spread the salve over the wound. It stunk. "Has he eaten?" "Only broth, but that is enough for now." The medic tossed the cloth and the container of salve on the cart, then grabbed a roll of gauze. "If anything, we were more worried about dehydration. I was able to get him to drink enough water yesterday. As long as he is conscious once every other day to drink, it won't be a concern." She nodded to a chair beside a nearby bed. "Please, sit. We will need space to lift him to wrap the wound." He cupped his mentor's face, squeezing once, before moving to the chair. Izuku ignored any shocked stares at the touch before he spun the chair to face Yagi's bed, taking a seat. The medic waved over 3 others, who gathered around. They were slow and careful as they lifted Yagi's prone body, keeping it as stable as possible. The medic worked quickly but tenderly as she wrapped the white bandage around his abdomen several times. He still beeped in his sleep. Izuku winced as his gift allowed him to feel his mentor's pain. The sound was no matter, it could be played off as concern. He bit his lip, mindful not to grunt as he took on Yagi's pain. It ached in his upper right abdomen, but Izuku was willing to suffer greatly for his father figure. The Omega medic nodded as she finished the last pass of gauze. Yagi was carefully lowered back to the bed, his head lolling to the side. The medic grabbed an adhesive substance to seal the bandage as the others stepped away to tend to other injured patients. As soon as they were gone, Izuku stepped forward to kneel at his mentor's side. "Will he be all right? Eventually, I mean, he'll survive, right?" She pursed her lips. "I apologize, Your Grace. I cannot say for certain. I can only pledge myself to do everything to save him." Izuku sighed, then nodded. He had figured as much. "Thank you. What is your name?" The medic blushed. "It could not possibly please you to know it, Your Grace." He only waited expectantly. "I am called Sammy." "Sammy." Izuku clasped his hands together. "Thank you for caring for him." Sammy looked around, then smiled down at Yagi, her cheeks still red. "All Might protected my village from an apostate attack many years ago before I was born. He kept my mother alive. I am honored to return the favor." It seemed she was as much a fan of Yagi as Izuku was. "I am sorry, Your Grace, but I must attend to other patients now." Izuku tilted his head. "Of course. I will watch over him. She stood, bowed, then scurried off. Izuku got to his feet to sit in the chair she had occupied, wincing slightly. His own torso ached from where the axe had sliced the center of it, though the shallow wound hadn't required a single suture. The bandages on his chest and neck shuffled as he sat. He glanced around himself to make sure no one was nearby. The nearest beds held unconscious patients who were not currently being tended to by medics. The closest people were Katsuki and Commander Torino, but they were out of earshot if he kept his voice at a whisper. Izuku clasped his hands together again as he murmured the ages-old prayer to the goddess Grahami. He prayed for Yagi's successful recovery, for his wound to seal, and for his strength to return. He prayed that Mentor would gain consciousness as often as he needed to drink and eat, and begged that Izuku could be present for it. It took many minutes for him to run out of words. When he looked up, Katsuki was staring at him. He probably had been for some time, judging by the slight frown on his lips. Torino told him something, or perhaps asked him a question, only receiving a quick shake of Katsuki's head in response as he kept his eyes on Izuku. The Omega commander had his armor on, while Beta only wore his usual brown leather clothes. He never wore his armor anymore, even outside of the tower, now that the Duke was gone. The medical ward had no windows, but Katsuki still managed to glow in the mere torchlight. His light hair had grown significantly in the past months, the bangs hanging in front of his eyes when he tilted his head too far forward. Izuku had never cut anyone's hair before in his entire life, not even his own. He wondered if Katsuki would let him try. Ochako usually sat Izuku in front of a mirror when she trimmed his unruly curls every few months, fulfilling Hisashi's order to keep it short enough that it wouldn't show from beneath the veil. Izuku often envied the non-noble Omegas who could leave their hair long and uncovered. Many servants, including Ochako, kept theirs short so it wouldn't get in the way of their tasks, but he had seen a few who pinned theirs back in pretty plaits. He reached up to pet at his hair through the veil thoughtfully. Now that Hisashi was dead, Izuku could perhaps grow it out over the next 6 months. His mother's hair had been straight and Kota kept his dark hair short as most male betas did, so Izuku had never seen green curls that were grown out past the ears. Katsuki's eyes followed Izuku's hand even as he bent to murmur something to Torino, then jerked his chin at Izuku to beckon him over. Izuku jolted, slightly shocked. His guard had barely spoken to him outside of what was necessary in recent days. He hadn't dared to touch him, either. The Omega wondered what they had been whispering about that caused Katsuki to summon him. He squeezed Yagi's hand with his own gloved one before standing to join them. He was awake last night for a brief moment, Katsuki said quietly once Izuku was close enough. The medics say he was incoherent, though. Izuku nodded. I'll remain here until he wakes again, hopefully lucid, Torino informed him. I wish to speak to him. Izuku tilted his head questioningly. The commander hesitated before speaking his next words. I must thank him for protecting you when I couldn't. He laughed wryly. I was condemned to have a warrior's soul in an Omega's body. I'm sorry I was not more of a help that night, neither to you nor Yagi. I know what that feels like, Izuku finally said. Torino nodded. Tenya told me you fought well, though. You were capable and very brave. Not capable enough. Izuku glanced briefly over his shoulder at Yagi's unconscious form. You shouldn't blame yourself, Katsuki insisted. I should. Izuku blinked away tears. I should have known that Ochako didn't know where to land a fatal blow. I should have checked to confirm that the apostate was dead. I should have. None of that does us any good right now, Torino said, firm but also a bit harsh. Katsuki cut his eyes at him disapprovingly. All we can do is pray for his swift recovery. I have been praying, every time I am here, and every second that I am not. Katsuki cleared his throat. Yagi will be fine. Izuku glared at him from beneath the veil. You can't know that. The medic said the outcome is still uncertain. He'll be fine, Deku, the beta persisted. Izuku was surprised to see that Torino didn't react to the odd name. He's a tough man, he'll push through this. You can't afford to worry about him right now. None of them could, really. Torino's wrinkles appeared deeper than they should be, even at his age, from stress. Even Katsuki's unlined face constantly frowned these days. And Izuku. Izuku knew that his lips were constantly bloody from being bitten anxiously. Katsuki looked at them now, scowling at their scabbed appearance. Whoever would have spoken next was interrupted by the sound of the door opening creakily. All three of them turned to see someone peek their head in to say quick words to Tenya. The knight bowed his head at her before the lady stepped away, closing the door behind her. Garaki must have been on a rampage of authority recently, Izuku thought as Tenya strode to them quickly. As the temporary head of Mongoria, the advisor ordered everyone around, even the nobility. Tenya nodded to them as he approached. Advisor Garaki has summoned us. We are to go to the Great Hall. Katsuki groaned in annoyance, beepering his eyes at Izuku. Why there? Now? Yes, at once. Chirino looked back at Yagi. I will remain here to watch over him. Izuku suddenly remembered that he had trained Yagi for some time, and his heart clenched. You were summoned as well, Tenya said apologetically. It sounded very urgent. The commander sighed. Fine, let us go. The great hall was empty of furniture when they entered it. Dozens of servants scrubbed at floors and walls that were still stained with blood, albeit faded, as well as scorch marks. The fire must have spread all over the room. Red-brown liquid was drained into buckets as the workers scrubbed, occasionally turning their faces over their shoulders to get a reprieve from the strong cleaning solution. Garaki was already joined by Commander Nimori on the platform, both facing toward the spot on the wall where one banner was missing. He turned when he heard the doors open and clapped his hands twice, commanding the servants to leave. They bowed once at him, then made haste to exit, doubtlessly happy to escape the grim room. Katsuki led them to the platform, his footsteps effortlessly quiet even in the usual echoes of the hall. He poignantly did not join Tenya and Torino when they bowed their heads at Garaki. You truly are such an impudent soldier, the advisor sniffed, glaring at the beta guard. I will be happy when you are gone from my castle. Izuku furrowed his brows. Gone? Your castle? Torino scoffed. Yes, mine, until the Duke is formally replaced. The king has decreed it. He has already sent word. Tenya asked. Todoroki couldn't have made it to the capital already. Chuya and his men had departed the morning after the attack to return to Greymore. Izuku hadn't spoken to him before he left, hadn't even seen him since he walked into this very hall that night to deal with the apostates. He didn't know why the Lord-to-be had left so urgently, especially when the castle could be attacked again by a second wave of dissenters. I've exchanged messages with him by pigeon, Garaki explained. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at him. Fast pigeon. He was right. Even birds took a few days to reach the capital since they refused to fly over the Crimson Woods. Garaki ignored the remark. He is very displeased with the attack. He glanced at Torino, then Nimori. Mongoria is no longer safe for the prize. Izuku stiffened at the title as everyone looked at him. Tenya gaped. Don't tell me. He wants the prize in the Greymore as soon as possible. Garaki inclined his head at Izuku. You will leave at first light. Torino shook his head. He won't be mature for another 6 months. The advisor scoffed. I suppose you missed it since you were unconscious, but his actions that night show he is already mature enough. Very unbecoming of an Omega. He should have fainted much earlier like you did instead of fighting. You know what he meant. Katsuki couldn't help but snap to defend the Omega commander. And I know you didn't lift a single finger to fight. Brown and red eyes glared at each other. The capital is much safer than Mongoria, Nimori said, finally speaking up to break the tension. It is well fortified and houses a majority of the kingdom's army. Garaki nodded. The citizens there are very loyal as well. There will be no apostates there. You cannot know that for certain. Torino glanced between them, looking worried. Know your place. Garaki sneered at the Omega. You are commander of the castle guard, yes, but I rule the grounds now. Your presence was only required here so you could be informed that your men will no longer need to guard the prizes tower after tonight. Tenya spoke up next to argue, something he rarely did with his superiors. Is it truly wise to depart so soon? We have had no time to prepare. You are not going with him, knight, Nimori told him. I need as many knights to remain in the city as possible, especially with Yagi gone. He's not gone, Izuku muttered. Katsuki glanced at him, his eyes softening. Do not speak, cries, Gayaki commanded, then looked at Tenya. The king urgently awaits his arrival. He has ordered that a small party leave at once, less than half a dozen guards and the prize. Katsuki tilted his head mockingly. His arrival won't happen at all with only 6 guards. Does he place that little importance on him? He waved his hand toward Izuku. Nimari thumbed the handle of the whip on her belt. The voyage is to be as stealthy as possible. No one can know that the prize has left the castle other than those of us in this room. Too many guards would draw attention. You will travel swiftly and lightly, dressed as commoners. I will choose who will accompany you. I will be going, Katsuki announced as a statement, not a question. Garaki gawked at his audacity. No, you will stay here. Even I can admit you're a good fighter, and Mongolia needs you. I'm a better guard than I am a soldier, Katsuki argued. Izuku tensed as he suddenly remembered his heated words from the garden calling himself a bad guard if he did not restrain himself from caving to Izuku's pleas for more. Shouldn't the best fighter be at his side for such a dangerous journey? Nimari glanced at Gayaki. He has a point. Then where was he when the prize was injured? When he needed protection? Izuku chimed in to defend his guard. Yagi sent him away. This, he gestured to the bandage on his neck that was partially visible above the high neckline of his dress, was not Katsuki's fault. And he did protect me when the apostates tried to take me after Yagi went down. During which you did nothing, I might add. The male alpha bristled, then sighed, rolling his eyes dramatically. Fine, he may accompany. Though, I hope you learn some respect during your travels. The king will not tolerate such insolence. Katsuki toyed with the clasps of his belt. I will take charge of the party. Garaki glared. Don't push your luck. You've never even been to the capital. The beta regarded him neutrally. I'm good with directions, and I will be most prepared for anything that could happen. But, I have a feeling he will not back down, Nimari huffed. He is stubborn for a beta. Katsuki glanced at Izuku, looking him up and down. He'll ride with me. Absolutely not. Garaki's face became a shade close to the color of his eyes. He must not be so close to any beta or alpha. The king would punish the both of you. He can't learn how to ride a horse in a day, Commander Torino reasoned. And there will be no Omegas in the party, for I am the only Omega soldier in the city, and you have already said that I will remain here. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized he would have to leave Ochako behind. His heart clenched. Katsuki hummed. So very interesting that the Duke never allowed him on horseback, even knowing that he would have to travel to the capital one day. He would have traveled in a carriage under normal circumstances. It would have been inappropriate for the chosen Omega to sit on a horse, Nimari defended, causing the beta to scoff. Riding a horse is inappropriate. Tenya wondered, confused. Izuku focused on her other words. Wait, but there will be a carriage anyway for Yagi. Silence met him. Tenya's expression was pitiful and Katsuki wore regret on his face. He won't be joining us. Katsuki cut his eyes to the advisor, reasoning that he should not provoke him further with the nickname. Not until he is better, at least. If he gets better. Izuku barely resisted the urge to grab his dagger at Garaki's words. But your guard is correct. Your pathing will be too precarious for a carriage. Even if it weren't, it would draw too much attention. A transport wagon, then, Izuku pleaded. If anyone asks, we can say it carries supplies. That would be too suspicious, Tenya said gently. Why would our city send supplies to Greymore after such a devastating attack? It makes no sense. Torino chimed in. Boy, do you really want to subject Yagi to such a treacherous journey? He is still unstable. A bumpy ride in the wagon would only worsen his condition. Izuku dropped his head, blinking back tears. They all were right, of course. He hated it. He hasn't been separated from Yagi in over a decade, since the cursed killed his mother and injured him. He said nothing further. Garaki gestured to Izuku with his head at Tenya. You can take him back to his tower now, Knight. He must pack for his trip. Torino, you can also leave. Pack what? The Omega commander scoffed. All of his clothes are white. Isn't he supposed to be unidentifiable? He will have to dress in commoner clothes. Without the veil. Izuku ignored their words and the sound of Katsuki bickering with the alphas, turning to leave. Tenya and Torino's armor clanked as they rushed after him. They did not try to stop him when he headed for the medical ward instead of his tower. That night, Izuku picked through the huge pile of clothes Ochako had somehow lugged up the stairs from the servants' quarters. Some were tan and light gray, and other slightly larger pieces had much darker fabric. He held up a black tunic curiously. "I've never seen you wear dark clothes," he said. He held it against his body as he regarded his reflection in the mirror. "It should fit him well." "Those are Suyu's that she left behind," Ochako admitted, snatching the tunic to fold it neatly and add it on the couch next to the pile of small clothes and socks. "I figured you may prefer them." "I do," Izuku said, picking out a few more pieces of dark clothing, "but how did you know that I would?" She glared at him. "You've been forced to wear white for your entire life against your will. I would also want a reprieve were I in your situation." She wiggled her fingers at him teasingly. "And your guard tends to wear dark fabric. I thought you would want to match him." Izuku ducked his head at the mention of Katsuki, though his blush was fully visible without the veil. He hadn't told her what had occurred between him and Katsuki in the gardens, too mortified and still too worried about Yagi to even think about the event. Yagi had not awoken that evening, much to his disappointment. He would have stayed at his side all night, but both Tenya and Torino had forced him to go to his chambers to sleep and prepare for the journey. "That's a ridiculous notion," Izuku said. "Your neck turns red when you lie." Ochako grinned when he scowled at her over his shoulder. "Just thought you would appreciate knowing that. Maybe you should invest in a scarf when you arrive at the capital and have to pretend you're happy to be there." Izuku's embarrassment was quickly replaced by sorrow as he froze. Ochako was a servant of the castle before she was a servant of the prize. He would miss her dearly. She quickly sensed his sadness. "Izuku," he shook slightly, "you were my closest friend, and now I have to leave you much sooner than expected." Her hands urged him to spin around so she could hug him. "I have to leave you, and Yagi, and Tenya." "Oh," she whispered, "I know. It'll be very hard, for me as well." "You will still have Tenya," Izuku pointed out, trying not to sound bitter. "And you will have Katsuki, will you not?" He shook his head. "Not really. I mean, he will take me there, yes. But Garaki will surely place those loyal to the king in the party as well to keep an eye on me." He sighed, handing her a few more pieces of clothing to fold. "And once we arrive at the capital, the king may never let me out of his sight until I mature. If he perceives any inkling of what has been happening between me and Katsuki, he could execute him for it." Ochako lifted a shoulder. "Perhaps the king won't find out. He is supposedly as omniscient as any man could be." Izuku picked out a pair of thick brown breeches that would be welcome attire in the winter chill. "He's the closest man to God. He will certainly find out. He does have God's favor to have lived for so many generations," she agreed, then sighed. "It would be best for Katsuki to depart again as soon as you pass the capital gates. Though, Garaki may refuse to pay him for his service out of spite." Izuku laughed wryly. "I have a feeling Katsuki doesn't care much for money." He watched her fold the last few clothes he had chosen. "I will miss you dearly." She didn't hesitate to grasp his hands. "As much as I will miss you, as well, I pray that you will make friends, even there. You have always treated your servants fairly, and we all love you for it." "Thank you, Ochako." He chose to leave it there, not mentioning that he was sure the king had every worker in his castle under his thumb. Any friend, Izuku found there would be an insincere one who should not be trusted. She placed her hands on her hips. "There, I think that is all for clothes. What else needs to be packed?" They both looked around the room, then at each other blankly. Other than the white clothes in the wardrobe and the various pieces of furniture, there was not much else in his chambers. "Soap?" Ochako asked. Izuku cringed. "I am not bathing myself in front of a party of soldiers." "Katsuki could help you." She laughed and danced away when he stepped toward her menacingly. Fine, no soap. What about your dagger?" Surely she must know the scabbard was already on his thigh, as it had been since she had finished bathing him and dressed him. Izuku lifted the skirt of his nightgown to show her that he already had it. "I meant the other one." Ochako tilted her head toward the bed. She had remembered it from the night of the cursed attack. Izuku considered it. It wouldn't hurt him to have an additional weapon, especially one as small as a dagger. Then he thought of the ghouls and the apostates. They had nearly overwhelmed the soldiers that night before the cavalry arrived. And the apostates had nearly managed to take Izuku if it hadn't been for Katsuki. Both were commanded by the Cursed One, the Heartless Prince, who, if he had any sense, may consider a two-pronged approach for the next attack. Even with the reinforcements Mongolia had received from nearby cities, a simultaneous attack from both the Cursed and the Apostates would be devastating. If they made it to the castle, where Izuku was supposed to still be, it would be disastrous. He strode to the bed and reached under the pillow to pull out the additional dagger. Ochako followed him, and her eyebrows shot up in surprise when he placed the sheath and knife in her hands. "Izuku," she breathed, "what am I supposed to do with this?" "The strap will fit around your thigh, as it does mine." He demonstrated how to fasten it, how to loosen and tighten it. "You already know how to stitch a hole in your skirt to reach it, we've done it together several times." She looked down at her plain, light brown clothing. "I don't know how to use it." "That didn't stop you from saving me just 2 nights ago," Izuku pointed out. "Tenya can show you more of how to use it." She still looked hesitant. "Ochako, please. At the very least, will you keep it for me? For my peace of mind." Ochako looked down at the weapon, then adopted a determined expression. "I will." Izuku nodded his head. "If it's a ghoul, aim for the brain or the heart. For a person, well, Tenya will teach you. The neck is a good bet." She huffed a laugh, though it sounded overwhelmed and her eyes were wide. She leaned against the side of the bed, lifting her skirt to expose her leg. He fastened it for her first, showing the ideal height for it on the thigh, then let her try it. Izuku knew it was uncomfortable at first, but he also knew she could push through it. Afterward, Izuku grabbed his cloak and boots from the hidden part of the wardrobe. He was about to add them to the pile when a knock sounded from the door. It was forceful, demanding. Izuku tensed. No one was supposed to be in the tower other than him and his servant until dawn, other than Tenya. And the knight wouldn't knock so aggressively. The knock sounded again, continuously now. "Garaki?" Ochako asked nervously. She looked at the cloak in his hands. "Put those away." No alpha was ever supposed to enter the tower, but Garaki could still be abusing his temporary power. A voice yelled impatiently. It was heavily muffled by and barely audible through the door, but it still made Izuku's shoulders relax. He nodded to Ochako to open the door as he threw the cloak down. Katsuki stepped in immediately, just as he had right after the cursed attack, beeping finally. He looked around as Ochako shut the door behind them. What a mess. Where did these clothes come from? "They're servants' clothes," Ochako explained. "I brought a bunch of them up here for him to pick some out." Izuku was grateful she didn't use his name. He didn't think he could handle Katsuki knowing it now, even after everything. The beta nodded approvingly as he approached the folded pile on the couch. "Dark fabrics. Good." Ochako shot a smug look in Izuku's direction, earning a scowl in return. "You need to cut that pile in half, though. 2 changes of clothing each, at most. We'll be sharing a horse and also a saddlebag." He smirked slyly at Izuku. "I can hardly wait." Izuku dropped the boots and smacked his arm twice, though his third blow was halted when his wrist was caught by warm fingers. Katsuki pulled him closer, his eyes hungrily taking in his bare face. Izuku's face began to warm, and it spread through his whole body. Ochako clapped once, snapping Izuku out of the moment. "All right, I'll take that as my cue to leave." She gathered the clothes from the bed into a bag. Izuku tried to move to help him, but Katsuki's grip was tight and firm on his wrist. "Is Tenya still out there?" "Yes," Katsuki confirmed. "Leave the tower, won't you?" Izuku snarled at the suggestive tone, twisting his arm quickly until Katsuki lost his balance. The beta cursed him, barely catching himself on the couch. Izuku ignored him to go to Ochako, who looked utterly delighted at the interaction. He helped her finish stuffing the clothes into the bag. "He is utterly shameless," Ochako whispered to him, her eyes gleaming. Izuku glanced over his shoulder, then flinched slightly. Katsuki was fully sprawled along the length of the couch, dangling his shins and his head off the edges due to his height. He stared at them from around the couch's back with amused brown eyes. More like utterly horrible, he hissed back. She laughed, then quickly hugged him again before slinging the pack over her shoulder. Izuku didn't allow himself to mourn as he walked her to the door. He would see her again in the morning before he left. Izuku did sigh, though, once the door closed behind her. He was grateful that Tenya and Ochako had each other, but he wished they could come with him. Deku. Katsuki's head wasn't visible from his spot at the door, but Izuku still tensed at the heated drawl that came from the couch. Come here. Izuku hesitated. It wasn't the first time they had been alone together since the apostate attack, but they had scarcely spoken to each other, let alone touched each other. His wrist burned where Katsuki had grabbed it. He realized with a start that it had been months since the last time, the only time, Katsuki had been in his chambers. Deku. Baby. Katsuki sat up, draping an arm over the back of the couch to rest his chin on it casually. It's fine. Don't overthink things. I only wish to talk. The Omega gave in, padding over to the chair next to the couch. He tried to ignore the way his guard's stare flitted all over his body. Izuku was thankful he had chosen one of his more conservative nightgowns, but it was still more form-fitting than his formal gowns and showed his calves and collarbone. He sat in the chair delicately, taking care that the hem of the skirt didn't hike up enough to show his knees. There you are, Katsuki murmured, swinging his legs from their perch on the couch's arm to rest his feet on the floor. How are you doing? Izuku huffed, looking at the wall. Better than ever. Deku. His tone drew Izuku's eyes back to him. You know you can talk to me. You can tell me how you're feeling about everything. Everything. Izuku blinked back frustrated tears. Like how I'm about to leave the city for the first time in over a decade. The last time I did, my brother and I were nearly killed alongside my mother. Or what about how I've just lost the full 6 months I thought I had before being shipped to the capital, to be married off and bred like a broodmare. His efforts were for naught as wetness dripped down his cheeks. Or, maybe, you want me to verbally lament losing my dear mentor. Katsuki sighed, dropping his head. I just thought it may make you feel better to talk about those things. He looked up again, his gaze beepering between Izuku's eyes. You haven't lost Yagi. He will recover. Izuku scoffed. I believe he will. Belief does me no good. I'm forced to leave him behind with less than a day's notice. I may never speak to him again. Izuku sniffled, clasping his hands together in his lap. Yagi has done a lot for this kingdom, Katsuki reasoned. The king will let him into Greymore once he has recovered. Izuku kept his eyes on his hands. Please, I don't want to talk about this. Katsuki kept staring at him. Do you want me to leave, so that you can sleep? The Omega began to nod, then stopped himself. This could be the last time they could be in each other's company without watchful eyes that were loyal to the king. Instead of speaking, Izuku slowly rose to his feet to move on the couch, though he forced himself to sit as far away from Katsuki as possible. You are so very strong, Katsuki whispered gently. A soft sob escaped his lips. He almost died because of me. How many times do you have to be told that wasn't your fault? Katsuki winced when Izuku flinched at the words. Sorry. I just don't want you to blame yourself. I'm doing enough of that for the both of us. Izuku made a questioning noise. I was a selfish coward that night. I was annoyed at how upset Yagi was with us when we returned from the gardens. I was annoyed at how you defended him, and I beeped off to keep myself from saying something stupid. I beeped off all the way to the town, and you suffered for it. You both did. He sighed shakily. It was far too immature. I can't believe I still can't control my temper. I am so very sorry. Izuku couldn't help but reach across to grab Katsuki's hand, causing the beta's eyebrows to raise to his hairline. Don't be absurd. You speak as though you should be more mature than your 20 years of age. Katsuki chuckled. I'm 26. How did I not know that? Izuku demanded. You're 5 years older than me. You don't look it. I know. Katsuki squeezed his hand, then intertwined their fingers before changing the subject. What can I do to prepare you for tomorrow? Izuku pondered that. Anything he could think of would take time that they did not have. What do I do if I fall off the horse? His guard's lips twitched. You won't fall off. I won't let you. I'm a very good rider. Who are the other soldiers that will join us? 2 are men that I trust, Katsuki answered. 1 also grew up in the Brooklands. 2 others were appointed by Commander Nimori. And the last one. There are supposed to be 6. Izuku looked at Katsuki quizzically when he didn't answer. Katsuki. Lord Monoma. Izuku froze. What? He is no soldier. I didn't agree with the choice either. Katsuki turned to face him fully. Trust me, Deku, I tried to fight against it. Apparently, he has been training under Nimori for months. Izuku rolled his eyes. I know, it's a poor excuse. He will surely just be there to keep an eye on me for Garaki. And for the king. Of course. Izuku threw his head back onto the cushions. The rest of us will have to pick up his slack if anything happens. A hand grasped Izuku's chin to force their eyes to meet. I will not leave your side. I promise. You will be safe. I can take care of myself. I know you can. Katsuki stared into Izuku's eyes heatedly. Izuku exhaled, then leaned forward to rest his head against Katsuki's. Don't look at me like that. Like what, darling? The beta grinned. Like I care for you. Like you've asked me to beat you. Shut your mouth. Shut it for me. Katsuki laughed at his glare, then softened. Do you feel better? Izuku jolted at the unexpected question, then frowned. He did feel better, and less worried. It still shocked him how easily their banter could take his mind off of such intense topics. That night, in the gardens, we have to forget it. I don't think I ever will, Katsuki breathed, moving his hand from Izuku's chin to his hair to pet through the locks. After tonight, we will have nothing. Izuku closed his eyes at the thought. It will never happen again. Katsuki cleared his throat to draw his attention again. His brown eyes were half-lidded, his mouth breathing hard. Do you trust me? He leaned his face ever closer until their lips were only a breath apart. Deku. I do. Their lips brushed together with the hushed words. That's all I need. The chilly breeze that drifted over Mongoria felt different. Izuku hadn't felt it on his bare face during the daytime in many years. It should have felt pleasant and freeing. Instead, he felt like a lamb being led to its slaughter. It was just past dawn before the city had awoken. The timing had been carefully planned, allowing for decent visibility without any unwanted eyes watching. Izuku's farewells to Ochako and Tenya had been bittersweet. He hugged them both Omegas crying while Tenya just sniffled. Tenya had been informed of the dagger he gave to Ochako and had vowed to Izuku that he would protect her and teach her to protect herself. It was a brief but emotional affair, and Izuku had left them before he keeled over from his despair at leaving them. He had stopped by the medical ward on his way out of the castle to get his wounds rebandaged, to drink his suppressant potion, and to pray over Yagi one more time. To his disappointment, his mentor still hadn't woken up while he was there. Now he stood just inside the north-facing city gate. He wore dark pants and a long-sleeved gray shirt under his cloak. The walls were unmanned, and the only souls present were those who knew of the voyage and those who would be a part of it. Commander Nimori and Gayaki spoke to Lord Monoma in hushed tones. Izuku's 4 new guards stood in a group several meters away. Nimori had told Izuku their names already. Eijiro Kirishima and Denki Kaminari hailed from the east and had been loyal members of the City Watch for years. Awake Yosetsu was originally from the capital, a soldier skilled with his bloodstone mace. Kuwaro Shihai came from the desert city of Anchorage, which showed in the way he shivered in the morning chill. Each of them prepared their horses, loading their saddlebags with only the necessary supplies of dried meats and large waterskins. Spare weapons were tucked under the blankets fastened to the back of the saddles. Prize, a voice called out. Izuku turned to see that it was Garaki who had summoned him. He went to him reluctantly. God help me, it is unfortunate to have to see your face again. Izuku resisted the urge to duck his head. He wore a black tunic tucked into brown breeches, his torso covered by his cloak. His head was exposed, showcasing the gnarly scars that adorned the skin of his face. It cannot be helped, Garaki continued, regarding him with disdain. You are to travel with utmost subtlety, as the king has ordered. Still, You must not converse with your guards outside of what is necessary. You are still the prize, after all. Izuku cut his eyes to the small group of soldiers. Do they know who I am? Garaki nodded hesitantly. Why does it matter then? The king will appreciate it. Garaki brushed an invisible piece of lint from his shoulder, then hardened his expression. You may be out of physical sight from the king and myself, but you must behave well. The journey will be trying and treacherous. Try to survive, will you? Izuku looked between the two alphas. He was tired from his lack of sleep the last few nights, and it showed in his lack of inhibition. Am I permitted to protect myself? Even if it is unbecoming. Garaki was silent. Nimari answered for him. Only if need be. Your survival is of utmost importance, but you must ensure that the king will still accept you. For our sake, and for yours. Izuku took a deep breath to keep his composure. As much as he hated the veil, he missed the way he could use it to disguise his emotions. Of course, Commander. A shout came from the gathering of soldiers. Kaminari hopped away from Kirishima, who was attempting to lock him into a chokehold. The other two guards watched in bewilderment. Garaki narrowed his eyes. I cannot believe we've allowed those two to be a part of the assembly. They are much too carefree. They are immature, Nimari agreed. But they are fierce soldiers. I have seen their prowess on the battlefield for myself. Izuku refrained from smiling at the two soldiers' antics, then shifted uncomfortably. He wished that Katsuki was here already, but it seemed the beta was waiting until the moment of departure to appear. Prize, Garaki said again, at least keep the hood of your cloak up. Izuku hesitated. If not for your purity, then for the sake of your companions. No one wants to see those scars. The Omega bristled but forced himself to comply. In just a few moments, he would hopefully never have to see Garaki again. He flipped his hood up, pulling the hem as far forward over his forehead as possible. Garaki narrowed his eyes. No gloves. My only gloves are white, Izuku retorted. I figured those would be too conspicuous. Nito Monoma pulled off his black gloves without being prompted to and held them out to him. The lord looked uncomfortable in brown commoner clothing, yet he surprisingly spoke no complaint. Izuku grabbed at them, careful not to let their skin touch. He was still upset that this lord, out of any, would be accompanying them. Many thanks, Lord, Garaki said. He turned to Izuku. I know your attire for this voyage is unprecedented, but you must still try to remain as modest as possible. You must. Izuku only nodded, ignoring Monoma's curious gaze. He pulled the gloves on, grimacing at the dampness in the interior. The lord must have been nervous to cause him to sweat so much in the chill of the dawn. Two horses startled, rearing up and neighing. Their riders tried to quell them with carrots and apples to quiet them down. Izuku turned to see that Katsuki was finally approaching from the direction of the stables. He held the reins of a large speckled horse in one hand, guiding it to the group. The fabric of his tunic and pants was dark gray, contrasting attractively against his light hair. Two short swords hung from his belt. He only wore a dark coat as his outerwear, despite the winter weather. His warm breath was visible in the cold air. At last, you join us, Garaki remarked, contemptuous. Are you truly prepared for the journey? Katsuki ignored him for a moment to pet the snout of his mare. Of course, she is rested and saddled up. He beeped his tongue at the Midgardian horse to quell her when she raised her snout at the gathering. She's the most important horse here, is she not? Garaki ignored the quip. Prize, you know what your usual modest behavior entails. Do not exceed it. Izuku wished he could tell Garaki just how much he had already exceeded it in the past few months, but he bit it back. He instead chose to bring up a topic that had been plaguing him since he woke. What are they to call me? If we encounter any other people, they surely cannot refer to me as the prize. Garaki frowned. He apparently had not considered this. I suppose we can determine an unassuming name for your disguise. Perhaps a common name, Nimari suggested. I have a cousin whose given name is Kumo. He despises it for how common it is. What about Deku? Katsuki quipped, shooting a half smile at the Omega. Garaki gaped. No one would call the prize such a name. Exactly. Garaki huffed but reluctantly agreed. Very well, I will inform the other guards. Nimari stepped away. Silence fell over them during the last-minute preparations. Weapons were adjusted, horses were fed treats, and supplies were checked. Nimari whispered several choice words to Yosetsu and Shihai, glancing at Izuku every so often. Hiroshima and Kaminari had supposedly resolved their skirmish, now exchanging dried meats from the saddlebags of their horses. Katsuki triple-checked the fastenings of the mare's saddle. Their saddle bag was fastened just behind the saddle, and 2 heavy pouches hung from either side of the pommel. Izuku eyed them curiously. "Your potions," Katsuki explained, noticing his gaze. "They are of utmost importance, I've been told." He chuckled at Izuku's resulting glare, visible even through the cloak's hood in the light of day. Izuku eyed the pouches. "The bottles won't break when we start riding. I packed them carefully, and we will stroll at a walk for the most part. You need not worry." Garaki approached to stand in Katsuki's line of sight. "You know your path. Did we not discuss it in depth yesterday evening?" Katsuki pursed his lips at Garaki's disappointed expression. "Yes, of course I do. I will follow it dutifully." "Protect him," Garaki insisted. "I hate to plead to someone like you, but I must. I vowed to do so many months ago." Katsuki placed a hand on the handle of one of his swords. "I will defend him to the end of the realm. I promise you this." Garaki nodded, seemingly satisfied. He stepped back, joining Nimari as they moved back toward the castle. Izuku turned to Katsuki. "Do we depart now?" "Not yet." Katsuki regarded his attire. "The gate will open when it is time, once the ramp is ready." He moved to the front of his horse, gesturing for Izuku to follow him. He did, though reluctantly. The mare was indeed beautiful. Her mane coat was off-white, a beautiful cream. Her spots were such a dark shade dark of brown that they almost appeared black in the morning light. She was big and unruly, flaring her large nostrils at the other unfamiliar horses, but settled when Katsuki moved into her field of vision. He murmured incomprehensible words to her, pressing his forehead to her snout. Katsuki smiled, fetching a whole red apple to feed to her. Izuku watched the exchange with interest. He had only heard of his guard's affection for his horse and had never seen it for himself. Yet no one could deny it with the way they nuzzled each other even as the other steeds required soothing from their riders to calm down. Katsuki plucked another small apple from the small sack at his belt and held it to Izuku. "Feed it to her, she will be grateful for it." Izuku took it carefully, turning it in his small hands before holding it up to the unfamiliar creatures. He sequestered his shudder as the mare sniffed at his hands before biting the fruit whole. He frowned at the thick saliva left on his gloved hands. Katsuki chuckled, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his gloves clean. "She likes you already. I heard they can smell fear." Izuku jolted slightly as the mare nudged her snout into his shoulder. "It's surprising that she accepts someone as inexperienced as me, though I welcome it." The city gate creaked as it opened to reveal a steep ramp that fell northeast down the cliff rise. The beta whistled, and the other soldiers began to mount their own horses. The alpha soldier Kirishima boldly steered his auburn stallion toward them. His red hair was bright under the morning sun. "Are you both ready? The ramp will be steep and slippery in the morning dew." His voice sounded familiar, but Izuku could not place it. Katsuki scoffed as he steadied his mount. "Be careful on it." Then, he turned, gaze softening as he regarded Izuku. "Put your left foot in this stirrup once you are ready. Use it as leverage to swing yourself up." Izuku hesitated. "I've never done this before." Hiroshima chuckled lightly. "Stay as confident as possible, Deku. Otherwise, she may buck you off." "Shut your mouth," Katsuki snapped. He looked at Izuku, then placed his hands upon the back of the horse. He swung himself up easily in an impressive feat of athleticism. He settled himself as far back on the saddle as he could, keeping his feet out of the stirrups for now, then reached out his left hand. "Come." Izuku took a deep breath. He thanked the gods for his flexibility as he raised his left leg high enough to reach the stirrup, placing one hand on the saddle and the other on the pommel. He pointedly ignored Katsuki's hand, swinging his right leg forward and over until he straddled the mare's back, though he nearly kicked Katsuki in the process. The saddle was already uncomfortable beneath him, even when he shifted to alleviate the discomfort. Hiroshima smiled, steering his horse away toward the nearly open gate. "Good luck, Katsuki. Don't slip." The Omega jolted at his voice speaking his guard's name. That voice, addressing Katsuki by his given name, he now knew where he recognized the red-haired alpha from. Katsuki's hands adjusted Izuku's hips to sit evenly. "Put your hands on the pommel horn. The trot down the ramp will feel precarious, but you need not worry. Lean back so she won't start galloping." Izuku took several deep breaths. "I will topple from her." "You won't." Katsuki gripped the reins in one hand and wrapped the other around Izuku's waist. "I've already told you that I won't let you fall. You can trust me, remember." Izuku had no choice. His feet dangled free while Katsuki's took their place in the stirrups. They followed Kaminari and Kirishima as their horses passed through the gate. Katsuki beeped his tongue and the mare strode forward immediately. Izuku watched as the soldiers' horses quickly disappeared as they descended the ramp. "Trust me," Katsuki murmured again. The mare's hooves were confident as they moved from the soil of the grounds to the wood of the ramp. Their momentum forced her into a trot as she descended. Izuku winced as his body bounced. The ramp had been erected at as gradual an angle as possible, but the horses still could not merely stroll down it without slipping from the dampness of the morning dew. Despite his best instincts, Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. It only lasted a moment, for the jarring motion brought nausea to his stomach. They were 3/4 of the way down when he opened them. Izuku silently prayed to the gods the rest of the way down, exhaling in relief once the mare's hooves met the soil again. He slumped backward in relief without thinking twice. A hard, chuckling chest met his back, causing him to blush. "I told you to trust me," Katsuki said. "A ramp is no challenge for Masarya." The Omega breathed carefully to calm his nerves as the rest of the horses joined them. "Is that her name? Masarya? It is a pretty name." The mare threw her head as Katsuki guided her to stop. She appreciated that. Izuku rolled his eyes. There was no way a horse would understand his words, but hopefully, his tone had earned her favor. The last thing he wanted to deal with was a bucking horse. Lord Monoma was the last to descend the ramp, and it was immediately pulled up behind him. It was strange to see a lord in such common fabrics, but Monoma did not seem embarrassed, to his credit. And they were off. Izuku's back ached. The horses moved just slower than a trot, but it was still a tiresome gait for an inexperienced rider. Izuku shed his cloak as the sun shone through the clouds, piercing through the winter air with its heat. His curls rustled in the wind. Kaminari led them upon his black steed, followed by Kirishima on his auburn one. Izuku and Katsuki rode behind them, while the other two soldiers and Lord Monoma took up the rear. Their trek was uneventful for the first stretch. Deku, Monoma called from the rear of the pack. "You are not supposed to remove your hood." The red-haired soldier Kirishima steered his horse to the side to round back to Monoma. "It is a warm day for winter, Lord. Would you rather he overheat?" Monoma scoffed but backed down, and the red-haired city guardsman galloped his horse back to its place at the front of the procession. Izuku muttered a curse under his breath as he passed. "What was that?" Katsuki whispered in his ear. His front was flush with Izuku's back and his arms were pressed against Izuku's from where he reached around his form to hold the reins. It was far too intimate. Izuku ducked his head. "I only meant that it is a ridiculous notion to expect us to perfectly comply with Garaki's orders." "Lower your voice," Katsuki hummed, the vibration echoing into Izuku's back. "I agree, of course. The days are less cold than they should be during the winter." Ahead of them, Kaminari and Kirishima rode next to each other to allow them to converse. "You know them, right? What makes you think that?" Katsuki adjusted his grip on the reins in one hand. Izuku suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. "Commander Nimori said they came from the east, the same as you do. And you said last night that you trust two of our companions." "I've known Eijiro for a long time. He is also from the Brooklands," Katsuki admitted. "It is rare for capable soldiers to be bred in the farmlands, so it's natural we know each other." Izuku stiffened and did not answer. Katsuki noticed, "Of course. What?" The Omega only focused his gaze on the horn of the saddle's pommel, wrapping his hands around it carefully. "Deku," Katsuki murmured, so quietly that only the two of them could hear it. What upset you? Izuku shook his head, mindful of their company even though they were not within earshot. Tell me. He remained silent. Is it Monoma? Yes, of course, Izuku lied. Katsuki huffed softly, just for him to hear. I know that you've recognized Eijiru's voice. I was trying to be kind and not acknowledge it. Izuku wanted to bristle in offense, but he feared the reaction of the mayor. I don't know what you speak of. Katsuki shifted subtly so they were pressed closer together. Tell me, darling, how did you feel when we were interrupted that night? Izuku glanced around to gauge the positions of the other soldiers, then landed a smack on Katsuki's arm. Stop it. He winced as he realized he had hit the injury that he had caused with his dagger. Sorry, I forgot about that. Katsuki just laughed. It's fine, it doesn't hurt. You should be the one who was embarrassed, anyway. How so? You're the one who was waiting for him in a brothel. Izuku tried to keep his tone neutral, though he still scowled. Katsuki began to cackle, then immediately stopped when he felt Izuku tense between his arms. He is only my friend, Deku. I've told you several times that I haven't touched anyone other than you in that way since we met, nor will I ever again. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the pommel. Does he know that? He was very intent on having you leave that room. He knows. Katsuki switched the reins into one hand and moved the other to wrap around Izuku's waist, stroking the opposite side soothingly. His large body blocked the soldiers behind them from seeing the touch, thankfully. What was so important? Izuku asked. The question had plagued him since that very night. What caused you to leave? He trailed off, blushing. To leave you behind, Katsuki murmured, moving his hand down to his hip to squeeze it. I can't say, but I can tell you it's nothing you need to worry your pretty head about. Izuku felt his ears turn red at the compliment, which successfully distracted him from the non-answer. He tilted his head back to look at the clear sky. He barely noticed Katsuki lean forward to sniff his hair. Katsuki. His guard hummed expectantly. We left through the northern gate instead of the western one, and now we're heading northeast. That's not the way to the capital. Are those two lost? He gestured to Kaminari and Kirishima. No, we're on the right track. Katsuki didn't explain further until Izuku swatted his knee. Ouch. Fine, we're taking a different path than the usual way. The western road to Greymore is well watched and we would be more likely to be seen. But going east around the Crimson Woods will take much longer than going west. Katsuki's silence was deafening. Why did we leave through the north gate instead of the east one, then? If we keep going in this direction, we'll hit the woods. Katsuki shifted in the saddle behind him. I feared you might try to jump from horseback if I told you too soon. Izuku's heart dropped to the pit of his stomach. The scars on his face burned as if he had just received them. Don't tell me we're going through the woods. I can't. He began to wheeze and sway in the saddle. He had faced the cursed from atop the tower the night of the attack, but that had been from afar. The thought of being on the ground in the place where they were most concentrated filled him with dread. No, don't panic. Beep. Katsuki quickly hooked the reins around the saddle horn so he could wrap both hands around Izuku's body while his broad form blocked the gentle embrace from the soldiers behind them. The Omega gasped at the action. The reins. It's fine. She's a smart horse, Katsuki whispered soothingly. She'll follow the others. It's all right, you're all right. Just try to breathe slow and steady, like me. He inhaled a deep breath. Izuku followed him shakily. There you go, baby, just like that. His panic had caught Kirishima's attention from where he rode next to Kaminari. The alpha threw a worried look over his shoulder, then relaxed and even smiled at the sight of their embrace. Izuku shut his eyes to ignore him. It took several minutes for him to calm down. The pressure from Katsuki's large arms was inappropriate yet comforting, squeezing Izuku back together when he felt as though he would fall apart. Better. Why are we going through the forest? Izuku whispered hoarsely. His throat was still dry with anxiety. He opened his eyes when his stomach began to churn to fight the nausea. The ghouls will attack us. Katsuki moved his hands to his hips, rubbing calming circles into the flesh there with his thumbs. They aren't likely to sense such a small group. It is the fastest path. The king ordered it. Izuku's heart finally began to slow. Shouldn't we be going directly north, then? That's the direction of Greymore. We make for where the Crimson Woods are the thinnest, which is northeast. It should take only half a day to pass through them there. Katsuki's hands drifted up and down his sides tenderly. And when we do, Verdant Watch will be nearby where we will properly rest the horses and ourselves. Does Count Tokage expect us? Izuku had been thoroughly educated on the royalty that ruled over every major city in Umbrengrad. Yes, but he knows our presence is to be kept discreet. Katsuki finally took hold of the reins again once he was reassured that Izuku had calmed. From there, we'll follow the coastline to the capital. Izuku finally perked up. We'll see the ocean. Katsuki's grin was audible when he spoke. We will. The sun tracked slowly across the sky as they fell into a comfortable silence. By midday, Izuku could hear Kirishima and Kaminari bickering with each other again and Monoma speaking to one of the soldiers behind him. Hooves clopped on the hard ground, and a huge brown Mongolian horse came into view. Katsuki, Monoma called out. We need to stop for a rest. Katsuki's hands tightened on the reins. My horse isn't tired. Ours are. Monoma jerked his head to the two soldiers behind them. They need to rest and rehydrate, especially mine and Awase's. And I need to take a, his eyes beepered to Izuku. Some men may need to relieve themselves. Izuku was taken aback by the Lord's newfound restraint. Perhaps he had heard of what happened to Lord Kaibara. The beta groaned in annoyance but tugged twice at the reins to halt Masaria. He whistled to catch Kirishima and Kaminari's attention. They turned their horses to join them. What's wrong? Kaminari asked. Some of the horses need a rest before we can continue, Monoma explained, dropping his horse's reins to jump to the ground. Kirishima frowned. Now, here, he glanced around at the flat plains. It is far too open. We have no choice. Monoma pet the mane of his stallion before reaching for a canteen that hung from the saddle. It will only be for an hour. The red-haired alpha sighed. Fine. They all dismounted to join the Lord on the ground. Katsuki held Izuku up when his knees nearly gave out beneath his weight. The ground felt firm and unfamiliar beneath his feet even after just a day of riding. His thighs burned and the wound on his chest ached. It had been redressed that morning and was healing well, but the scabs were still itchy beneath their bandages. Masaria snorted as she pawed at the ground, kicking up tufts of grass restlessly. Kirishima's steed was similarly impatient as he swished his long tail. It seemed that horses from the east were bred for endurance over strength. Izuku tried to stay on his feet during the break but eventually had to sit. The dead grass of the plains was now dry under the sun, but Katsuki still insisted on placing a blanket underneath him. He gave the Omega a few pieces of dried meat, even though the swaying of Masaria's gait had caused him persistent nausea. Over it faded, allowing him to eat with slow bites. It took 2 hours for the horses to be rested enough to resume their trek. Katuki's foot had been tapping in agitated impatience as he checked the sun's position. We need to resume the journey. Monoma brushed his stallion once more. Fine, I believe we are ready. Yosetsu and Shihai nodded their confirmation. Let us be off again, then. Katsuki fed his mare a carrot before mounting her, reaching a hand out to Izuku again. He slapped it aside, ignoring Katsuki's smirk as he swung himself up to the front of the saddle. The sun was halfway between noon and dusk by the time the Crimson Woods were visible. They grew from a red haze in the distance to a long stretch of tall trees that spanned the entire horizon. Izuku stiffened at the sight of them, reaching one hand from the pommel to scratch the large scar on his thigh. Katsuki noticed and placed a hand over his to halt its movement. There's no need for that. It's all right, Deku. Izuku shivered. This is the first time I've seen the woods. Mine too. The beta's fingers traced an unfamiliar pattern into his flesh. Were you not nearby to hear when you and your family were attacked? He shook his head. We were heading directly east and made it to a small town just south of Midgard Lake. The ghouls came from the west. Katsuki waited a few moments before speaking again. From the forest. I truly apologize that we must pass through it. I promise to protect you. I don't need your protection, Izuku snapped instinctively, then sighed. Sorry, I am just anxious. It's fine, I don't mind. Katsuki's hand drifted higher up his thigh as he pressed his torso harder against Izuku's back. I can take your mind off it if you'd like. Katsuki, the Omega hissed, grabbing Katsuki's hand before it could drift between his legs. You can't. His eyes shifted to where the reins wiggled from Katsuki jostling them with his other hand. I was only going to suggest you try directing her. Katsuki's voice sounded far too amused. What did you think I meant? Izuku flushed, ducking his chin in embarrassment. He swallowed down his shame. I would steer us into a ditch. There are no ditches this far into the plains. The beta squeezed his thigh reassuringly. It is a good skill to have. You know I won't let anything bad happen. Izuku glanced around to make sure no one could see him. Fine. He took the reins from his guard, who then moved his now free hand to Izuku's stomach. The leather straps were soft but firm between his bare fingers, the gloves having long since been shed in an attempt to limit the sweating of his palms. You only need to concern yourself with her forward motion from the reins for now, Katsuki murmured, his breath hot in Izuku's ear. I'll keep her straight with my legs. Izuku nodded. He held the leather straps slack in his hands at the height of his chest. Lower your hands to rest on her neck and pull a bit tighter. Izuku obeyed. Good. You should feel a direct line to her mouth. This is the resting position. She'll maintain her speed and direction as long as she feels both your hands on her. The Omega bit his lip nervously. And if I want to change speed? Katsuki drifted his hand up and down his torso, keeping his touch light over his wound. Tug once to slow her down. Go ahead. Izuku did so, and Masarya slowed her gait. Tug twice in quick succession to stop her. Yosetsu groaned in annoyance when he did so. Izuku nearly turned to apologize, but Katsuki's hands kept him facing forward. Don't turn so suddenly, Katsuki chided. You'll move too fast and confuse her. Now, beat the reins to start her again. The mare resumed walking, though it was too slow. You'll want to do that 2 more times to get her back to speed but space them apart. If you beat them too quickly, she'll start to gallop. Don't want that to happen, Izuku muttered, earning a chuckle from his guard. He beeped once, then waited several breaths to do it again. Katsuki waited until they had put enough distance between their horse and Yosetsu's before saying, Good job, darling. You're doing very well. Izuku frowned at how far ahead Kaminari was. We've fallen behind. That's all right, so long as we can still see them. Katsuki's hand rested between his beeps to feel his racing heart. Calm yourself. There's nothing to be nervous about. We're drifting. The mare had begun to veer to the right. It's all right, Katsuki assured him, then shifted slightly behind him. Masarya redirected herself back to the center of the line. There, see, I told you I'd take care of steering her. Now, when you're ready, we'll catch up with Eijiro and Denki. Move both hands away from her neck by pivoting from the elbow, try not to lift them straight up or pull them back. She will know to gradually increase her speed until you put them back. Do that until she reaches a trot. Once we've reached them, Tug wants to bring her back to a walk. Izuku took a deep breath. He pivoted his hands outward, urging her to increase her speed until she was trotting. The gait was uncomfortable, causing Izuku's body to move up and down. Katsuki groaned at the feel of bouncing flesh under his hands, making Izuku flush red. He tugged the reins once when he felt they were close enough to Kaminari's horse, drawing her back to a quick walk. He sighed in relief. I've decided I don't like trotting. Katsuki pressed a subtle beep to the top of his head. Some breeds do it more gracefully than others. Midgardian horses don't trot often, it uses too much energy without much of a gain in speed. They're bred for stamina, after all. Izuku nodded. That made sense. You've done well, sweetheart. Would you like to try steering her? Izuku frowned, about to refuse when he eyed the horizon. The Crimson Woods were much closer now, maybe an hour away. The distraction from them would be welcome. My legs aren't in the stirrups. She can change direction from the reins, it will just be wider turns than I can have her do with my legs and body. Katsuki moved the hand at his chest to just under Izuku's right beep, his fingers pressing into the soft flesh to test its give. You just need to remove one hand from her neck, the opposite one from the direction you want her to turn. She'll keep turning until she feels both hands again. Try steering her back and forth. Izuku did so carefully, bending and straightening each elbow to urge her to turn from side to side. Masarya obeyed graciously, though she threw her head once in irritation at the mixed directions. She doesn't like this, Izuku said nervously. She'll survive, she's only being a brat. Just like her rider. Katsuki laughed quietly at the quip, then grabbed the reins back from Izuku when he was offered them. He kept his other hand on his chest to knead at it. You shouldn't be doing that. Izuku gasped at a particularly harsh squeeze. I told you last night this cannot happen again. I'm just distracting you for your own comfort. Katsuki nosed at his curls. I know you'll hit me or, better yet, stab me if you want me to stop. You are armed, right? Of course. Izuku lifted his tunic just enough to reveal the dragonbone dagger on his belt. Katsuki made an approving noise from above him. Good. I can distract you in even more pleasurable ways if you'd like. His hand pinched each nipple, earning another gasp, before drifting down his torso, tracing his wound lightly. It stopped below his abdomen, just above where he felt the warmest. We mustn't, Izuku insisted, albeit reluctantly. The beta sighed but obeyed and moved his hand to his waist. Whatever you say, darling. Izuku ignored the teasing tone. Less than an hour later, the party had reached the edge of the woods. The red leaves gleamed, unnaturally shiny in the evening sun. The bark was also red, though a darker shade, and was as smooth as glass. Both the material and the thickness of the 30-foot-tall trunks made them hard to chop down, forcing lumberjacks to chop all the way through to fell them, unlike other trees. It is what made their wood and the blood metal forced from the fires of their wood so valuable, alongside the fact that those materials were the only ones that could truly kill the cursed, whether by a blade or by a stake. The mist made the air heavy and humid, making each breath a significant effort. Izuku's lungs ached alongside his heart. His entire chest tightened. Katsuki shushed him, and Izuku matched his breathing to his without having to be directed this time. Kirishima peered over his left shoulder at the sky. There's still several hours before nightfall. We should continue. You want us to enter the woods on the cusp of dark? Monoma asked incredulously. It is just as dangerous on the edge of the forest as it is inside. Katsuki moved his hand back to the reins before the others could notice the touch. We may as well enter it. Shihai exhaled shakily. The ghouls are more active after dusk. Kaminari nodded even as he kicked his horse forward. They shouldn't be able to smell a mere half-dozen men. Just keep your wits about you. The yellow-haired beta took the lead, followed by Kirishima. Katsuki snapped the reins, urging Masarya forward. Her steps were more careful than before. The other horses whinnied nervously as they were forced to follow. The woods were eerily quiet as they entered them. There was no breeze, yet the air still seemed to drop steeply in temperature as they moved between the trees. Izuku shivered, then thanked Katsuki when he helped him back into his cloak and flipped his hood up. The red leaves above their heads formed a dense ceiling, quickly blocking out the sunlight. How will we know which way is northeast? Izuku kept his voice at a whisper, but it still sounded much too loud in the silence of the forest. He carefully pulled his gloves, or rather, Monoma's gloves, back on. Denki has a good sense of direction, Katsuki answered. Izuku tilted his head at his use of the other beta's given name. I thought you only knew Kirishima. I know Eijiro from before Mongoria, yes. Katsuki's hand returned to his hip. I fought the cursed with both him and Denki. The Omega's heart twitched as he remembered his mentor's words. Friendships forged in battle are strong as steel. Katsuki chuckled softly. Yes, you could say that. The quiet air became filled with the loud hooves. It sounded like something solid was crunching beneath each step. Izuku lowered his gaze curiously. Don't look. Keep your eyes up, Katsuki warned, but it was too late. Even in minimal light, Izuku could make out many hard shapes scattered all over the forest floor. No plant looked like that, white and gleaming. They were bones, hundreds of them, big and small. Izuku spotted a skull that was much too distinct to have come from any animal. He gasped. Katsuki winced. I told you not to look. Izuku swiveled his head around, but the mist and trees were thick enough that he couldn't see past a dozen feet in each direction. They can't all be from humans, surely. No, not all of them. The cursed prefer human flesh, but they will go after animals too, especially if they're hungry. In front of them, Kirishima twisted in his saddle to face them. Given time, they'll strip every bone clean. I can see that, Izuku whispered faintly. The bones were pure white with no remnants of meat on them. This is why there are no animals. Katsuki pressed his chin on top of Izuku's head so he could feel his nod. The forest is devoid of life other than us. And the undead. It was impossible to tell when exactly the sun had set as the hours progressed, for neither the sun nor the horizon were visible this deep in the forest. After dusk had passed, the light from the moons was so minimal through the red canopy above their heads that Izuku could barely make out Kirishima and Kaminari's horses ahead of them. Their procession walked 2 horses wide to keep closer together, slightly staggering when necessary to fit between the dense trees. The dark-skinned Anchorage soldier Shihai rode to the right of Masaria. Because of this, Katsuki kept his hands on the reins and left a few modest inches between them on the saddle. Izuku should be grateful for the respite from his guard's inappropriate touches, but this night was colder than any he had ever experienced. It was as though the trees themselves were undead, sapping away any semblance of life or warmth. Katsuki noticed him shivering. Would you like to wear my coat as well? It is thicker than your cloak and will fit over it. Izuku shook his head, clenching his jaw to keep his teeth from chattering. I am fine. Nonsense. Katsuki freed his left foot from its stirrup to lightly nudge Izuku's shin. You're trembling more than the leaves are. Well, that's not saying much, Shihai chimed in. There's no wind to cause the leaves to tremble. Izuku chuckled as Katsuki stiffened at the jab. It's just a saying. You're still cold, aren't you, Deku? He was freezing. We could switch, he suggested hesitantly. Katsuki huffed. That would be a good compromise if I had any chance of fitting into your cloak. Oh, right. Izuku blushed, cursing himself for so easily forgetting how significant their difference in size was. Even though the cloak was quite loose on him, it was certainly still too small for Katsuki's broad form. Here, Katsuki shifted in the saddle behind him after momentarily handing the reins to Izuku. When his hands returned to sight, they held Katsuki's coat. But, just take it. He let the dark fabric drop over Izuku's lap so he could feel how thick and warm it was. It's fine, the cold doesn't affect me much. Izuku handed the reins back off to him, wiggling between Katsuki's arms to put on his cloak. His guard purposefully pressed his inner arms closer to feel him better. The fabric was so warm from Katsuki's body and it felt like a loving embrace when he wrapped it around his body. The sleeves and body had been tight on Katsuki but it dwarfed Izuku's figure even when he laced it up. So much so that it probably looked more like a blanket on him than a coat. Izuku only allowed himself to feel a little embarrassed before he sighed contently. Katsuki hummed, better. Izuku nodded. And here I thought my shield was rare, Shihai remarked quietly, lifting the back of his cloak to show off the large blood metal shield that hung at his back. Where did you get a coat like that? I've never seen anything like it before in the city. It doesn't have much use in the south. Indeed, Izuku had never seen Katsuki wear it before they entered the Crimson Woods. I come from the northern Brooklands. It is rare, but if the snowfall on the mountains becomes too thick, herds of bison will descend close enough to hunt them. Hunt? Izuku echoed, concerned. But aren't the bison nearly extinct? Yagi had told him that once, along with several other species that had been overly hunted over the generations. Not anymore, Katsuki answered placatingly. It helps that they rarely come south of the mountains. My village and the surrounding ones made a pact years ago to only hunt them in such a way that their population won't be affected. Shihai looked at him thoughtfully. So you only hunt a limited amount of adult or elderly males. Katsuki made a noise of agreement. The same practice has been adopted with the antelopes near Anchorage. He looked around, then dropped his voice to a near whisper. It's a shame the rest of Umbrengrad hasn't followed suit. Why only older males? Izuku asked, choosing to ignore Shihai's last comment in case Lord Monoma could somehow hear them. One male can get many females pregnant every breeding season, Katsuki explained. Meanwhile, one female can only get pregnant once per breeding season no matter how many males there are. That makes sense. We still have to leave several males, though, Shihai added. The females of the herds need diversity in their potential mating pool. The adult males also help ward off attacks from predators. Hence the limited amount of males hunted per season. Izuku paused. He tried to look over his shoulder at Katsuki, but it was impossible while wearing the hood of his cloak. Bison have predators. Yes, but I heard they are huge. Izuku's brow furrowed as he tried to think of a predator that could take down an animal that weighed more than 10 men altogether. Wolves, Katsuki guessed, if they work well as a pack. Maybe a mountain lion, if it manages to isolate a calf from the rest of the herd. Beep. Shihai swore suddenly. His horse recovered from her quick stumble. Once Shihai rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Sorry, Deku, I shouldn't use profanity in your presence. Katsuki shook lightly from barely repressed laughter and Izuku bit his lip to hold back his own giggles. If only Shihai knew the amount of vulgarity Katsuki spewed to him time and time again. Katsuki didn't speak until he had regained his composure. Your mare grows tired. She hasn't made a trek like this since our journey from Anchorage 5 years ago. Shihai patted her tan pelt. Even then, we stopped every few hours. Nothing like this. I would have prepared her more if we had more notice. It's not your fault. We can't push the horses too far on the first day, Katsuki reasoned, then raised his voice just enough to be heard by their other companions. Once we come across a suitable area, we will set up camp for the night. Eijiro, keep an eye out for one. Hiroshima lifted one arm in acknowledgement of the order. Yosetsu audibly sighed in relief behind them. I wasn't sure how to bring up the fact that it will take at least another half day to get through the woods. Katsuki felt the Omega tense between his elbows and squeezed them tightly around Izuku's body in a futile attempt at reassurance. I had hoped we'd get through them by midnight, but our pace has been slower than I expected. The break earlier didn't help things, either. Monoma scoffed lightly. Our horses needed it. I'm not denying that, Katsuki responded easily. It seemed he wasn't itching for an argument tonight, for once. Izuku was grateful for it. The trees began to thin around them, as did the mist. There were dozens of red stumps scattered across the ground in this area of the forest, cut clean through without any sign of fractured wood. Izuku eyed them curiously. After maybe another half hour, they encountered a small clearing surrounded by stumps. One stump had a fallen tree just to the left of it, the only one they had seen in the entire forest. The trunk had been partially sawed in half, but there was no sign of whoever had been responsible nor any indication of how long ago it had been felled. Hiroshima halted his horse next to the trunk, turning his steed to face the group. If we stop here, we can tie the horses to this tree. Most of the trunk was smooth and branchless, but the top had suitable red-leaved branches to serve as a makeshift hitch for the horses. Shihai looked around nervously, his dark eyes lingering on claw marks in a nearby stump. Whoever cut that down wouldn't have left it behind easily. They must have been attacked. What if the ghouls come back while we sleep? We could come across the cursed in any part of the woods, said Kaminari. Not just this space. It will serve as our camp, Katsuki decided. The trees are less densely packed, so we can see through them better and we get more light from the moons. We'll rotate through pairs on watch throughout the night. They dismounted and started working quickly to feed and tie the horses. Izuku's legs were wobbly beneath him, but he managed to keep himself upright despite the wave of nausea brought on by the crunch of bones beneath his feet. Katsuki patted his mare's neck several times before tossing one of the blankets stored beneath their saddlebag to Izuku. Monoma announced that he would dig a hole behind a nearby thick tree for a latrine, despite the fact that the beta and alpha men wouldn't need such privacy to urinate. It was surprisingly thoughtful that a lord would offer to do such a task. Izuku decided not to linger on it and instead felt grateful that he would finally have a private place to relieve his bladder. The others had already laid their blankets out on the ground several feet apart from each other, but Izuku hesitated. Is something wrong? Izuku tensed slightly but still turned to meet Kirishima's warm red eyes from beneath their hoods. Oh, it's nothing, really. I just fear it will be uncomfortable to sleep on the bones. The layer of them is thick in this clearing. Hiroshima nodded in understanding. He crouched to start to shovel away the thin layer of bones with his gloved hands. Izuku was thankful but still felt a twinge of self-resentment for how needlessly jealous he had felt of this man earlier. "What the beep are you doing?" Katsuki asked the alpha quietly once he returned from caring for and hitching Midoriya. "Deku doesn't want to sleep on all these bones," Kirishima explained, still shoveling. Katsuki raised a brow at him, not wearing a hood despite the frigid temperature. He handed him a wrapped piece of food. Izuku flushed as he took it, hoping it wasn't visible in the shadow cast by his hood. "I didn't ask him to. He trailed off, watching in shock as Katsuki squatted next to the alpha to join him in digging. It was jarring to see two large men knelt down in front of him just for the sake of his comfort and peace of mind. It felt a bit humiliating as well, as if Izuku couldn't do even this for himself. He supposed it would take much longer with his small hands. And this way, he could overhear their hushed conversation. "Why have trees been cut down here, in the middle of the woods?" Kirishima asked quietly. "There's not enough space to get heavy equipment this far in. They should be chopping at the edges of the forest. Even getting the chopped wood out from here is no easy feat." Katsuki's voice sounded troubled, "Yet that trunk is the only fallen tree that remains in the area." The alpha nodded, causing his hood to fall from his head and reveal his red hair. He didn't bother to fix it. The amount of effort and manpower to accomplish that cannot be worth it for wood from this particular area over any other. What is the king thinking? The nearby air was silent except for the scrape of bone against bone for a minute. Maybe he's trying to clear the route between Mongoria and Verdant Watch. To establish it as a main road. "No, that's not it," Izuku said suddenly, earning twin glances of surprise. "I apologize for interrupting." "That's all right." Kirishima cast a sly look at Katsuki. "Your input is greatly appreciated." Katsuki just elbowed him, then glared at the untouched food in Izuku's hand. The Omega took a small bite of it before continuing. "Yagi knew a lot about the woods. He told me that the soil itself is cursed." He pointed to a nearby cluster of stumps with his free hand. "Notice how several of the stumps are taller than the height you'd expect an axe or saw to cut them at. You're saying they're growing back from the stumps?" Katsuki stood to get a better look at the top of one stump. "There's no sign of regrowth, the top is still flat and the diameter is the same for the whole stump from the ground up." "Do you really think these trees grow like any other?" Izuku gestured around as if to say, "Just look at them. They'll grow back as if they're reappearing from thin air, right where they were. Even if you remove the stump and the roots, the tree will grow back in the same place within a year or two." "Can the forest even spread, then?" Kirishima asked. Izuku shook his head. "Like I said, the soil is cursed, but only within a certain area. The trees never reproduce outside of that, not even after 200 years. That explains why the king has never just ordered the whole woods to be deforested," Katsuki remarked. He kicked aside a few more bones as Kirishima stood and brushed his hands free of dirt. The dirt was a shade of red-brown where a significant area of bones had been removed. Izuku thanked them, placing down his blanket and his barely touched food on top of it. Kirishima waved them farewell before stepping towards Kaminari to prepare for their shift as first watch. "You barely ate anything," Katsuki chided gently. "You need to keep your energy up." Izuku tugged at his cloak's hood and shifted uncomfortably. "I may vomit if I try to eat more, I have no appetite. And aside from that, I need to piss," Katsuki guessed from the way the Omega bounced his weight from foot to foot. Izuku blushed, then looked around worriedly. Each man's blankets were spread across the clearing, close enough for them all to be visible in the moon's light but far enough to be out of earshot of each other. "You know where the latrine was dug, right?" Katsuki asked. Izuku glanced around again, biting his lip anxiously. All of the soldiers were accounted for, so the latrine was available, but, gods, he had never relieved himself anywhere near another person, let alone 6 of them. "Oh, right." Katsuki shot him a strange, unreadable look. "I'll go with you so I can keep an eye on the others." "Are you certain?" "Go, Deku." It was utterly humiliating to walk past all the soldiers toward the latrine while Katsuki followed behind him like a dog at his heels. Izuku thanked the gods that when he rounded the tree he was completely out of sight from the camp. The mist was thin enough that he could see decently far ahead, quelling his fear of a ghoul lunging at him while he had his pants down. He also silently thanked Monoma, something he never thought he'd do, for digging such a sizable hole. It didn't seem it was used yet, which was surprising until Izuku realized that his guards must have come to a silent mutual agreement that this would be for him alone. He loosened his belt just enough to pull his pants to his knees so he could squat down, grateful for the soft soil that kept the sound of him relieving himself nearly silent. Izuku knew that most men could do this standing up, but his biology dictated otherwise. At least his legs were strong from Yagi's training to hold the squat for several minutes after he was done until he felt dry enough to redress. He tugged his hood as far forward as it would go to hide his blush as he rounded the tree, refusing to look at Katsuki. The beta wisely didn't say anything, though his dry sniffling indicated that the cold was finally affecting him. The other soldiers said nothing, either, as they passed. Izuku was pleasantly surprised at how respectful and nice they had all been to him so far. "Deku," Katsuki said quietly after he took a seat on his blanket, sniffing a few more times. "Can you try to eat a few more bites? Please. I know it doesn't taste good, but I'll feel better if you do." Izuku nodded, though he nearly rolled his eyes at his guard's manipulative tactics. He managed 3 more bites of the meat and bread before gagging slightly on the 4th, his stomach churning. "Thank you. Here, I'll put it away." Katsuki rolled the food back in its wrapping and left toward the hitched horses. By the time he returned, Izuku had folded the top of his blanket a few times for more cushioning under his head and had begun to undo the fastenings of Katsuki's coat. "What are you doing?" Katsuki sounded annoyed as he unrolled his blanket and set it next to Izuku's. "What are you doing?" Izuku hissed back, alarmed at the proximity of their blankets. "Keep the coat on, I don't need it." Izuku rolled his eyes. "I've been wearing it for hours. And you do need it, I just heard you sniffling." He undid the last clasps and shrugged it off, biting back the shiver that immediately washed over him. "Deku." Katsuki knelt down on his blanket, grabbing Izuku's hands to stop their movement. Izuku looked around, but thankfully the other soldiers who were not on watch were asleep, and those who were on watch had their backs to them. "Me sniffling doesn't mean I'm freezing. You are, though. Your teeth are already chattering. Keep the beeping coat on." Izuku sighed but pulled the coat back on. He would usually be more stubborn, but the woods were just so cold. The ground was cold as well, even through the blanket when Izuku lay down facing Katsuki. His guard had squeezed his blanket next to Izuku's in the gap dug amongst the bones. He narrowed his eyes at it. "You shouldn't be so close," Izuku whispered. Katsuki hummed as he laid on his side to face him, resting his head upon his hand with his elbow propped up on the ground. It was a good idea to clear away the bones. Much more comfortable. "Go do it again, then. Somewhere else." "But I'm so exhausted." Katsuki yawned exaggeratedly, but his eyes stayed open. It looked so unnatural. Izuku had never even seen him yawn before, and he gave no other indication that he was anywhere close to tired. "I don't believe you," he hissed. His guard sighed. "You caught me. I wanted to lay next to you so I could embrace you when you start shivering again." His eyes lacked the mirth they usually held when he teased him. Izuku began to flip to his other side, frustrated at the lack of an honest answer. A gloved hand shot out to roll him back. "All right, fine. I'm worried you're going to have nightmares." Izuku's heart dropped, then hardened. "I don't need your concern, nor do I want it." "Not like that, you idiot." Katsuki's tone was soft despite his harsh words. "You scream in your sleep when they're bad enough. I need to be close enough to stop you if you do." "Oh, the cursed could hear me." Katsuki nodded. "Why not just start with that? I figured it would make you would feel bad as soon as I brought it up." "Was I right?" "Maybe." Izuku shifted guiltily. "Sorry. It's fine, darling. You should know by now that I'll jump at any chance to be near you." Katsuki's hair looked so soft in the moon's light. "And I'll still hold you if you get cold." He slapped his shoulder without much energy. "You can't hold me while we sleep. The others could see. I'll wake up before they get a chance to." "What about the ones on watch?" Izuku tilted his head to look at Kirishima and Kaminari's distant figures. They won't notice, Katsuki assured him softly. And those two won't say anything if they do. Izuku hesitated, worried. You already told them about us. No, Kirishima doesn't know it was me at the Scarlet Corner. Izuku narrowed his eyes when Katsuki didn't answer. You did tell him. Katsuki boldly reached a hand into his hood to stroke his cheek. The leather of his glove was rough against Izuku's skin. I promise that I didn't. He's likely figured it out by now, though, even though he's dumb as a bag of rocks. I'm not very good at hiding my affection for you. Izuku swatted at his wrist but didn't try to move his hands. He doesn't seem dumb. Don't be mean. The beta grinned. He was dumb for a long time. I suppose he's finally learned how to use his tiny brain. Izuku smiled, then shivered lightly. The cold of the ground was starting to seep through his many layers of clothing like it was trying to get to his skin. Katsuki raised a brow. You are cold. Just a bit. I'm all right. We need to sleep. Izuku rolled onto his back, grateful that the welts from the last caning before Hisashi was killed had finally faded enough to no longer be painful. He tugged up the coat's already high neckline so it covered his lower face and closed his eyes. He was exhausted. He'd barely slept the night before, and riding all day on horseback for the first time ever had left him hurting all over. His back and legs ached, and his groin was sore from the hard material of the saddle. It took a lot of shifting around until Izuku found the least uncomfortable position. He slowed his breathing and willed his heart to stop racing. He was utterly exhausted, and yet sleep evaded him. There was no way to track the time that passed as he failed to sleep. The moons were at the phase between half full and full, illuminating the camp sufficiently, but the red leaves blocked their exact position. Izuku sighed lightly and resisted groaning in frustration. Deku. Katsuki shifted next to him. Izuku bit back a curse. I'm sorry for waking you. His words were muffled by the coat's thick fabric. I wasn't asleep. I won't sleep until you do. Katsuki reached out a hand to turn Izuku's covered chin towards him. Aren't you tired? I am very tired. Izuku exhaled shakily, closing his eyes to block out Katsuki's concerned expression. But I doubt I'll be able to sleep at all tonight. I'm far too anxious. Katsuki hesitated for several moments before responding. Are you certain you don't want me to hold you? Izuku opened his eyes, blinking at the earnest look on his guard's face. I promise to behave. I just want to help you feel safe enough to sleep. Izuku searched his expression. He didn't seem to be lying. His eyes didn't gleam like they always did when he touched him intimately. You truly trust the other soldiers enough to sleep tonight? I do. He glanced over his shoulder. I didn't fight side by side with the other two, but they were there that night to face the cursed, and they didn't flee or die. That itself is an admirable feat. And Monoma, his turn to be on watch will be with me. Izuku frowned up at the leaves, then turned to his right side, causing Katsuki to sigh in disappointment. The Omega squeezed his eyes shut before whispering as quietly as possible, you can hold me. He could feel Katsuki's body heat even through all their layers of clothing as he pressed against his back. He urged Izuku to lift his torso just enough to slip his right arm between Izuku and the ground, then guided him back down on top of it. Katsuki's other arm rested on top of his form, both of them wrapping around Izuku's body to squeeze gently, comfortingly. His left foot nudged Izuku's apart so he could slip his shin between Izuku's. It was an intimate embrace, but somehow it didn't feel inappropriate or suggestive. Just one body trying to soothe another, to keep them both warm. Izuku breathed deeply as he laid his head back down on the blanket. On his side like this, there was less of his body touching the cold ground than touching Katsuki, and it was just warm enough that he gradually stopped shivering. He was warm and comfortable, but his heart still raced. Katsuki surely felt it, for he moved his left hand to Izuku's shoulder to massage him soothingly through the many layers of fabric between them. His guard was so strong. He began to hum the same tune he had when he taught Izuku to dance, the one Izuku remembered his mother singing to Kota. Izuku closed his eyes again, willing his heart to slow. He tried to keep his mind off of where he lay, imagining himself at 6 years of age again. He, his brother, and his mother had succeeded in their flight to the east. Maybe all the way to the Stone Isles. Or perhaps just to the Brooklands, where Katsuki had been raised. Izuku had no doubt he would have been entranced by him, even as a child. He would have followed him around to cause trouble on the farms. Kota would have stumbled behind them, tripping over his small feet. They would never have been found by the king. Yagi would have joined them instead of bringing them back to Mongolia. Kota wouldn't have been doomed to the life of a silent one, to remain within stone walls for his entire life to keep the histories. Izuku wouldn't have been pledged to the Shigaraki family as little more than breeding stock. His mother, perhaps she would have found someone who loved her, who allowed her freedom and didn't forbid her from worshipping her sacred gods. That far east, they would have been free of the king's influence and the traditions of Umbrangrad. Izuku would have been able to marry whomever he wanted, for love instead of for duty. He and Katsuki would have grown up together, sneaking out as children to play and sneaking out as teenagers to steal beeps under the stars. Katsuki would have taught him to hunt a bison so Izuku could make himself a matching coat. They would have never been able to have children as a beta and an omega, but they would have been happy and at peace. Even as Izuku let himself get lost in the fantasy, sleep still eluded him. Enough time passed that he could hear the soldiers' rotating shifts, Yosetsu and Shihei taking over for Kirishima and Kaminari. None of them stepped close enough to spot their embrace, or if they did, they kindly said nothing. The sounds settled until the air was silent again apart from Izuku's heart pounding in his ears. Izuku cut off the fantasy before it could become too inappropriate, but it was too late. He was hyperaware of every part of Katsuki's body that was pressed against him. He began to ache, but it was different than the biting pain of the frigid air or the soreness in his muscles. It settled between his legs, right at his core. It grew hot, almost as hot as he remembered Katsuki's skin to be. "Deku, baby," Katsuki murmured. He had long since stopped humming. "Still can't sleep." Izuku jolted at his deep voice. He hadn't realized his guard was also still awake. "No, I told you I wouldn't sleep tonight." It was dangerous to be speaking to him. He could feel his inhibitions lowering with every passing heartbeat. "How can I help?" The Omega shuddered. He couldn't possibly give in to his desires. He may never recover if he did. Katsuki rubbed his waist with his left hand. "Deku, shall I keep humming, or perhaps tell you a story?" Through his glove, through Katsuki's bison pelt coat, through Izuku's cloak and tunic, his touch was as alluring as ever. "Distract me," Izuku breathed. His inhibitions shattered, his usual embarrassment and apprehension were long gone. The beta's hand froze and his body tensed behind him. "How?" "Do what you've asked to do countless times." Izuku gathered his courage to unfasten the bottom half of the coat and unclasp his cloak to expose his thin tunic and his breeches. "Do what you've wanted to do since the Scarlet Corner." He reached for Katsuki's left hand and placed it on his stomach. The heat at his core had spread throughout his entire body, keeping the night's cold at bay. "Touch me." Katsuki's breathing grew ragged. "Deku, are you sure? You won't be able to undo this." "I'm sure." Izuku's voice was shaky but certain. "Please, Katsuki." He groaned in his ear. "Give me some guidance. Here, baby. I can touch you from outside of your pants or from inside of them. Or inside your small clothes, skin against skin. I want whatever will feel good." Katsuki sighed. "I'll make it all feel good. I promise you'll enjoy it, no matter what." Izuku hesitated. "I meant that I want it to feel good for you." His guard growled quietly, then cut himself off. "I appreciate the thought, but I feel good enough just laying next to you. Tell me, Deku, tell me how you want my fingers." "Oh." Izuku imagined Katsuki's bare fingers underneath his small clothes and nearly burst into flames merely at the thought of it. "Just inside the breeches, please. But, can you take your glove off? I'll do anything you ask of me." He moved his hand away just long enough to tear his glove off with his teeth. "Anything, darling." His hand moved back to Izuku's abdomen slowly. It drifted under his shirt to trace the edges of the bandages there. "Are you certain you're not in too much pain for this?" Izuku nodded his head desperately. The hand moved higher, drifting over the old scars that peeked around from Izuku's right side, before tracing the bottom curve of his left beep. It was the first time he had been touched there by a bare hand, and it made Izuku shiver and pant. Katsuki shushed him. "You must stay quiet, or I'll have to stop." "You haven't even started," Izuku complained quietly, then bit his lip as his beep was needed. "Are you sure we won't be heard?" "I'm sure. Here, watch." Katsuki raised his voice to be barely quieter than conversational. "Shihai." They were both silent and still, but there was no answer. "See." He resumed pawing at his beep, squeezing it occasionally. Izuku whined softly at the tease. "Did I merely imagine telling you to touch me beneath my pants?" "No need to snark me," Katsuki huffed. He captured the edge of Izuku's hood between his teeth and pulled it back enough to expose his face and neck. "We'll get to that. I need to arouse you first." Arouse. That must have been the word to describe the heat in his lower abdomen. Izuku felt aroused enough already, biting back a beep when Katsuki brushed his lips against his ear. They felt as warm and soft as ever. The hand at his beep positioned itself so the thumb could caress his bare nipple. Izuku clasped both his hands over his mouth to hide his gasp. Katsuki sighed as he pressed a quiet beep to his neck. "That's it. Just relax for me. I'll go slow." It felt much too slow with how gentle he was being. Izuku forced himself to be grateful for it, certain somehow that if Katsuki went all out there would be no way to stay silent. They stayed like that, Izuku's beep being groped and his neck being beeped and beeped. Katsuki kept the movements of his mouth leisurely enough to make no noise, but they were still effective in turning Izuku to mush. Finally, Katsuki lowered his hand down his body, pulling the tunic back down as it did. It was a kind but useless gesture against the cold. Izuku couldn't feel any chill against his heated skin. Katsuki's fingers skillfully undid his belt, loosening it just as much as was necessary to be able to dip beneath his waistband. He felt along the sensitive skin of his lower abdomen from hip to hip. "Katsuki." Izuku breathed against his own hand. His heart beat so hard he worried it could be heard from a league away. "Calm yourself," Katsuki whispered soothingly. "Do you want me to stop?" Izuku muffled his whimper with his hand. "No, please don't. I want more." Katsuki beeped along the shell of his ear, then blew on the wet skin to make him tremble. His fingers pressed lower to follow the hem of his small clothes. "Are you hard and wet for me?" Hard, wet. He didn't know what either of those terms meant in this situation. "Cunts get wet when they're aroused." His voice was husky, his words vulgar as ever. "Cocks get hard." Izuku wondered if Katsuki was hard. He didn't have the courage to ask. "It's all right, I'll find out for us." He dipped his hand lower, right to where Izuku was hottest and most sensitive. Izuku bit down on his fingers hard enough to draw blood at the pleasant tingles that shot through his muscles. It took several moments for him to settle down enough to realize Katsuki had stopped moving his hand. Izuku shut his eyes, trying to quell his panic. Male omegas and female alphas have both, Katsuki had told him months ago. He had ignored his shame then, only for it to rear its head now. Izuku was completely broken and dysfunctional from birth, for he only had one. "Beep," Katsuki whispered, then buried his face in Izuku's neck. "Beep." "I Apollo. The things you do to me," Katsuki breathed dreamily, moving his fingers again slowly but firmly. "You're so perfect." "But," Izuku was confused. "But I'm broken. I don't have a cock." "It's exceedingly rare, but it doesn't mean you're broken." His voice was low and soothing. The right arm that was underneath Izuku's torso reached up to trace the masculine bump on his neck. "It just makes you all the more alluring. So very rare." His left pointer finger pressed down firmly on a sensitive bundle of nerves. Izuku bit at his chapped lips, desperate not to make any noise. It felt so good. "Are you listening, darling?" Katsuki whispered. "This nub right here is the most sensitive part of you, as I'm sure you can tell." Izuku barely heard him over the roaring between his ears, but he nodded. "Keep feeling it." He moved his finger in slow circles around the nub through the thin cloth of his small clothes. Even with the fabric in the way, the touch was overwhelming. It caused Izuku's muscles to tense, his blood to burn hot, his nipples to tighten. Katsuki lifted his head to beep up his neck. "Does that feel good?" Izuku nodded. "Tell me." "The guards," Izuku whispered, trembling. "They can't see us." They don't know what I'm doing to you. What you're letting me do to you. Katsuki pinched him lightly between his legs, causing Izuku to inhale sharply. But I know how hot you are here, how perfect. And I'll remember this forever. Katsuki leaned over him to beat lightly along his jaw and continued moving his fingers before continuing crudely. I'll remember how much you wished there was nothing between you and my fingers. You'd love that, wouldn't you? Izuku trembled. Yes, I know you would. Katsuki nodded against his neck before beeping it again. You would cry and beep and beg for more. Spread your gorgeous legs and let me beep between them. Let me put my fingers inside to make you go insane. Izuku tried hard to steady his frantic breaths, though his mind lingered on one word. Inside. Yes, inside. His fingers circled the sensitive nub twice more before drifting even lower. There's a hole here. That's where you're getting wet. He grinned against his skin as he stroked 2 fingers over that spot. I can feel it through your small clothes. You're soaked, baby. The Omega whimpered lightly. You're embarrassing me. Katsuki hummed, vibrating his lips against his neck. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's very arousing for me, darling. He pressed down with his fingers, testing the give of the fabric. I know this spot doesn't feel as good now, but it will once I get my fingers in there one day. For now, though, he moved back to the sensitive nub at the apex of Izuku's crotch. I think this will do for now. His fingers rubbed circles into the nerves, faster now, setting them on fire. His arms tightened around Izuku's body when he began to squirm as the pleasure built, climbing higher and higher towards something he couldn't name. Katsuki moved his other hand further up his neck to nudge Izuku's hand away from his mouth, then clamped it down tight over his trembling lips. Izuku's hips began to move without his permission, but he did nothing to stop them. They shifted back and forth without rhythm, chasing the building pleasure. Katsuki hissed at the motion. There you go. You're doing so well, so beeping well. Keep rocking your hips, baby, keep riding my fingers. Ride them like you'd ride my. Izuku couldn't stand his vulgar words anymore. He pulled the glove off of one hand to place it over Katsuki's lips, clumsily slipping his fingers into his foul mouth to stop him from speaking. This only seemed to spur his guard on. Katsuki's beep was muffled as he beeped hard at Izuku's fingers, beeping between them obscenely. Izuku imagined that wicked tongue beeping him between his legs, right where Katsuki's fingers still rubbed, with no fabric in the way. The image had his back arching as he began to shudder. His entire body tightened, strung taut like a bowstring, until he fell apart under the unbelievable pleasure, the unthinkable tension. Katsuki held him tighter, increasing the pressure of his hand on Izuku's mouth and his fingers between his legs. The pleasure crested, and Izuku shattered. All Izuku could do was bite his lip bloody to keep from crying out. Waves of ecstasy surged from his core to every nerve of his body. His heart pounded and his veins throbbed. It was the closest to the heavens he had ever felt. It took many moments for the pleasure to subside, and his body slackened as satisfaction took its place. Every muscle felt heavier than armor as they relaxed contentedly. It took many more moments to realize his fingers had long since slipped from Katsuki's mouth to allow him to whisper in his ear. You, so good, you did so good. I'm so happy to have finally made you finish like that. Katsuki moved his hand from Izuku's mouth to allow him to breathe properly once he stopped panting and shuddering. That's it, darling. Just breathe now. He slipped his hand from Izuku's pants, slowly so as not to overstimulate him. A few moments passed before Katsuki refastened Izuku's belt and retrieved their discarded gloves to put them back on before petting his stomach. Beep, you're perfect. Izuku exhaled shakily as his heartbeat slowed. The throbbing faded from his ears, giving way to the still silent night. He couldn't speak as he felt his eyes begin to droop. Sleep well, Deku. Izuku woke to the sound of hushed voices nearby. He winced at the soreness in his muscles. Despite the aching throughout his body and the amount of time it had taken him to finally fall asleep, he felt more well-rested than he had in days. A glance at the sky through the red leaves above didn't tell him much, just that it was sometime after dawn. He prepared to sit up but stopped himself when he realized whose voices he heard. We need to get moving, Kaminari was saying. We should wake the others. Not yet, Katsuki insisted. He needs his sleep. Kaminari sighed. I know you care for him. I understand, I truly do. But you cannot forget your goal. The air fell silent for a minute. Katsuki. I know, damn it, I didn't forget. I haven't once forgotten. Katsuki paused. It won't hurt to let him sleep a bit longer. Even if we ride all day and night, we won't reach Verdant Watch until the morning. Maybe so, but the sooner we get out of these damned woods, the better. Fabric rustled. I need to piss. You and Monoma can wake the others to begin packing up, but not Deku. Not yet. Let him sleep until the last possible second. As you wish. Izuku smiled into his blanket. Katsuki seemed to be as close to Kaminari as he was to Kirishima, and Kaminari seemed to think what he felt for Izuku was serious. It made his heart flutter. He closed his eyes, savoring the last tendrils of sleep. Minutes later, his shoulder was grabbed and shaken gently. Wake up, Deku, Katsuki murmured. You need to eat before we continue. Izuku sat up and yawned, stretching. He shrugged off Katsuki's coat to hand it to him, then assumed a low crouch to roll up his blanket. The morning air was still chilly, but nothing compared to the frigid night. Katsuki's blanket was missing, doubtlessly already packed. When he stood, a small vial and a waterskin were shoved into his hands in exchange for the blanket. He regarded the thick liquid in the vial curiously. Your suppressant potion, Katsuki explained as he tucked the blanket under his arm so he could fold the coat efficiently. I was told the brewmaster prepared a concentrated formula so the stash wouldn't be so bulky. He threw his head back to take it, wincing as the thick solution slugged down his throat. He quickly followed it with water to wash away the bitter taste. Sleep well. Izuku glanced up to see Katsuki smirking down at him. Shut up. Yes. Good. I thought so. Katsuki took the empty vial and the waterskin when he was done, then replaced them with the leftover food Izuku hadn't eaten yesterday. Eat that. His stomach chose that moment to grumble. Izuku ducked his head, embarrassed, but still scarfed down the last of the food. Is that enough? Katsuki asked, smiling. Izuku nodded. Good. His guard looked around, then handed him a small bundle that he had hidden beneath his other arm. What is this? Izuku asked. He unfolded the fabric to reveal small clothes and a clean pair of socks. Katsuki grinned. I figured you could use some fresh clothes for your feet and your... His gaze drifted down Izuku's body to where his cloak was still unclasped at his waist. Izuku smacked him before tucking the bundle of clothes under his arm beneath his cloak, blushing furiously. You are horrible. Maybe, but you like it. Izuku scowled as he turned away from him, ignoring his cackle. He stopped in his tracks when he caught Kaminari staring at him with a slight frown. The Beta F beeped his gaze to Katsuki, then back to Izuku, then frowned deeper before turning back to his horse. Izuku shook off the strangeness of it, rushing toward the latrine to relieve himself and change. All of the other guards were busy preparing themselves and their mounts, but they still nodded at him in greeting when he passed them. None seemed to care for Garaki's warning of limited interaction anymore. He fully fastened his cloak before changing in an attempt to keep some modesty as he shed his breeches. When he was done and rounded the tree, the soldiers had already mounted their steeds. He quickly approached Masaria to subtly put away his dirty clothes. He muttered an apology for keeping them, but they waved it off kind-heartedly. Katsuki held out his hand again from his seat on the saddle, and the soreness in Izuku's thighs forced him to take it this time. He was easily swung up and into the saddle with such nonchalant strength that he barely kept from swooning. There wasn't much chatter that morning. The others likely hadn't slept as well as Izuku had, both due to the location of their camp and the watches they had to take. Izuku felt a pang of guilt for it, though he doubted Katsuki would have given him a shift even if he begged for it. And he had already begged for enough from his guard last night. Izuku ducked his head and winced at the lewd memory, yet surprisingly felt no regret about it. You all right? Katsuki asked quietly. They followed only Kaminari's horse, for this time Kirishima took up the rear of the procession. Just sore. Izuku hoped it was an adequate excuse. Katsuki seemed to accept it with a hum. After an hour of riding, Kaminari glanced back at them, his eyes narrowed and contemplative. Izuku held his gaze curiously. He must have mistakenly labeled the Easterner as an easygoing person. The way he looked at Izuku was cold and calculating before he finally turned back forward. Izuku's eyes started to burn from holding Kaminari's stare for so long. He tried to blink it away, but it wasn't fading. He blinked again and again before he realized it wasn't just his vision that had gone hazy. The air around them had become thick and heavy with mist. Kaminari stopped, looking around. A horse whinnied behind them. He jolted at something he spotted to their left, then took off. Ride. All at once the horses galloped forward, their hooves loudly crunching bones as they did. Katsuki held the reins with both hands, leaning forward and causing Izuku to as well. His heart began to pound. A figure jumped out of the mist in front of Kaminari's horse, causing her to rear up. Katsuki swore and veered Masaria to the right to avoid crashing into him. Kaminari yelled and skillfully flipped back from the saddle to avoid being thrown off. He unsheathed his sword as he swung at the figure. Something heavy fell to the ground. Dismount. Hiroshima yelled from the rear of the pack. We're surrounded. Katsuki swore as he grabbed under Izuku's armpits and harshly dropped him to the ground, following behind him quickly. Izuku's legs gave out from the sudden impact and he fell to his hands and knees, coughing. He stared at the bones beneath his palms with wide, frightened eyes. Get the beep up, Deku. Katsuki dragged him up by the hood of his cloak, tearing a few clasps in the process. Behind them, the soldiers shed their cloaks and readied their weapons. Izuku trembled and panted. The cursed had found them. Izuku's ears rang too loudly to hear any of the commotion around him. He was vaguely aware that someone was yelling in his face and jerking him around by his cloak, but his mind shut it out. He was 6 years old again, seeing the world from a much shorter height. It wasn't a fantasy this time, but a memory. The same memory that regularly plagued his nightmares and had haunted him since they entered the Crimson Woods. Kota had wailed from where Izuku clutched him to his left side protectively. Izuku had barely been able to hear him over his mother's screams of agony. She had been torn to shreds by black claws and rotting jaws. So much blood. Izuku's head throbbed as his eyes opened wide during a brief bout of lucidity. He was the one being held to someone's side now, his feet not even touching the ground in their grasp. His legs swung limply as they spun and thrust with their free hand, skewering a ghoul's heart with their short sword. Eijiro, cover us. He squeezed his eyes shut and whimpered as he remembered the feeling of those claws tearing into the flesh of his right side. It had been so painful, but all he had thought was that he couldn't let Kota feel such agony as well. Izuku's feet touched the ground again just before his back was slammed against something solid. The tree's bark was smooth but impossibly solid, knocking his breath from his lungs with a dazed cough. Rough leather gripped his jaw painfully. Look at me, Deku. He knew that voice, he recognized that name. Look at me, damn it. He gasped raggedly as he opened his eyes. Katsuki's expression was wild and furious as he pulled Izuku back by his cloak to smash him into the tree again. Deku, snap out of it. Pull yourself together for me. Izuku gaped as he saw a figure rushing toward them out of the mist, barely dodging Kirishima's hand reaching for it. Outstretched claws reached forward, aiming for an exposed neck. Katsuki swore, then tucked his sword under his arm so the blade faced behind him. He thrust backward, skewering the ghoul right in its heart. He yanked his hand from Izuku's cloak, causing the last clasps to break and the fabric to pool to the mist-obscured ground. He threaded his hand through Izuku's hair and pulled on it hard. Don't you want to see the ocean, you idiot? Katsuki growled. Don't you want to see your family again? Izuku nodded, dazed. Then fight. Beeping fight if you want Yagi and Kota to ever see you again. Izuku shook the last of the fog in Katsuki's hand from his head and looked around frantically. The cursed, he breathed and reached for his dagger, finally hearing the sounds of the battle. There you are. Katsuki's grin was viciously victorious. He pulled his second short sword from its sheath and shoved it into Izuku's hands. Use that. You don't need my protection, do you, darling? He shook his head, eyes hardening as he gripped the pommel of the sword. He didn't know how much time he had lost, but whatever amount it was had been too much. Monoma's voice yelled over the mist in the skirmish. Where is he? He must survive. Katsuki whirled around and shouted, he's here. Protect the horses. 2. The shout attracted 2 more ghouls. Izuku bent his knees as they charged, mouths snarling and lips dripping dark saliva. He drove the sword right between one's sunken eyes while Katsuki swung down vertically from behind him to cleave the other's skull in half. "You hear that, Deku?" Katsuki hissed in his ear. "Beeping survive." Izuku took the words to heart as he fought, letting his instincts take over as he twirled the sword through flesh and bone. Katsuki had left to fight elsewhere, trusting in Izuku's capability to handle his own. He didn't plan to let him down. 3 of the cursed approached from his right. He had no other sense of direction, only the clashing of blood metal against black claws and the slicing of rotten flesh from where the others fought. He turned to face them, his chest heaving. Izuku could handle 3 ghouls, but he didn't trust that more wouldn't emerge to surround him. The quicker he dealt with them, the better. He tossed the sword to his left hand and unsheathed his dagger with his right. As soon as one of the ghouls was visible enough, he threw the blade right at its heart. The other 2 snarled and lunged forward. He plunged the sword deep into the chest of one, spinning its body along with him as he narrowly dodged the other, though its claws scraped his shin. It stumbled to its knees at the unexpected movement of its target. Izuku didn't bother freeing the sword from the body of the other cursed before jamming it through the kneeling one's skull. It caved with a sickening crunch. Izuku pulled the sword free, panting as he looked around. The mist was slightly less thick than before, allowing him visibility within the radius of several yards now. Kaminari's blade flashed red as he wielded it with unthinkable speed, felling ghoul after ghoul. When the ghouls grew too concentrated for his one-handed sword, he shouted once and rolled to the side. Hiroshima jumped in with his greatsword to the gap he left, swinging it powerfully to decapitate multiple ghouls at once. The 2 of them flowed together seamlessly as though they had been fighting alongside each other for all their lives. Izuku crouched quickly to retrieve his dagger and adopted the stance Yagi had taught him to use when dual-wielding. An outstretched gray hand reached for him. He quickly cut through the rotten flesh of the offending arm with the sword, severing it just below the elbow, then shoved the dagger through its forehead. The ghoul slumped to the ground when he yanked his dagger free of its skull, revealing Monoma and Yosetsu fighting with their back-to-back to cover each other's blind spots. Monoma was doing better than anyone could ever anticipate for a lord, but his inexperience showed when he struggled to pull his sword free from the ribs of the ghoul he had just killed. Another stalked toward him, ready to take advantage of his precarious position. "Kick it off your sword," Izuku called out, rushing toward him. His right hand shot out, quick and precise. Monoma jolted but did as he suggested, leaning his weight on one foot to kick the dead ghoul off his blade with the other. He turned to deal with the approaching one, but it was already dead from Izuku's thrown dagger. Izuku reached it in time to yank the knife free from its skull before its body could even fall. "Thanks," Monoma gasped, eyes wide. "Don't let your guard down," Shihai yelled from several feet away. The Anchorage soldier grunted as a curse slammed into his blood metal shield, the only material capable of holding up against their claws, thrashing its arms at him. He rammed his shield up into its chin to break its jaw, then swung his blood metal mace hard enough to cleave through its skull. It sent bits of black brain matter and rotting flesh flying through the air to disappear into the mist. Someone must have gotten hit by some of them and let out a disgusted yelp. Izuku resisted the urge to laugh at the absurd sound when he spotted 2 more cursed approaching a trio of horses. Only humans could be turned into ghouls from their fangs, but their claws were deadly to any living creature. They would never leave the woods if their mounts fell. Izuku dashed forward, then fell to his knees to skid under a horse that had reared up in panic. The impact of the bones on his knees was painful and drew blood, but he ignored it as a ghoul came into view on the other side of the horse. He thrust the sword up into its chest at the same time that Kaminari jumped toward a tree, ricocheting off of it with a mighty leap so he could jam his sword into the back of the other ghoul's skull. His blade protruded from its mouth, missing Izuku's neck by just half a foot. "Sorry," Kaminari panted, twisting to pull his sword and the dead ghoul away from the panicked horses. "You all right?" Izuku did the same with the corpse on his blade, dragging it away a few feet before freeing his sword. He flashed a quick smile at Kaminari's apologetic face. "I'm fine." The haze grew thin enough that Izuku could now see all of the soldiers where they stood their ground against the last 10 or so ghouls. The mist began to settle at their feet, only hanging up to a foot from the ground. 2 twin snarls came from a few steps behind him. Izuku raised his dagger arm to push back his bangs that had flattened against his head and hung into his eyes as he turned to face them. His mistake hit him all at once. The mist that had long since gathered densely at the ground shielded Izuku from properly seeing where he stepped. His foot caught on something. A bone or a body, it mattered not. Either way, it caused him to stumble and roll onto his stomach. A fatal mistake. The 2 cursed jumped at the opportunity to taste his flesh. Izuku did not have enough time to turn over and defend himself. Somehow, though, he survived long enough to roll over. The sight that greeted him was a gruesome yet welcome one. Yosetsu had jumped into the ghoul's path. His sword impaled the skull of the one in front of him while the other leapt onto his back. Its claws slashed into his flesh over and over again before Yosetsu managed to grab the handle of a small knife at his belt. He slashed it up over his shoulder into the ghoul's mouth, causing it to howl and flail. Shihai swung his mace as soon as its head was accessible, smashing its skull to smithereens. Few of the cursed remained. They were easily felled by the soldiers' ferocity. The mist fully faded to the usual haziness of the forest. The pack of cursed had been slaughtered, and any others had fled into the trees. Kaminari cried out victoriously as he sheathed his sword, hurrying to gather the panicked horses. Monoma sighed in relief at the victorious outcome of the battle. Despite this, Izuku felt worried. Something wasn't right. Katsuki appeared from the dissipating mist. His commoner clothes were tattered, torn at the sleeve to reveal a gnarly set of claw marks across his left bicep. He paid no mind to his injuries as he rejoined them. "It is over, yes?" Katsuki asked, glancing at Kirishima and Kaminari. Kirishima sheathed his greatsword. "I believe so." Izuku sighed. Despite his shameful period of uselessness, they had prevailed. Together, they must have killed more than 3 dozen ghouls. It was quite the feat. A soggy cough broke the air. Izuku whirled around to see that Yosetsu sat on the forest floor, his back resting against the trunk of a tree. His torso bled profusely. Izuku lunged forward to put as much pressure on his wounds as he could, just as he had done to Yagi only days ago. Yosetsu's injuries were far more shallow, thankfully. "You will be all right," Izuku promised, staring into his red eyes. "You will survive this." Silence met his words, causing him to bristle indignantly. "He is fine. Where are the bandages?" A hand grasped at Izuku's shoulder to attempt to tug him back. It was Kaminari who murmured, "You need to get back from him." Izuku wrenched himself free from the beta's grasp. "No, we can surely still help him. We just need," he trailed off as Yosetsu finally gathered the strength to move. He yanked at the collar of his tunic, ripping the fabric to expose his shoulder. His clavicle sported a pair of puncture wounds and his trapezoid bled from another 2. "No," Monoma whispered. Yosetsu coughed up blood. "It will happen soon," he said weakly. "I must be killed before it does." Izuku's hands shook. The soldier from the Scarlet Corner had lasted days before he was about to turn, but he had been bitten on the leg. This bite, however, was far too close to Yosetsu's heart. They had mere minutes before he turned. Katsuki unsheathed his sword, his face grim. "Wait," Izuku cried out. He ignored the eyes on him as he grabbed Yosetsu's face. Yagi had forbade him from using his gift so noticeably, but he felt helpless now. It was his fault that this soldier had fallen, and so he was responsible for making his death as painless as possible. He reached out, feeling how the searing ache of the claw marks on Yosetsu's chest were overshadowed by the excruciating heat from his shoulder. Izuku couldn't hold back his wince as he took the pain, drawing it from the alpha's body. It doubled as he did, burning his skin and aching in his bones. He began to mutter a prayer, too quietly for any of the others to hear. Yosetsu slumped against the tree slump, his face slackening in relief. "Thank God," he murmured as his eyes grew hazed. "My girls." Izuku couldn't hold the pain for much longer. He unsheathed his dagger and drove it into Yosetsu's heart, letting go of it to let his body fall to the side. The pain dissipated, but the skin of his cheeks still burned from his tears. Someone grabbed his arm to pull at it. "Come on, Deku," Katsuki demanded sharply. "We need to go." He ignored his guard to continue the rest of the prayer. He begged the gods to guide Yosetsu's soul to the heavens and to bring his family peace. Katsuki knelt to wrap his arms around Izuku to harshly lift him to his feet, dragging him toward the horses. The other soldiers followed demurely. "Wait, not yet." Izuku kicked at Katsuki's legs. He grunted but didn't drop him. "His body, we need to bring his body." He dug his fingers into the wound on Katsuki's arm, causing him to hiss and swear. Still, he kept dragging him. Kaminari wiped his sword off on the fabric of his shirt before lifting himself into the saddle of his mare. "We have to leave him. The cursed can smell dead flesh and would follow us." Kirishima nodded, already on his horse. "We need to avoid another attack. It's a miracle none of the horses ran off." "What about his horse?" Izuku stopped kicking but still looked back at the body. "I'll tie her to mine," Monoma said, his voice full of grief. He leaned down and closed Yosetsu's eyelids before jogging to the horses. "It's good to have a spare. I'll take care of her." Katsuki finally dropped Izuku, but only for long enough to crouch down and lift him onto Masaria by his hips. He jumped up behind him easily despite his wound. They departed without another word. Izuku glanced behind, silently praying, until Yosetsu's body was out of sight. They finally emerged from the Crimson Woods several hours later. Izuku began to sweat as soon as the sun hit them directly, but he didn't bother to remove Kirishima's cloak. The Alpha had kindly handed to him in the forest to replace his own ruined one when he saw Izuku shivering, though it wasn't from the cold. It was from the memory of the ghoul jumping on Yosetsu's back while he desperately protected Izuku. He'd died for him without ever having a full conversation with him. Izuku's torso ached. He wished he had been bitten instead. Kaminari circled back from the front of the line to toss something to Katsuki. "Here, for your arm." Katsuki caught the bandage with one hand, then gestured with the other for Izuku to take the reins. "Thank you." He pointed down at Izuku's lower leg as he tore off a strip of the white cloth with his teeth. "Do you have any booze to disinfect that?" The other beta shook his head. "No, sorry. None of the others do, either. Nimari forbade us from carrying any. She must have worried we would just drink it." "Beeping stupid," Katsuki muttered. Fabric rustled behind Izuku, out of his sight, as he wrapped the bandage around his arm. He knotted it, then tapped Izuku's left thigh. "Lift your leg for me, Deku." Izuku wanted to refuse and dress it himself, but his tongue was too heavy in his mouth. He hadn't spoken a word since they had left Yosetsu behind. He swung his leg up, lifting it as high as he could with the knee straightened so Katsuki could access his shin. Katsuki leaned forward and to the side to reach it, holding his body steady with the strong abdominal muscles that pressed against Izuku's side as he rolled the leg of his pants out of the way. Kaminari's eyebrows rose. "You're flexible," he remarked. "Though I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, given how well you fought." "Who taught you?" Izuku didn't respond. Katsuki answered for him as he wrapped Izuku's leg. "Yagi Toshinori, his other guard." "Oh, shit." Kaminari regarded Izuku sympathetically. "You probably miss him. He trained you well." Izuku clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost pierced the gloves. He was speaking as though Yagi was already dead. Katsuki scoffed meanly, wrapping Izuku's calf one more time. He didn't teach him how to not trip over his own damn feet, apparently. Izuku punched him in his left upper arm, hard, right on his wound. Beeping, "Ow, Deku. Do you want me to start bleeding again?" Kaminari smirked. "You deserved that. That was rude. It was just a beeping joke." Kaminari steered his horse close enough to shove at Katsuki's shoulder. And yet no one laughed. "I don't know how you put up with him, Deku." Izuku wouldn't know how to answer that even if he wanted to respond. "Beep off," Katsuki barked, throwing the roll of bandages at his head with far too much force. Kaminari easily caught it and saluted him cheekily before kicking his mare to return to the front of the procession. Izuku fumed silently. They were acting as though they hadn't just been attacked, as though they hadn't just lost a companion to the cursed. It was disturbing that the only one other than him who seemed to be grieving Yosetsu was Monoma, of all people. Katsuki pinched his side cruelly. What is up with you? He ignored him after handing the reins back over. Katsuki only took them after he tugged the hood of Kirishima's cloak off of Izuku's head. Tell me, baby. Izuku bit his lip, glancing ahead and then behind them. There was more distance between Masarya and the other horses now that they had left the woods. Monoma and Shihai rode next to each other so they could converse with grave expressions. Thankfully, they weren't in earshot to hear the inappropriate name. Come on, Katsuki nearly whined. Don't go all silent on me. He removed one hand from the reins to tickle Izuku's side. He flinched and slapped it away harshly. What is your beeping problem? Izuku snapped. My problem, he hissed, is that you're behaving as though someone didn't just die because of me. Again, and it wasn't my feet that I tripped over, it was a ghoul's body. You didn't see it, he frowned. The mist was thick over the ground. How could I have possibly seen it? Katsuki pinched him again. Then it wasn't your fault. Overcome it. There's nothing we can do about it now. He was bit because of me. Izuku fiddled with his fingers. He died because of me. The ghoul should have bitten me instead. Don't beeping say that, Katsuki growled, then sighed. You barely knew him. You just met him yesterday. Why do you grieve him so much? He sounded bitter. Izuku rolled his eyes. Don't be jealous. Not now, of all times. And it matters not that I hardly knew him. He hardly knew me, and yet he sacrificed himself without hesitation. My grief is the least I can give him. It was just his duty. Katsuki gently touched his hip despite his ruthless words. We should be grateful that only one soldier fell. But it wasn't just one. His guard hummed questioningly. I murdered Lord Kaibara. The apostates killed several soldiers to try to get to me in Garaki's chambers. They killed countless others just to get into the castle. They killed the Duke. They nearly killed he bit his tongue. My mentor. They didn't, though, Katsuki said in an attempt at reassurance. Yagi will recover, and that prick Kaibara deserved it. And even before that, Izuku continued, ignoring the interruption. 24 soldiers were killed by each other and by you to earn the honor of guarding me. Katsuki rubbed his waist. That was by Hisashi's order, not yours. You can't blame yourself for that. Izuku trembled, blinking back tears. Before any of that, my mother died. She died for me. And for your brother. You protected him, just as she asked you to. One tear slipped free, streaming down his right cheek. I don't want anyone else to die because of me. A large hand moved from his waist and grasped his chin to sharply yank it to the right so Katsuki could see his scarred face. Nothing has been your fault. You didn't ask to be the prize. He looked behind him to make sure no one would see, then boldly leaned forward to beep up the tear. Hush, don't waste your tears. We're limited on our water supply. Izuku huffed, then wrenched his head back forward. Fine. He scowled at Masarya's shoulders in the resulting silence, shifting uncomfortably. The skin of his neck burned at the memory of being beeped and beeped the previous night. It was a miracle Katsuki hadn't left a mark on him. He tensed. Katsuki scoffed. Now what? He trailed off, ducking his head to hide his blush. I'm just surprised you haven't teased me more about last night. I can if you want me to. No, Izuku gasped. Katsuki laughed. No, you just haven't even spoken of it since this morning. Katsuki put his hand back on his waist and squeezed. First you complain that I'm not anguished enough over Yosetsu, now you want me to reminisce our naughty night just hours after his death. Izuku glowered at Katsuki's hand. Never mind, you could just say you regret it. I don't regret it, not one bit. He moved his hand back to hold the reins. I need some time to think. Think about what? So nosy. Katsuki beeped his tongue. I just have some things to ponder over. He groaned when Izuku curled his shoulders inward shamefully. Don't do that, darling. It's nothing you need to worry yourself into a frenzy over. I'm not upset with you. Izuku sighed, deciding to accept that. All right, I'll leave you be. Katsuki beeped his hair in gratitude. They stopped once, just after midday, for a break to relieve themselves and care for their horses. After that, they continued onward for hours until they came across a small creek amidst a small cluster of leafless trees when the sun was mere hours from setting. Kirishima turned his stallion, rounding back to Katsuki and Izuku. We should make camp early. There is water here, and trees. We can boil it to refill our horns. Will we not make it to Verdant Watch tonight? Monoma asked. Surely it would be better to hold out until we arrive there. Kaminari joined them on his mare. We still have no less than 10 hours left on horseback before we get there. You're certain? Katsuki asked him. Kaminari nodded. Then yes, we will camp here. It will be good for us to get more rest, anyway, after this morning. Izuku looked to the southwest nervously. The Crimson Woods had been out of sight for quite some time, but he was still nervous. He had twice experienced the fact that the cursed would leave the forest if they were ordered to. Deku. Katsuki patted his shoulder before dismounting. You all right? Izuku followed him. What if the cursed come after us? Kirishima smiled gently at him as he dismounted. That's not likely. If they do, we will see the mist approaching long before they arrive. We should take turns keeping watch again, Shihai suggested. As a precaution. Of course. Katsuki nodded. He looked at the sparse trees. Does anyone have an axe? Monoma climbed down from his stallion and reached behind his saddle. I do. I figured it would be more useful on any trees we came across than swords. He pulled out the axe, its silver blade glistening in the evening sun. I admit, though, that I know not how to wield it. That is fine, said Kirishima. Give it to me. I will chop the wood if you collect the water. Monoma tossed the axe to him, trusting that the other alpha would catch it easily, which he did. He turned to Shihai. You have a pot, yes. The beta nodded. Come with me. I'll help you collect the water. Izuku glanced around. Katsuki and Kaminari stood nearby, though they conversed in such hushed voices that he could not hear them. Kirishima approached the cluster of trees. None of them had bothered to hitch their horses, no longer worried about them running off now that they were no longer in the woods. Izuku looked at the sun, then decided to go down to the creek to, at the very least, wash the black blood from his skin. He pulled off his gloves to splash water across his face, sighing at its refreshing chill. He scrubbed at his skin with his fingernails and wet the gray fabric of his tunic that was splattered with black blood, scrubbing it in an attempt to rid himself of it. It is no use, Shihai called out from where he squatted over the water. It has been too long since the fabric has been stained. If the servants at Verdant Watch cannot get rid of the stains with their cleaning solutions, our clothes will be lost. Of course, Izuku grumbled, annoyed. He found a flat rock near the creek's edge to sit upon, grateful for the chance to rest the tired muscles of his legs. Monoma grimaced when Shihai turned toward him with the now full pot. We need to clear it of sticks and leaves and other debris before it boils. We don't want that shit in our waterskins. Shihai shot a glance at Izuku, frowning. You shouldn't be so vulgar in front of him. It's fine, Izuku assured. I have heard worse. From your guard. Monoma smirked, chuckling at his sheepish expression. It is no secret that he is quite vulgar. Katsuki is a good guard, the Omega insisted. He is, Shihai acquiesced, then frowned. He was out of sight for most of the battle this morning, though. Monoma plucked 2 dead leaves out of the pot, scowling at them. Did you not see the surrounding area as we left the scene? Dozens of ghouls lay dead. He is a monster. He did beat out many worthy competitors for his position, Shihai reasoned. I was not there to see it, though. He was extremely violent, Izuku spoke up. They both turned to him. He was the greatest terror the arena has ever seen. He balked. Don't tell him I said that. Monoma threw his head back to laugh. Oh, I won't. His ego doesn't need to be more inflated than it already is. I don't like him all that much. He almost shoved a dagger through my hand months ago. Izuku frowned. You deserved it. Shihai cringed while the Lord sighed. I did. The Omega startled. You agree. I was raised to be selfish and ignorant. Monoma helped Shihai rest the pot on the riverbank steadily after they had cleared it of debris. I was taught that Omegas are inferior and useless apart from bearing children. I don't mean to excuse myself, only to explain. Izuku cupped his hands under the surface of the creek, bringing the liquid to his lips to drink from it. Shihai tried to protest. It is running water, Izuku explained. At worst, it will merely give me the shits. Shihai laughed at the unexpected profanity. Monoma's skin flushed red, stark against his light hair. I truly apologize for my past behavior, prize. He shook his head. Damn it, Beep, I don't know what to call you. Deku is fine. I don't mind it. Alright. Monoma nodded. Deku it is. I am sorry. Izuku narrowed his eyes at him. Are you only apologizing because you know what happened to Lord Kaibara? What I did to him? Monoma shook his head. After the cursed attacked, I realized how unfairly Omegas are treated in this kingdom. You were meant to be the pinnacle of modesty and purity, and yet the heartless prince still sent them after you. I vowed to never contribute to it again. The Omega tilted his head curiously. What exactly changed your mind? The Lord hesitated. My sister was an Omega. My late parents' fortune was dedicated to potions so that she could disguise herself as a beta with suppressant potions so that she could be a soldier, just as she always dreamed of being. She fell to the claws of the curse the night they attacked Mongoria. He hung his head solemnly. She would rather die for the kingdom than to be mated to some alpha lord she had never met. I could no longer condone the practice. I will pray over her passing, Izuku said gravely. I am truly sorry for your loss. Monoma looked at him, his expression unreadable. And I am sorry for the way I have spoken to you in the past. I was insufferable. Izuku softened at the earnest look in the Lord's red eyes. I understand. Umbrengrad makes the purpose of Omegas very clear. Shihai scrubbed the outside of the pot to clear it of scum. It is deplorable. Watch your words, Monoma hissed, cutting his eyes to Izuku. The Omega huffed, suddenly feeling comfortable to speak his truth. The king sees me as a broodmare, nothing more. That is horrible, Shihai whispered, glancing around to be sure he couldn't be heard. Awase agreed. Izuku jolted at the mention of their fallen companion, then sighed. Tell me more of him, please. He sacrificed himself for me. I wish I had known him better. Monoma and Shihai exchanged a heavy glance, the former nodding for the latter to respond. Awase lived his entire life in Mongoria. He was nearly banished from the city guard for mating with an Omega whore. Monoma elbowed him for the crude term. It is fine, said Izuku. I know what the word means. Please, continue. Shihai sighed wistfully. He mated her years ago. He did not care for her status or lack thereof. He loved her, Monoma continued. They only had time to have one daughter together. He adored and protected them dearly. Izuku's heart clenched. Where are they now? In heaven, the Lord answered. His house was set ablaze by the apostates while they slept a few nights ago. They did not survive. My girls, Yosetsu had murmured as he embraced his death. Izuku shuddered. I will pray for his entire family. Pray for Shihai's, as well. Monoma regarded Shihai's frowning face. The deserts suffer greatly. From the famine, Izuku guessed, earning nods. My sisters and brothers are lucky to get one meal each day, Shihai explained. The famine has ravaged Anchorage. The antelopes are no help, for they have migrated north for edible greens. Greymore has sent little relief to the deserts. That's awful. I'm so sorry. It is not your fault, Shihai reassured him kindly. Yosetsu died because of me. Izuku looked at his hands. They were clean of blood but still felt stained. Shihai hesitated before admitting, we swore an oath together yesterday morning to pledge our lives to yours. Izuku reeled. You did. Nimari had you do that. The beta shook his head. We did it of our own volition. They say that once you mature and marry into the Shigaraki line, unprecedented peace and prosperity will be brought to the kingdom. No more apostate rebellions, no more famines. That means a lot to me, and it did to Awase as well. We had both prepared to potentially sacrifice ourselves to get you to Greymore. That's why he didn't hesitate to block that ghoul from getting to me. Izuku hung his head at the realization. That is slightly reassuring, I suppose. Monoma smiled crookedly. He's with his family now. Several thuds sounded from back up the hill. All three of them looked, but couldn't see whatever commotion had caused it. Hiroshima's hair was bright red in the sun as he jogged down to the creek with the axe. Here, he said, handing the axe to Monoma. The wood is near the horses. Kuwaru, do you know how to build a fire? Shihai nodded but looked perplexed. That was very fast. We don't need a lot of wood for the fire. Both of you go set it up while there is still sunlight. Monoma frowned. Wait, couldn't the smoke attract unwanted attention? It doesn't need to be a big fire, Kirishima explained. Either way, the hill gives us a good vantage point. We will see anyone long before they can approach us. Now go, I need to talk to Deku. The Lord narrowed his eyes. It's inappropriate for him to be alone with an alpha. You're an alpha, too. Shihai was here with us. It's my duty to make sure his honor isn't blemished. Kirishima rolled his eyes. I guarantee that I know more about duty than either of you. It's fine, I only wish to speak with him. I won't do anything unbecoming. I'm sure if I did, Deku would stab me. Monoma huffed but acceded. Shihai followed him as he carried the pot back up the hill. Izuku eyed the alpha curiously as he rinsed his hands in the river. Were there many trees to be chopped in the brooklands? Shihai was right. Even if it had just been one tree, Kirishima had felled it very quickly. Kirishima smiled at him as he scrubbed underneath his fingernails. One of my main jobs was to clear the land to make space for more farms. His hands weren't even calloused. How did you become a soldier, then? I decided that I would rather swing a sword than an axe. He stood and dried his hands on his pants before kneeling next to Izuku. Katsuki and I trained together. You're both very good. Izuku looked at his unmarred clothes. The cursed hadn't landed a single blow on him. How is your leg? Izuku glanced at it, noting that it thankfully hadn't started bleeding again. I've had worse. Thank you, though, Kirishima. The alpha winced. You can call me Eijiro. I couldn't possibly. Izuku blushed. Kirishima jerked his head toward the top of the hill. You call him Katsuki easily enough. Izuku frowned, confused. That's because he doesn't have a surname. Oh, he smacked his head dramatically. I had forgotten. I must have hit my head with the axe during a backswing. He gestured at Izuku's leg to change the subject. Despite receiving that injury, you fought well. Though I suppose that wasn't your first time facing the cursed. Izuku reached up to touch his facial scars. Yes. When? I don't particularly want to remember that right now. Izuku looked at him curiously. Is that what you wanted to speak with me about? In a sense, yes. Kirishima regarded him, his red eyes narrowed in suspicion. I know you've done that before. Fought ghouls. No. The alpha sighed. Usually someone who has been bit lives their last minutes panicked and in great pain. Yet you soothed and killed Awase easily before he was about to turn. Izuku's heart pounded, but he was careful not to show any worry on his face. Yagi taught me. It was part of my training. He couldn't let any of them find out about his gift. Kirishima groaned impatiently. There's no way that was your first time actually doing that. The Omega decided to placate him with a half-truth. Yagi and I have helped those who were bit for years by easing them into their deaths before they could turn. After what happened to my mother, he looked at his feet. She didn't turn, but that was only because they ripped her to shreds. They were feasting on her flesh before she took her last breath. No one who has faced the curse deserves to die in any way but an honorable one. That's very kind of you. Kirishima reached up, hesitated, then patted him once on the back. You're a good person. Izuku wondered why he looked almost sorrowful. The small fire burned bright as the sun beat the horizon. The pot of water was already boiling, adding its smoke to the fires. Kirishima watched it carefully to make sure it wouldn't spill over. Kaminari approached them from the nearby outcropping of trees, carrying something in his arms. A feather drifted from them, fluttering in the slight breeze. A bow was strung over his back and a quiver hung from his belt, half full with arrows. Katsuki followed behind him, sheathing his dagger into his sheath with one hand while the other remained hidden behind his back. Birds, Shihai groaned appreciatively as they joined the group around the fire. It's only been 2 days, but I already feel like I've forgotten what fresh meat tastes like. Kaminari dropped the carcasses to the ground so his hands were free to store the bow on his horse. He returned and knelt by the dead birds to pull the arrows from their eyes. You're a good shot, Monoma noted as he did. I'm surprised there are still flocks up here. I thought they would have all gone south for the rest of the winter by now. Kaminari pulled the last arrow free a bit too harshly, causing the shaft to snap. He grimaced. It's been a warm winter. These ones had no reason to migrate. Their mistake. He tucked the unbroken arrows back into his quiver, then unclipped it from his belt and set it aside. Can you help me remove their feathers, Lord? Hiroshima removed the pot from the fire, releasing a fresh puff of smoke from its flames. Let this cool down, then refill all the waterskins. He set it on the cool ground to drop the temperature faster. Once that's done, I'll refill it from the creek. We can boil the birds in it. Yes, that will work, Kaminari nodded, plucking feather after feather as Monoma sat down to join him. We have no salt, but we will have to make do. It won't taste the best, though it will give us the energy we need for the last leg of the journey to Verdant Watch. The sight of the dead birds was gruesome, but Izuku's stomach still grumbled. It seemed that his body had long forgotten the events of the morning. Thank you, Kaminari. I'm sure I'll still find them delicious after several meals of bread and dried meat. You won't be eating them. Katsuki stepped in front of Izuku, finally pulling his hand free from behind his back to wave something furry in front of him teasingly. This is for you. Izuku gaped at the large rabbit carcass. There was a big wound in its head, too big to be from an arrow. You stabbed it. Katsuki cackled. Threw my dagger at it. Poor thing didn't stand a chance. That's absurd. Izuku frowned at him. I'd prefer the birds. I don't think so. His guard smirked at him. Hiroshima chuckled as he gathered the waterskins from the horses to be filled. I think you'd like this bunny better, Izuku's cheeks burned at the tease. It had been a long time since Katsuki had called him bunny, but he had no doubt he had hunted the rabbit purposefully as a reference to their time together at the Scarlet Corner. You are shameless. Monoma looked at the rodent, his fingers still plucking feathers from a bird. That is quite the feat. How did you get so accurate at throwing knives? I'm just a talented person, Katsuki bragged brazenly. He sat on the ground, pulling his dagger back out and tapping a spot next to him. Sit next to me, Deku. I'll show you how to skin it. Izuku scowled but still sat next to him. He had never learned how to prepare fresh meat, and it would be a useful skill to have. Shihai grabbed another piece of wood from the small pile to add to the fire, waving his hand to stoke the flame. Hiroshima had finished refilling their water supply and headed off toward the creek to refill the pot. Katsuki called out to the alpha's back. Bring a few stones too, would you? The flatter the better. Hiroshima lifted his hand in acknowledgement of the order. I got it with a fatal blow, but if it hasn't died from an arrow then you should kill it quickly. This goes for any animal. Break its neck or, preferably, slit its throat. He did so quickly, causing blood to sludge from its throat. Do you have to bleed it? Izuku asked. The beta nodded. Ideally, yes. He held the dead rabbit upside down to do so. It's a large rabbit, but still a small animal. It won't take long. Hiroshima returned quickly, setting the pot back on the fire and fetching the stones that were tucked beneath his arm. He dropped one in front of Katsuki. Here, Katsuki, I'll set up another fire so you can cook it. Katsuki dipped his head in gratitude. He placed the carcass on the stone. Look, Deku, slice the back of its neck like this, right at the scruff. He dragged the knife horizontally across the rabbit's scruff, then pulled off his gloves for the next part. This bit is quite unsavory to some. He dug his fingers under the skin. Izuku wrinkled his nose. You don't mind touching the raw meat. It's fine. He yanked his hands in opposite directions to tear the pelt from the meat. It's easier to wash skin than fabric. Now we have to gut it. Want to do it? The Omega nodded. I can try. He took the knife from Katsuki. Make a shallow slice from its chest to its groin. Izuku obeyed, and Katsuki hummed in satisfaction. You didn't pierce any organs. Good. Now pull them out, but set aside the heart, the kidneys, and the liver. They are the edible ones. Izuku frowned as he pulled out the damp organs. He found the heart easily, slicing the tubes around it to free it. I don't know which ones are the kidneys and the liver. Katsuki grabbed the hand that held the dagger, using it to point. There, and there. The liver is just above the stomach, in front of the right lung. The kidneys are here, behind the small intestine. Izuku followed his directions, cutting them free. Monoma watched them with narrowed eyes from where he stood, having finished plucking the birds. Kaminari added them to the pot of water, and Shihai covered it with his red shield. Izuku shook Katsuki's hand from his under the lord's suspicious gaze. Katsuki plucked the knife from his fingers to finish prepping the bird, cutting off its limbs and head. He held up one foot tauntingly. Some people believe a rabbit's foot brings good luck. We can have 4 of them to bless our journey. That is nothing more than a myth, Monoma declared. Izuku looked at him, frowning at his morose expression. Monoma met his eyes and sighed. My sister wore one on a necklace. It didn't do her any good. Izuku's heart panged. He couldn't imagine losing Kota in such a gruesome manner as Monoma had lost his sister. It's ready, Kirishima announced, standing over a second fire ringed by small stones nearby. He placed the second flat stone on top of the flames. I can cook it for you. Thank you. Katsuki handed him the rabbit's meat, then tossed the unused bits into the dead grass. There was only a sliver of sun left above the horizon by the time the meat was ready. Kaminari had shot down enough birds for each soldier to get one to himself, and they all tore into them hungrily. Katsuki watched Izuku as he chewed, smirking as the latter munched on the rabbit. It was unfortunately very delicious. How did you learn to prepare game like this? Izuku asked between bites. Monoma eyed him. I've hunted many animals all my life, Katsuki explained after he swallowed his most recent bite. Rodents especially had to be controlled in the farms. Otherwise, they will eat the crops. We had snakes, Kirishima chimed in, beeping his lips, but not enough of them. All rodents multiply quickly, especially rabbits. Katsuki smirked at Izuku. Lots of bunnies. They're always quite tasty. Izuku ducked his head and blushed. That night, Izuku refused to let Katsuki lay his blanket next to his again. The top of the hill was small and the night was not chilly enough to excuse lying together again. Katsuki pouted and grumbled, but Izuku ignored him. He had spoiled his guard enough the previous night. He flushed at the memory. He slept well, his stomach content. He whispered another prayer to the gods for Yosetsu's soul before he closed his eyes, for his peaceful passing and reunion with his maiden daughter. The next morning, they ate the leftover poultry that had been left to keep warm over the fire. The meat was good but not as good as the rabbit, Izuku thought regretfully. He spoke up after he had finished his portion. We will arrive at Verdant Watch today, right? Kaminari nodded once. Yes, by mid-afternoon if we only take one break. I think I should ride alone. Izuku looked at Katsuki when his guard jolted. I can use Yosetsu's horse. It will be less suspicious if none of us are doubled up. That's not necessary, Katsuki complained, glowering at the ground. Monoma shook his head. No, it is a good idea. The common folk don't need to know that an Omega has entered their town, let alone the prized Omega. Izuku nodded, pulling the hood of Kirishima's cloak over his head. We must be stealthy above all. Katsuki groaned but no longer protested. The fresh meat of last night's dinner and this morning's breakfast energized Izuku enough to be capable of lifting himself onto the horse without any aid, much to Katsuki's chagrin. He ignored him, settling into the saddle carefully. Shihai extinguished the fire and kicked away the smoldering wood. They set off, heading straight north. Katsuki insisted on riding next to Izuku. Monoma rode on his other side, instructing him on how to direct the Mangorian steed. The procedure was different than the instructions that Masaria followed, but Izuku learned them easily enough. Once he was sure that Izuku had adequately mastered the commands, Monoma kicked his stallion to dash to the front of the line so he could speak with Kirishima and Kaminari. They seemed to be getting on surprisingly well, Izuku remarked. Katsuki scoffed. Eijiro could be friends with a rock with little effort. Izuku chuckled. You insult him far too much than a friend should. I insult everyone. He grinned at the Omega. That knothead just makes it too easy. Knothead. His guard groaned. I keep forgetting how naive you are. I'm not naive, Izuku protested. Katsuki cut his eyes at him. Well, not that naive. What does knothead mean? Katsuki smirked. I shouldn't tell you. You don't like it when I'm vulgar. I want to know, Izuku whined when Katsuki kept his lips sealed. Tell me, please. The beta quickly caved to his pleading. Alpha cocks are different from beta ones. Bigger, he guessed. Yes, But more than that. Katsuki stroked Masaria's mane. There is a bulge at the base. It's called a knot. Izuku frowned. Why? I've never seen one, obviously. I've never seen any. Yes, you have. Katsuki chuckled at his confused expression. That was what was thrown on the royal stage during the apostate riot. That was what hung from the Duke's mouth when his body was discovered, or so I've heard. Oh, Izuku flushed. That's disgusting. Why would people sever it? It's emasculating, Katsuki explained. Men and female alphas think of their cocks as a source of pride. The Omega steered the horse back when he veered from their path. Do you? Katsuki leered at him. Thinking of my cock, are you? Of course not. That would be revolting. Katsuki only laughed. They stopped briefly once they came across another cluster of trees. Izuku ducked behind one of them, dropping his trousers to relieve himself. Katsuki's eyelids were drooping and he was sniffling again when he returned to the group. Izuku hoped he wasn't getting sick. The horses were fed the last of their carrots and apples to coax them into being able to finish their trek. Verdant Watch was mere hours away now. The sun had just passed its winter peak as the city came into view. The town stood atop a large hill. It had no city walls, but several guards stood on watch around its perimeter. They saluted at the approaching group, stepping aside to allow them entry after confirming their identities. Izuku tucked his chin to his chest to keep his scarred face hidden. Several separate forests stood around the city. It wasn't close enough to the ocean for the shore to be visible, but the view was still divine. Even in the winter, the trees were green, though the grass was yellow and dead. The air was fragrant in the breeze. As they trekked through the town, a rider joined them on a white horse. He was an alpha, his eyes bright and red from where they shone beneath his purple bangs. It was a rare color, though not as rare as Izuku's green hair beneath his hood. Welcome, he said. My name is Hitoshi Shinso. I am a commander of the city guard. Follow me, I will guide you to the stables. Your horses can stay there. Kirishima dipped his head. Thank you, Hitoshi. They will be grateful for the rest. We are out of food for them. They will be fed and cared for, Shinso responded, directing his horse toward the back of the main stronghold. The town's roads were sparse of bodies despite the usual business of the early evening. Izuku looked around curiously. He spotted a young girl peering at them from behind the window of a small house. She yelped, ducking away when his eyes met hers. He smiled gently. The streets are bare, Monoma noticed. Do the townspeople know that we're here? Shinso shook his head. They were just ordered inside by an early curfew. You don't need to worry. The Lord scoffed. That was a foolish move. They will know that something is awry. It's fine. Shinso looked back at him to roll his eyes. If anyone questions it, I will say that you all are an envoy sent from Coast's Rest stopping here before going to Greymore to plead with the king for supplies. The Alpha led them to the stables behind the small castle. They dismounted their horses, handing the reins over to the stable hands. Izuku dismounted, his legs shaky under his weight. Riding alone had taken its toll on his body. Shinso jerked his head toward the stronghold once they were all on their feet. Let us go. We are awaited in the main hall. Their party was greeted with an unexpected welcome. The hall was quite bare, but the tables held bread and cheese as appetizers. Kirishima went straight to them, munching on the food. Welcome, a woman announced. Her bright pink hair shone under the torchlight. I am Mina Ashido, daughter of the Count's advisor. I can only hope we have received you well. Monoma frowned. Where is Tokage? He was summoned to the west by the king, Ashido explained. He ordered that I be the one to rule over Verdant Watch in his absence. It was a most urgent matter. More urgent than the arrival of the prize. Monoma narrowed his eyes at the beta woman. Watch yourself, Shinso barked. She waved them off. Come, now, eat, please. You all must be exhausted. Shihai gave in, stacking many slices of different cheese to shove into his throat. He beeped after he swallowed. Thank you, my lady. It is no mind. Ashido smiled kindly as she approached them. Please, introduce yourselves. She started with Monoma and Shihai, who told her their names dutifully. Kaminari was next, then Izuku and Katsuki. Izuku removed his hood so she could see him properly. When she stood in front of Kirishima, the alpha bravely grabbed her hand to lay a gentle beep on the back of it. "We are grateful to have you welcome us." Kirishima looked up at her through his eyelashes heatedly. Ashido's blush was even darker than her skin. "You humble me, soldier. We will feast later at supper time." She jerked her chin toward the door to the hall, her eyes locked on Izuku's. "Your room is up the stairs to the left, last door on the left. The rest of you will rest in the right hallway, there is a room for each of you. The servants prepare warm baths and clean clothes for you all. I assume you all need a clean bath." Kirishima sniffed at his armpits and cringed at the stench. Izuku eyed her. She wore a beautiful and lacy turquoise dress that showed off her strong arms and her voluptuous chest. She must have been born in the south, for her skin was nearly as dark as Shihai's. She was very beautiful. Kirishima looked into her golden eyes intimately. "Thank you." Izuku looked at Katsuki, who nodded at him. "Go on, I must speak to her and Commander Shinso." The Omega nodded, then followed the others up the stairs. Wood creaked under his feet, feeling much different from the stone of Mongoria's castle. Izuku held onto the handle on the wall as he ascended them, as his legs were sore from the day's travels. He waved at the soldiers in farewell as he turned left and the others turned right. He entered the last door, inhaling deeply to taste the soft lavender scent of the room. 2 servants bowed to him before scurrying out the door, closing it behind him. The room was small but well furnished. The bed looked soft and had a canopy over it. A fireplace roared from across it. A translucent room divider stood nearby to a corner, and steam rose behind it. Izuku approached it, groaning in relief as he began to shed his clothes. He carefully folded Kirishima's cloak but tossed his other clothing to the floor without a second thought. Once naked, he slowly dipped into the bathtub to allow his skin to adjust to the hot water's temperature. He settled into the water, his muscles singing as they relaxed. The heat soothed his sore limbs. He undid the bandages around his torso and leg, throwing them to the side to allow the clear water to cleanse the wounds. A small bottle rested on the edge of the tub alongside a few bars of soap. He squeezed it, smiling at the bubbles that erupted from the opening. He poured a healthy amount into the bathwater, stirring his hand to make fragrant white-pink bubbles appear on the liquid surface. They smelled like roses. Izuku grabbed a nearby cloth, dipping it into the water and lathering it with one of the soap bars. None of them were unscented, so he hesitantly chose the one that smelled of lavender. He scrubbed at his neck, his shoulders, his chest. He lifted his legs out of the water to rub at them, taking care to dip the cloth between his small toes. It felt so good to be clean again. He set the cloth and the soap bar aside to grab another that smelled like vanilla. He rubbed it through his hair, using his fingers to comb through knots. It took some time to get through all of them, wincing when he accidentally pulled at his scalp. Izuku sighed contentedly as he scrubbed at his hair. It was doubtlessly full of black ghoul blood, and he was glad to be rid of it. He lifted his right leg, keeping his newest wound from being submerged for too long. A harsh knock sounded from the door, causing Izuku to jolt. "Yes, who is it?" "Me," responded Katsuki, his voice deep and gruff. "May I enter?" Izuku inhaled shakily, eyeing the divider to make sure it blocked the view of him from the door. "You may." The door creaked open as Katsuki entered, then squeaked again as he closed it and locked it behind him. He walked right up to the divider. "Are you almost finished bathing?" "I am," Izuku answered, blushing as he scrubbed between his legs with his hands after hanging the cloth on the side of the tub. "Why?" "I want to speak with you." Katsuki ducked as Izuku threw a bar of soap at his head when he tried to peek over the divider. "Don't look, please, baby," Katsuki begged. "I want to see you. I'll wash you." "Absolutely not. I am finished, anyway." Izuku covered the sides of his waist with his arms as he rose from the bath. He paled when he realized the towels were on the bed. "Will you please bring me a towel?" Katsuki groaned, but obeyed his request, tossing the towel over the divider. "Don't make me beg for it, darling." Katsuki gripped the top of the divider with a large hand. He had shed his gloves. "Please." "No." Izuku brushed the water from his skin as he stepped out of the tub. He decided not to redress his wounds, leaving them to breathe. That would be inappropriate. You speak as though we've never done inappropriate things together. Katsuki's smirk was audible in his teasing tone. Beep, you look so delightful. Izuku rolled his eyes as he dried himself off. You can't even see me. His guard beeped lecherously. I can see your silhouette. You are so very gorgeous. Izuku frowned at the translucent divider, silently cursing it. Do you see any clothes nearby? I must dress myself. I would prefer that you didn't. His guard chuckled at Izuku's annoyed groan. He held up 2 pieces of fabric over the divider. Red or blue? I like the former, but I know that you enjoy blue. Izuku regarded the dresses. The blue one was several shades lighter than the petals of moonflowers, but the red one was bold. He sighed. The red, I suppose. Katsuki's grin was apparent in his voice. Good choice. Here. He let the red gown drape over the divider, tossing the blue one aside without a second thought. Won't this color be too obnoxious? Izuku asked as he dressed himself. The dress hugged his curves, showing off his hips and waist. All who see me will know that I am an Omega. What if the others come up here? It is fine. Katsuki's voice deepened into a growl. Those that will join us for dinner already know that you are the prize. Izuku reached back, but it was too difficult to reach the fastenings of the gown. His arms were far too sore. Katsuki. Yes, darling, lace me up. His guard groaned, bypassing the divider to press the front of his torso to Izuku's back. Haven't I already told you that I will do anything you ask of me? Izuku flushed. You are far too shameless. I am, Katsuki agreed, dipping low to beat the nape of Izuku's neck as he gripped his waist. You are just too beautiful. How am I supposed to help myself? The Omega trembled. Just look at my scars. They are so very ugly. Katsuki beeped a bruise into the center of his back. They are alluring. I adore them. He trailed his lips up Izuku's spine. I adore you. You are so attractive. I can hardly handle it. Izuku wiggled at the praise. Fasten my dress, please. His guard beeped up his neck. I will tie up 1 fastening for every question you answer. Does that sound fair, sweetheart? Fine, Izuku accepted, knowing that his guard would hardly take no for an answer. He hoped that he would not speak shameless questions. Yosetsu was visibly relieved when you touched him, Katsuki said, moving his lips to his shoulder after he shoved aside the upper neckline of the red dress. Why? I merely prayed over him, Izuku lied. Deku. Katsuki bit lightly at his collarbone. Tell me the truth. Izuku sighed. I can feel the pain of others. I can take it away if I wish to. Yagi calls it a gift. I took Yosetsu's pain to ease his passing. Katsuki exhaled shakily, then beeped his neck. You have magic. The Omega tucked his chin. It is difficult to control. That was why I was at the brothel that night. I helped a soldier that had been bitten. How long have you had this gift? Katsuki pinched his arm when he didn't answer. Come on, baby, you can trust me. Since the night my family was attacked, Izuku breathed. My mother prayed out loud for my brother to be protected. Not you, Katsuki asked worriedly. No, she did not like me much, he answered, biting his lip at the way Katsuki dragged his fingers over his skin as he tied a knot. Why not? I don't know. Izuku shivered when Katsuki beeped his ear. Anyway, I am related to the Shigaraki family. They have been able to use magic since the king used it to rid the lands of the Draconians. Katsuki hummed, tickling his skin with the vibrations. That's how you hid the secret entrance to your tower. Izuku shook his head. No, that wasn't my doing. The tower itself had old magic. Your father didn't ever seem to use any. The bodice of the dress was still slack, allowing Katsuki to boldly reach under it to palm his beep. Even though he was a royal. He stopped after my mother died. I do not know why, he never told me. Do you miss him? Katsuki's other hand fiddled with the next fastening of the gown. Or are you glad that he's dead? Izuku looked at the floor and frowned. I'm not happy that his death caused me to be sent to the capital earlier than anticipated. But, yes, I'm pleased that he's gone. I had no love for him. Katsuki finished the next knot, then moved to the door where one of the saddlebags lay. He opened it and removed one of Izuku's potions. May I? All right. Izuku was confused but still nodded. The beta undid the cork and sniffed it before dabbing a drop on his tongue. He scowled down at it. Did you think there was something strange in there? Maybe. Katsuki put the vial back in the bag and returned to him quickly. Your relation to the king is far removed. You shouldn't have magic. I know. Izuku tilted his head when his guard beat the side of his neck to give him better access. My father never knew about it. Neither did the king. He was the one who used magic on the veil so that I could see through it without being seen. Katsuki pressed his teeth to his skin, chuckling when Izuku jolted. That makes sense. I love how jumpy you are around me. It's not just you, Izuku muttered, cringing at his obvious lie. Can you hurry up, please? Not yet. Katsuki peeked over his shoulder as he peeled the bodice from his chest so he could see his beeps. Beep, your tits are perfect. Izuku smacked his head. Don't look. How could I not? Katsuki pinched his nipple as punishment, chuckling when he flinched and gasped. You said you prayed over Yosetsu. I did. I heard you. It was a strange prayer. His heart pounded with anxiety. I was barely even whispering. How could you have possibly heard me? I have good ears. Katsuki moved his hand to pinch Izuku's own ear. You don't follow the kingdom's monotheism, do you? Izuku sighed and shook his head. I knew it. How scandalous. Why do you believe in the old gods? My mother did. She called out to them when we were attacked. Yagi prayed to them when I was. He trailed off nervously, ghosting his hand over the right side of his torso. When I was severely injured, it was a miracle that I survived long enough to return to Mongolia to be treated. Katsuki turned his head to beat the scars on his upper face. Would you believe me if I told you that I hold the same beliefs? Izuku gawked over his shoulder at him. You do. He nodded, then quickly fastened 2 more knots on the back of the dress. It is much more common in the East. My father used to pray over the farms every night. He paused. I knew before yesterday morning, actually. When you prayed over Yagi's body back in the castle. And even before that, you slipped up once in the gardens when I startled you. Izuku swatted his hand away when it tried to reach back to his chest. You certainly couldn't hear me in the medical ward. I was too far away. Katsuki's thumb brushed over his mouth. The veil exposed your lips. I can read them. You can read lips. Izuku groaned in annoyance, causing Katsuki to laugh. I sure can. He grabbed his chin to turn his head, allowing him to press a beak to the corner of his mouth. I do like staring at yours, after all. So pretty. I can't believe how soft they are. Izuku whimpered as his guard beeped at them. Katsuki's hands were everywhere all at once, squeezing his waist, grabbing at his waist and his ass and his beeps. Your body drives me mad. You said that months ago, at the Scarlet Corner. Katsuki grunted as he yanked at Izuku's hips to press his back against his torso. I could hardly believe it when the gods led you to the room I was in. It wasn't the gods, Izuku whined. I had to hide, the Duke was there. And yet you chose my room. I didn't know you were in there. I wouldn't have gone in if I did. Liar. Katsuki smirked, then he beeped him harshly. You let me touch you. Let me beep your skin and beep on your tits. Your clothes were so tight, I could finally see your perfect body. Such a naughty little bunny. Izuku cringed. You forced me to. No, I didn't. Katsuki beeped the corner of his eye, right over his scars. You gave me permission. I wouldn't have touched you if you hadn't. I thought you would have, Izuku admitted. So cruel, the beta chuckled. I was so beeping distraught when you left. I was ready to beep you everywhere. His hand squeezed his thigh. You'd have liked it, darling, wouldn't you? I would have gotten on my knees for you then and there. Izuku gasped at his vulgar words. You already have. You kneeled in front of me to take your vow to protect me. I wanted to taste between your legs, even back then. You hadn't seen my face yet. I hadn't even spoken to you. Katsuki left the top few laces undone as he spun Izuku around by his hips. Does it truly surprise you that I was enchanted by you from the very beginning? I cherish every part of you, whether clothed or uncovered. He grinned when Izuku slapped away the hand that tugged at the neckline of his gown, then grabbed his thighs. Let me beep your cunt. Absolutely not. Please. Katsuki dipped his head to beep him, groaning when Izuku turned his head so his lips met his cheek instead. We will be called to dinner soon. No. Izuku wrinkled his nose. You haven't even bathed yet. You stink. You like it, he teased, pecking his cheek before finally stepping away toward the tub. He shed his clothes quickly behind the divider. The Omega averted his eyes, then frowned. Wait, you need fresh water. No, I don't. The water splashed as he entered the tub. I prefer it this way. I'd drink this thing dry if you weren't here. That's disgusting. Katsuki chuckled at his indignation. You have your dagger, right? Come here. Izuku obeyed hesitantly, grabbing the knife from its scabbard. Why? Do you need me to cut away your bandages? No, they're fine. I'll replace them in the morning. Katsuki lifted a leg out of the water as soon as he stepped behind the divider. Cut me. What? Izuku startled, then blushed at the sight of Katsuki's smooth skin. Aside from his raised leg, it was only visible from the waist up, the rest hidden beneath the still bubbly water, but it was enough to fluster him. I want you to use your gift on me. He smirked at the way Izuku's eyes lingered on his large shoulders. Izuku reached out with his senses, though he felt no pain from beneath Katsuki's bandages. I don't want to hurt you. His guard groaned and waved his leg impatiently. I like it when you do. Go on, cut me. You're absurd, he complained, yet still did as he said. He pressed the blade to Katsuki's ankle to make a small incision. Katsuki hissed, then relaxed as Izuku used his gift to take away the pain. That is incredible. You are incredible. This hurts you. I feel the pain twofold when I take it away, Izuku admitted. He lowered his leg back into the soapy water, eyeing the way Izuku couldn't help but stare at his muscles. You can touch me, you know. I won't bite. Izuku scoffed. Yes, you would. He still reached forward to massage his shoulders. Katsuki groaned at the touch. Beep, that feels good. Wash me, would you? Can't you bathe yourself? My arms are too sore. There's no clean washcloth. Get the one you used. He pointed at where it hung on the side of the tub. Izuku rolled his eyes but obeyed, dipping it in the water before lathering it with soap. You're incorrigible. Katsuki grinned and flexed his back as Izuku scrubbed it. You love it, almost as much as you love my muscles, apparently. He ducked his head in embarrassment at getting caught. I just appreciate that you are strong, that's all. Sure. His biceps hardened under Izuku's touch as he lifted his arms to rest on the edges of the tub so they could be washed. That's why you're looking at me like you want to swallow me whole. I'm not. Izuku carefully avoided messing with the bandages on his arms. You're the one who does that. All the time, baby. Katsuki smirked at the way the front of his still partially unlaced gown dipped to expose his chest as he leaned over. It's a good view. Izuku slapped him across the face with the rag. Ouch. Stop doing that, he chided. It's not proper. I'm not a very proper person. Get in here. What? No, I already bathed, and I'm dressed. We wouldn't both fit anyway. He threw the cloth over Katsuki's head when he splashed at him. You can sit on my lap. Please, Katsuki begged, his voice slightly muffled by the cloth until he pulled it off to reveal his leering smile. I want to make you come again. Come, finish, orgasm. Like you did just before falling asleep in the woods. Izuku blushed at the lewd memory. We don't have time for that. He turned around as Katsuki finished bathing his body and hair. His arms worked fine now, the bastard, then lifted himself out of the tub. He used Izuku's damp towel to partially dry himself before pulling on some clothes from their saddle bag. Can you finish tying up my dress? Izuku asked. Katsuki hummed and approached him from behind, wrapping his bare arms around him. He wasn't wearing a shirt yet. I will in a moment. I want to feel you. You are already feeling me. His hand drifted down toward Izuku's crotch. I want to feel you here. No fabric in the way this time. Izuku's skin burned at the realization that he wasn't wearing anything underneath the dress. He shoved Katsuki away, ignoring his frustrated groan, to grab some small clothes from the sack to put on, careful not to show too much of his legs. Katsuki still watched him hungrily. You should leave yourself bare under the dress so I can pleasure you during dinner. He jolted, grimacing at the thought. I wouldn't let you touch me under the table, especially in front of the others. You already let me, just 2 nights ago. He ignored the comment. You need to put a shirt on. I don't think you want me to. Your skin is red. He flexed his arms. Touch my muscles again. Izuku rolled his eyes. You shouldn't have that many of them. How did a beta get so strong? Eijiro and I trained together. We used trees instead of swords. Katsuki laughed when Izuku scowled at the joke. Even before that, I was strong. Farming is hard work, harder than most people realize. He finally put on a shirt, a black one, before approaching Izuku. The dark shade was flattering on him. He boldly grabbed at Izuku's ass, causing him to jump and lift his leg to kick him hard in the groin. Pain erupted from his knee as he yelped. Katsuki cackled. I knew you were going to try that one day. Luckily, I've been prepared for it. What in every hell is in your pants? Izuku whined, tears pricking the corners of his eyes. It's a cup to protect my cock and balls. He grinned. As much as I love it when you're violent with me, I'd prefer that those bits don't get harmed. I wear it for that reason, among others. Others. Don't worry about it, darling. Katsuki finally laced the last few fastenings. Izuku reached his hand up to feel them, frowning when he found that the top one was still undone. You missed one. Katsuki bent over to rest his chin on Izuku's shoulder. I have one more question. Tell me your name. That's not a question. Your name, Deku. Katsuki beeped his neck and combed his fingers through his curls in an attempt to convince him. Please. Izuku turned away. I can't. Any further pleading was interrupted by a knock at the door. They both sighed, one from disappointment and one from gratitude. Dinner is ready, Shinso said, his voice muffled by the door. Katsuki groaned in annoyance before answering. We'll be down in a moment. Katsuki, why are you in there? Go away. The commander only chuckled lightly, yet obeyed judging by the following silence. Izuku pecked Katsuki's cheek. Let's go. I am quite hungry. In a moment, he nuzzled Izuku's neck. I can bring food up for us to eat together. No, I want to go down. Katsuki whined pathetically. Izuku softened at the sound and turned so he could stand on his tiptoes to beep his lips. Katsuki sighed into his mouth, leaning forward to deepen the beep. He groaned again when Izuku forced them apart before it could escalate into anything more. A modest feast awaited them in the main hall. It was much less lavish than the one at the masquerade but still smelled utterly delicious. Ashido stood from her seat at the head of the table to wave them over. All the other seats except for 2 were already filled, showing that Izuku and Katsuki were the last to arrive. Izuku ducked his head shyly as everyone watched them enter together, some of them frowning while others smiled softly at the sight. Welcome, the woman said cheerfully. We were waiting for everyone to arrive to start eating. Please, sit. She gestured to the 2 empty chairs. Katsuki held out the one closest to Ashido for Izuku, then took his own seat between him and a dark-haired man. The man nodded at them good-naturedly. I'm Honta Siro. I serve as the other commander of the city watch. Dual commanders? Monoma asked. That can't be easy. Siro shrugged. Hitoshi is the brains behind the city's defense, but it's me the soldiers listen to. He sent a smirk to the other commander, who scowled back at him. They don't seem to like him very much. I couldn't possibly fathom why. Katsuki chuckled, reaching for his goblet of wine and downing the whole cup in one large gulp. Izuku watched his throat bob as he swallowed. His guard caught him immediately and grinned. His hand subtly grabbed at his thigh to squeeze it. Izuku glared at him until he moved it away, then turned back to look at the others. Shinso squinted at them suspiciously, while Ashido clapped her hands in delight as she chewed. You two are very interesting, she gushed, then swallowed her bite of food. Are you his only guard? No, Izuku answered before he could. My other one is back in Mongolia. He was injured during the apostate attack. That's terrible, I'm so sorry. She sounded sincere. I've been guarding him for a little over half a year now. Katsuki cut his eyes to Izuku. It's been fun. Izuku elbowed him for the comment, causing him to chuckle. You seem closer than expected for that amount of time, an alpha man with long black hair remarked, his tone skeptical. Shihai furrowed his brows at him. Sorry, Who are you? Izuku bit his lip to hold back a laugh at the cutting question. He quite liked the dark-skinned soldier. The Alpha looked at Izuku. I am Toteki Idahiro, if it pleases you, your grace. Idahiro eyed the scars visible on his face. Interesting scars. Izuku raised a hand to cover them sheepishly. They were given to me by several ghouls many years ago. They are usually covered by the veil. Shiro leaned forward to peek at them, then frowned as he looked around. Where is the 7th member of your group? We were told that you would have 6 guards, not 5. Monoma glowered down at his plate as he set his fork aside. We were attacked by more ghouls in the Crimson Woods. Awase fell to them. He fought bravely. He did, Kaminari chimed in. We can only hope his soul rests in peace. I apologize for asking, Shiro said gently, then turned to Katsuki. It must have been a hard battle. You can stay here for an extra night to recover, surely. Ashido nodded along to the offer. No, Monoma denied them, shaking his head. It is urgent that we get the prize to the capital. 1 night will serve. Since when were you the leader of the party? Shinso snarked at him, tilting his head to Katsuki. Do you think you can speak for the rest of them just because you are a lord? I am merely repeating the king's orders, Monoma shot back at him. Do you truly have the audacity to speak out against his demands? Especially when it concerns the prize. Shinso scowled at him. I do when his demands are beeping stupid. They glowered at each other heatedly. And I'm not going to call him that. He's a person, not a thing. We call him Deku, Hiroshima piped up, smiling apologetically at Izuku when he stiffened. The residents of Verdant Watch chuckled at the name. Deku, Shiro chortled. What a strange nickname. Who came up with that? Who do you think? Kaminari joked back, pointing his thumb at Katsuki. Ashido grinned knowingly at him. Seriously, Katsuki. Deku. Quote. Katsuki's ears grew red. Shut up. Izuku laughed alongside them, unable to resist the temptation to tease his guard. He started calling me that months ago when he misread my name. It's horribly embarrassing for him, really. Katsuki pinched his shoulder, hard. Monoma's eyes widened in shock. You misread it. That is embarrassing. Are most people from the Brooklands so illiterate? Katsuki groaned at all the teasing. The others' laughter had died out, at the very least. Shiro and Shinso looked at each other uncomfortably. They resumed small talk for the rest of the evening. Monoma dipped his head to listen to Shihai's hushed words, nodding occasionally and frowning each time Shinso said something insulting to him. Hiroshima was staring shamelessly at Ashido, blushing whenever she looked at him. It made Izuku smile. He didn't blame the Alpha for fancying the pretty lady. A wave of servants cleared their empty plates while several more brought out dessert, cakes and cookies. Izuku could only eat one small piece of chocolate cake, rubbing his full stomach contentedly. The famine doesn't seem to be affecting you here, Shihai noticed, his tone tinged with bitterness. Izuku's heart panged as he thought of his starving family. We are blessed to still have plenty of animals around to hunt, Shiro explained. Rabbits, birds, even some deer. A few fish from Midgard Lake if we're lucky. Anything else we get in shipments from Greymore or from the Brooklands. Shihai nodded, accepting the explanation. I am full, Izuku whispered to Katsuki. His guard tilted his head to listen to his words. Would it be rude of me to go upstairs? I should get ready for bed. Ashido was close enough to hear his words. Oh, trust me, it's not rude at all. You have had a long and strenuous journey. It is expected that you would want to retire early. I am finished as well. I can accompany you upstairs if you would like. Izuku nodded, ignoring Katsuki as he tensed next to him. That would be lovely. Thank you, Ashido. They both stood to exit the hall. After they had, Ashido boldly looped her left arm through Izuku's right one. Call me Mina, please. She gently knocked her elbow against his side. You are wearing my dress, after all. The Omega winced. I didn't know it was yours. I apologize. Don't, it's all right. Mina smiled at him. Her teeth were shining white and very straight, adding even more to her beauty. I had the servants leave a few of them in your room. It is nice that we have similar body shapes. Izuku eyed her before they ascended the stairs. Her own blue-green gown was sleeveless, showing off her surprisingly defined arms. You are far more muscular than I am. She waved off the comment as she squeezed his bicep. You are quite muscular yourself, especially for an Omega. Do you train? I do. Yagi, my other guard, the one back in Mongolia, taught me to fight after I was first attacked by the cursed. I was, and still am, very grateful for it. You must have worked hard. I'm impressed. Mina followed him into his room, closing the door behind him. Izuku peeked around to see that the tub had been emptied. He sighed and stretched. In truth, I am not actually tired. I just get stressed around so many people. I am not used to it. She looked at him with pity. Her demeanor reminded him so much of Ochako. They would have doubtlessly been good friends. I suppose you have been sheltered for so much of your life. This must be the furthest you've ever been from Mongolia. Truthfully, it's not. He sighed, somehow feeling comfortable enough to share his past with her despite having just met her. When I was very young, my mother tried to escape from the city with my brother and me. We had just barely made it to Midgard Lake when a pack of ghouls attacked the town we were in. That's how you got your scars, Mina realized, wincing. How young? I was 6, my brother was only 3. I protected him, kept the ghouls from laying a single claw on him, just as my mother ordered me to. He sighed in grief. She died soon after. I grieve my mother, too. Every day. Do you miss her? Izuku shrugged. I didn't really know her very well. We didn't speak much. She barely even looked at me. To spare you. Mina jolted when he looked at her in shock. Why else? You were given the title of the prize from birth, right? She must have known that you would be taken to the capital one day. She knew, and spared you her love so you would not know the loss of it. The Omega stared at his twitching hands. He had never thought of this possibility, but it hardly made sense. She doted on my brother, though, even though he was a second son. She knew that he would be sent away, too, to the Holy Isles. To the Citadel. She smiled softly. Younger siblings tend to be spoiled. I know I was, by both of my parents. My older brother is still bitter over it. Is he in this city? He asked. She shook her head. Oh, back in the desert. Izuku winced at his boldness. Not every dark-skinned person was from the south. Wait, you're a second child. Yes, he lives in the desert waste, on the outskirts of Mern. He stayed behind when my father brought me here when he was summoned. And I'm actually the third child. I had a sister who died in childbirth. Izuku hesitated. How did he pass, if you don't mind me asking? I don't mind, she said easily. He drank a lot. Count Tokage was a stressful man to serve. His organs failed a few years ago. My father was also a drunk. Izuku hung his head. He likely would have suffered a similar fate if he hadn't been murdered. Mina eyed his conflicted expression, deciding to change the subject. You have very nice hair. Such a rare color. How do you care for your curls? Izuku tugged at them. I don't, really. I usually just let my servant wash and dry them. She squealed excitedly. I can give you some products to use on it. They'll define the curls and make them voluminous and bouncy. She shook her head to make her own shoulder-length curls jump around. The Omega smiled at her. I like your hair, too. The Beta wiggled her fingers at him, then pointed to a nearby chair. Here, take a seat. I can braid your hair to protect it for the rest of your journey. It is too short. Izuku tried to protest but sat anyway. That is fine, she said. I cut mine short in the summer, so I can still braid it. Do you mind? It may hurt a bit. Izuku shook his head. That is fine. I won't mind. Mina hummed, combing through his hair with his fingers to rid it of any tangles. She stepped away for a few moments to grab a few barrettes from a drawer of a nearby vanity, using them to section his curls. She started just under his left ear, apologizing to him as she pulled at the locks tightly to braid close to his skull. Such hairstyles are called protective hairstyles, she explained. Has anyone told you this before? No, Izuku admitted. My mother and brother had straight hair, and my father kept his short. That is all right. Her fingers moved quickly and capably, braiding along his hairline. It will stay for many days. Even overnight, if you sleep on silk pillowcases like the ones here. When it gets longer, You will want to use a silk bonnet as well, to keep it from tangling. Izuku guessed. She nodded. That makes sense. She clipped the braid in place at the right side of his neck, then started another one just behind it going in the opposite direction. I'll keep the plaits tight enough so they won't be jostled on horseback. She leaned down to smirk at him. Katsuki will like this. Izuku barely resisted the urge to duck his head to hide his blush. I don't know what you mean. Oh, please, Mina scoffed. I've seen the way you look at each other, the way you interact. You are both quite taken with each other. It's improper, Izuku said. He is so shameless. He is, she agreed. I've never seen anything like it before. Izuku brazenly changed the subject. Hiroshima looks at you, too. He fancies you. It was her turn to blush now. Yes, I know. He is quite brazen as well. It is a shame that you will all depart tomorrow. Rain pattered on the roof as it began to fall. Izuku frowned at it. The sky had been clear the last time he checked. Thankfully, unlike the castle in Mongolia, this keep's windows had glass windows to block it. Mina sighed wistfully. As much as I love rain, I wish it was cold enough to snow. This winter has been far too warm. You must still appreciate it, Izuku noted as she began to finish the second braid. I suppose the desert wastes don't receive much rain. No, they don't. She inhaled through her nose. I may walk in it tonight. I love the smell of it. The door was knocked upon once suddenly, startling Izuku. Mina kept her hands in his hair to finish styling it as Katsuki entered without waiting for a response. The beep are you doing? I'm braiding his hair to keep it out of his face. She finished the braid and held her hands around it to present it. Isn't it pretty? Izuku turned to look at the mirror behind him to take in the neat braids. He narrowed his eyes at her. Leave. Izuku cut his eyes to him. Don't be rude to her. She was just being nice. I don't beeping care. Shut up. He rolled his eyes at his guard's jealousy. Mina clapped her hands in delight at their interaction despite Katsuki's harsh words, then stepped away toward the door. It's fine. Have a good night, Deku. She winked at him suggestively, causing him to blush, before leaving the room. Katsuki slammed the door behind her, then stalked over to Izuku. I swear she does that shit on purpose to bother me. He grabbed Izuku's chin roughly to turn his head from side to side to get a better look at the braid. You just met her today, he complained, wrenching his head free from Katsuki's grasp. He rubbed at his sore jaw. You are extremely annoying when you are jealous. I beeping hate it when anyone else touches you. Izuku shivered. We will arrive at Greymore in little less than a week, where I'm going to be wed to an alpha. Even you won't be allowed to touch me anymore. Katsuki growled. Stop talking about other men. Think only of me. Stop being so possessive of me, Izuku complained. It's irritating. He whined when Katsuki forcibly dragged him to his feet. You shouldn't be alone with me in here. It's fine. My room is right next door. If anyone asks, I'll just say I was checking in on you before retiring for the night. The Omega frowned. Why did you stay behind to speak to the commanders? I just wanted to know some logistical things. He petted at the braid soothingly when Izuku made a questioning sound. Supplies for the rest of our journey, the city's defenses, stuff like that. Defenses? Izuku questioned, worried. Are you expecting an attack? No, not at all. I only like to be prepared for anything. Izuku nodded, accepting that explanation as Katsuki bent his head to sniff his neck. You smell so good. Izuku cringed away when his nose tickled his neck. There were no scentless soaps. I'm not used to it. I like it. He daringly beeped his skin. Beep, I just want to eat you up. That's weird. He trembled at the feeling of Katsuki's tongue. Katsuki groaned, raising his head just enough to lean his forehead on Izuku's. Beep, look at your cheeks. His eyes looked crazed, wide and fully dilated. Please, let me taste you. We shouldn't, Izuku panted under the attention. It's not appropriate, I know. His hands wrapped around Izuku's waist and squeezed. You're just so beautiful. I like this color on you. I can hardly control myself around you. I'm surprised you do at all, Izuku sighed, looking down at his parted lips, then whispered, I almost don't want you to. His guard beeped dreamily. Don't tempt me, darling. I'm dying over here. Izuku met his eyes again and watched Katsuki's begin to droop. I don't want to go to Greymore, he breathed. I don't want to marry any alpha. Not Prince Shigaraki or Lord Todoroki. Katsuki leaned in so their lips brushed each other. Who do you want to marry? You know who. I want you to say it. Izuku shuddered. You. He gasped when Katsuki beeped his lips. I want to marry you. Katsuki growled and grabbed his thighs to lift him. Izuku wrapped his legs around his waist for stability as he was carried to the nearest wall. Izuku groaned when his back hit the wall, his mouth falling open to allow Katsuki to shove his tongue inside. His bones melted as Katsuki beeped him over and over, then stopped to beep along his jaw. Beep, baby. Katsuki panted against the skin of his neck. He sounded like he was falling apart. I want to ruin you. You can, Izuku admitted. I want you to. Katsuki raised his head to look deeply into his eyes. Truly. His voice sounded delighted. Are you sure, Deku? You won't be able to undo this. The Omega hesitated. He raised one hand to comb through Katsuki's soft hair as the other cupped his smooth cheek. He traced his devastatingly sharp jawline with his thumb. Izuku. What? My name, he breathed. I want you to call me by it tonight. Izuku. Katsuki tested it, then smiled genuinely. It's a beautiful name. It suits you. Let me see more of you, please, Izuku. He exhaled shakily at the sound of his name on Katsuki's lips. You'll have to put me down. Katsuki did and urged him to turn around to face the wall. Thank you. Metal scraped on metal as a blade was unsheathed. The blade of his dagger was cold on Izuku's back, causing him to shiver as it cut easily through the dress's laces. Wait, this gown isn't mine. The bodice bowed forward as the last clasp was sliced. The blade was dropped, clattering on the wooden floor to allow Katsuki to spin him back around by the hips. Katsuki. It's fine, Mina won't mind. He beeped him again, only once but with passion worth thousands of them. He stepped back, his expression hungry. Take off the dress. Bare yourself to me, Izuku. Izuku's hands shook nervously as they tugged his arms free from the sleeves. They held the bodice in place for a few moments while he prepared himself, then dropped it to allow it to pool at his waist. He tugged off the belt that held his dagger. Katsuki stared at his heaving chest with heavy eyes. Keep going. Beep. He obeyed, wiggling his hips to urge the skirt down his legs. Katsuki beeped at the sight of his beeps bouncing with the movement but still didn't approach him yet until the dress fell to the floor. He reached out a hand to help him step out from the pile of fabric. Izuku disregarded it, holding his arms around his torso to hide his scars as he stepped out of his shoes. Katsuki grabbed his shoulders to guide him toward the mirror that hung on the wall behind the chair. He yanked Izuku's back to his front then tugged his hands away from his body to hold them down by his sides. His chin rested on the top of Izuku's braided hair as both pairs of eyes took in his form. He still wore his small clothes, but the rest of his skin was completely bare. It broke out into bumps from the cold air of the night as he saw what Katsuki had commented on earlier. A small smattering of dots had formed on the top of his cheekbones and the tip of his nose. The freckles were light but still stark against his otherwise pale flesh. Izuku kept his right arm lowered, raising his left hand to poke at them. His guard moved his own hands to his waist. Look at yourself, Izuku. Look at how gorgeous you are. His hands pressed down hard. How perfect you are for me. He maintained eye contact in the mirror as he lowered his head to beep along the line of Izuku's shoulders. It seems that the sun gives you freckles. They're adorable. I wonder if they'd appear all over. Izuku looked utterly obscene in their reflection, nearly naked next to Katsuki's fully clothed form. I wouldn't know, Izuku whispered, inhaling sharply as Katsuki traced the waistband of his small clothes. He grabbed his hands when they started to tug them down. Not yet, please. It's too much. Later, then. His fingers followed the scars on his right thigh, his torso, his chest. He framed Izuku's beeps with his hands, squeezing them together and smirking at the cleavage that appeared when he did. He lifted a hand, making a show of beeping his fingers one by one and blowing on them to chill them, then lowered it to pinch each of Izuku's nipples. The Omega squealed at the cold, wet touch, watching the way his nipples hardened as a result. I love your tits, Katsuki groaned. They're small. Izuku tried to protest. He pinched him again in chastisement. They're perfect. Though, they will grow once you stop taking the suppressants. Izuku ducked his head in embarrassment. Katsuki forced it back up, grinning at their reflections. Every part of you is stunning, baby. Utterly stunning, from the top of your head to your toes. Izuku shifted his weight from foot to foot. Can we go to the bed, now? Please. My legs are sore. Whatever you want, baby. Katsuki walked them backward to the bed, just as he had done months ago at the Scarlet Corner. I'll do anything you want me to. I'm so gone for you. Izuku melted at his words. I just want you to touch me. Katsuki immediately obeyed, spinning him around to face the bed and pushing him to lay the front of his torso on the soft sheets. The mattress was high, causing his feet to dangle a few inches above the floor. Katsuki followed him to beat the length of the braid along his hairline. Your hair is pretty like this. You should grow out your curls. His tongue beeped along the crests of his ears. Such cute little ears. Izuku turned his head to the right to expose his facial scars. Katsuki traced them softly with his lips. Such intriguing scars. They are so enticing. He moved to beep all over the back of his neck. Yes, grow out your hair to cover your skinny little neck so I can leave bruises all over it. He moved down, replacing his mouth with his hand around Izuku's neck. His fingers were so long that they each touched the soft mattress. Izuku panted against the plush sheets. Katsuki beeped down each knob of his spine as his free hand stroked the left side of his waist. Your curves are tantalizing. This tiny waist drives me mad. He kneaded his hip, and these hips, so soft and round. My perfect omega. Not your omega, Izuku whined pitifully. You are for tonight. Katsuki slapped each cheek of his ass, raising the hems of his small clothes to watch it jiggle. Ow, Katsuki. He pouted as Katsuki spanked him again, reddening his skin. That hurts. The fabric was pulled taut into the crack, rubbing over the hole there. He whimpered at the feeling. You can take it. Katsuki smirked at him devilishly. I can't wait to see your asshole. Izuku frowned. That's weird. It's dirty. You bathed. I would beep it. His next spank landed lower and he held his hand there to rub between Izuku's legs. Don't worry, though, I'll beep your cunt first. I can't wait to. The Omega shuddered at the feeling and at his words. Katsuki beeped as he did, leaning down to bite his ass hard enough to leave a mark, yet thankfully not hard enough to draw blood. He ran both palms down the length of his legs, squeezing at his flesh occasionally to feel his hard-earned muscles. I love how strong your legs are. They're so. Quote. Izuku repeated, unfamiliar with the word. Attractive in a beepual way, Katsuki explained. Beep is the same thing as beeping. I don't know what it would entail. He pinched his thigh. I'd put my cock inside of you once I'm able to. It will feel so good, for the both of us. That sounds like it would hurt. It would at the beginning, but I would prepare you for it. Katsuki smiled suspiciously wide. His fingers dropped low to tickle the bottom of Izuku's dangling feet, snorting when he kicked at him. Cute little feet. Izuku kicked at him again for the comment, aiming for his chest. His guard avoided it and stood up straight so he could lift Izuku, twirling him and taking his place to sit on the bed, dragging him into his lap. The Omega lifted his legs to place each knee on either side of Katsuki's hard hips, then placed his hands on his shoulders to dig his thumbs into the strong muscles there. Why are you still clothed? Do you not want to feel my skin against yours? Katsuki scoffed indignantly, immediately reaching up to pull off his shirt. Izuku moved his hands eagerly to allow for the motion, then wrapped his arms around his bare neck as soon as he could. Thank you, Katsuki. He hummed. You never call me any pet names. Pet names. Terms of endearment. He leaned in to beep him. Like how I call you baby, and darling, and bunny. Deku now, too, I suppose, since I know your true name. Izuku flushed. I couldn't possibly address you by anything other than your name. I wouldn't know what to call you. Katsuki bowed his head to beep at his collarbone. You can call me baby or darling as well. Or honey, or love. Love, Prince Charming, perhaps. You're not a prince, Izuku protested, biting back a squeal when Katsuki lowered his head enough to drag his teeth across his nipple. That tickles. You'll survive, Katsuki chided before beeping the nipple hard, beeping at it with his tongue. Izuku beeped at the feeling, his hips thrusting without his permission. There you go, darling, he murmured against the skin of his beep. Feel good. Izuku beeped again. Yes, please, don't stop. I don't plan to. He laved his tongue all over his chest, covering every inch with his hot saliva. The keep could be on fire and I wouldn't stop. The Omega rolled his eyes fondly. You said something similar at the brothel. Are you really so bland to need to repeat lines? Katsuki bit his right beep hard, right over the scars, leaving another mark before beeping over it. Izuku squeezed his hips with his knees. Oh, I have more, but I don't think you would like them yet. Pull my hair. Izuku did as he pleaded, tugging the blonde strands harshly with one hand. Katsuki leaned into it, his eyelids drooping shut. You like it when I hurt you. His guard nodded, sighing. Why? I have a fetish for pain, Katsuki admitted. It is new, though. Only when it's you that's hurting me. I nearly burst at the seams when you slapped me for the first time. Do it again. Izuku struck his cheek lightly. Harder, baby. He slapped him hard, blushing at his resulting groan. Beep, yes. Again. Izuku obeyed, harder this time, enough to redden his cheek. Thank you, darling. I want to taste you. Izuku stiffened even as warmth pooled between his legs. I am nervous. You don't need to be. I will make you feel so good. My tongue is quite capable. He grinned when Izuku smacked his shoulder, then wiggled his fingers under Izuku's small clothes to clutch his ass. Please, Izuku. He paused, then nodded. Katsuki grunted as he flipped them, easing Izuku's head down to a pillow. He boldly slipped his right hand beneath the fabric at his hips, touching his bare cunt for the first time. Izuku threw his head back in ecstasy at the touch. Katsuki groaned. Beep, you're already so wet for me. You've been touching me so shamelessly. I never want to stop. Katsuki beeped at his tits again, beeping at the taste and at the way he flinched. You are so very wonderful. Every part of you. I want to steal you away and keep you all to myself. Izuku wheezed as he rubbed at the sensitive bundle of nerves. It twitched beneath his fingers, throbbing when Katsuki dipped his hand lower to wet his fingers before returning to make slow, gentle circles around the nub. Please, he begged as his guard teased him with such soft touches. I need more. Not yet, he insisted. I'll work you up to it. I'll make you feel so good. You already are, Izuku gasped. His fingertips were so hot when they pressed harder. Beep. Katsuki smirked against his chest at the rare curse from his lips. So scandalous. Let me put my fingers inside, please. Izuku was barely able to nod. Katsuki beeped his nipple in gratitude as he lowered his hand again. He spread his fingers to expose his hot hole, tracing around its circumference with his middle finger. Izuku shuddered at the feeling. His guard withdrew his hand so he could beep his beep from his fingers. The Omega buried his head in his hands to hide his astounded shriek. Don't do that. I said I couldn't wait to taste you, didn't I? His lips curled around his finger as he beeped at it, then drew it free with a lewd pop. You're beeping delicious. Want me to touch you again? Izuku nodded again. Katsuki pulled his hands from his face, grinning at his red cheeks before dipping his head to bite lightly at them. He lowered his hand again, shoving it under the fabric to stick his pointer finger right into him. So wet. I want to make you squirt. Squirt. With a strong enough orgasm, cunts will ejaculate with sweet liquid. He shimmied his finger, stroking inside the walls of his cunt sensually. Gods be good, you feel amazing. I beeping love this. I'll never forget it. His finger pulled out until just the tip of it remained inside. He curled it upward, rubbing as he eased it deeper. He smirked when Izuku jumped as it pressed at a particularly sensitive spot. There it is. He rubbed that spot incessantly, causing the Omega to squirm from the pleasure. He pressed his body down to limit his movements, beeping at his collarbone again. I want to mark you all over. You can't, Izuku gasped. Not where they could be seen. I won't. Katsuki beeped his chest harder than ever before. Even though I want to. I want everyone to know you're mine. For tonight. Yes, for tonight. Katsuki nodded as his mouth released his bruised skin. He swirled his finger, then moved his thumb to press against his sensitive nub. Izuku's back arched from the attention. It had only been minutes, but he could feel the waves of pleasure building quickly at his core. His muscles tensed. Katsuki noticed and rubbed harder, thrusting his finger in and out of him quickly. He paused every once in a while to massage the sensitive zone inside of him. Come for me, Izuku. He did, crying out as ecstasy flooded through every inch of his body. Katsuki stroked him through it, only stopping when Izuku slapped at him from the overstimulation. He still dipped his head to lap at his beep. You're doing so well for me. So very well, darling. Katsuki bit lightly at his nipple. You are so perfect for me. I adore you so much. Izuku whimpered at the intimate words, beeping as he came down from the height of his pleasure. He panted as Katsuki traced the waistband of his undergarments and raised his head to beep his lips passionately. Let me take these off, please. Katsuki begged. Let me finally taste you, right at the source. I've wanted to forever. Izuku could only nod. Katsuki smirked triumphantly, beeping all the way down his body. He stopped at each beep to beep his nipples, laughing at the way he shuddered when he blew on them. His lips traced a line down his stomach, pausing only momentarily at the fabric that greeted him. His hands grabbed at Izuku's, lacing their fingers intimately as he bit at the cloth, careful to not catch any skin between his teeth. He dragged the small clothes off slowly, grabbing them once they reached his knees to swiftly tug them off. His hands grasped Izuku's ankles, lifting them all the way up to his ears. He hummed in approval at his flexibility, ducking his head to huff cold air over the sensitive flesh of his cunt. His eyes were locked on it, heavy-lidded and fully dilated. The Omega whined, wiggling his hips. He moved his hands to try to cover himself. Don't stare. It's cruel. Katsuki clutched his wrists, gathering them in one hand to lock them to Izuku's chest. Selfish, maybe, but not cruel. You are so pretty down here. He dipped his head to beat the sparse hair of his crotch. Shall I give you an anatomy lesson? You are ridiculous, Izuku whimpered. His guard chuckled at his accusing tone. He beeped lightly at the hood over his sensitive nub. This part is called the clitoral hood. He mouthed over it, grinning when the nub hardened and emerged from its sheath. He beeped at it gently. This is the clitoris, the most sensitive part of you, even more so than any other Omega. All of the nerves that would have been in your cock are gathered here. Izuku shivered when he beeped at it again and again. Katsuki moved his mouth to the side to lave at the thick flesh there. These are your outer lips, your labia. They're not very sensitive, but they are beautiful. Katsuki leaned back slightly to gaze at them. So very pink. Izuku tugged his hands free to run them through Katsuki's hair. You are shameless. I am. Katsuki dipped his head again to lap closer to his hole. These lips here are your inner lips. They're even more pink, so pretty. He dipped the dip of his tongue into the opening, beeping at the taste. This is your beep. I would put my cock in it if I could. You can, Izuku breathed. Please, not yet. I have to prepare you. He stuck his tongue in deeper, undulating it pleasurably. Beep, you taste so good. More, the Omega begged. As you wish. Katsuki attacked his cunt viciously, releasing his hands to stretch his lips apart for better access. He beeped him all over, humming so that the vibration of his lips caused him to tremble. His guard lapped at his lips over and over again, purposefully avoiding the most sensitive parts of him. Izuku wiggled, tugging his head to move his mouth back to his clitoris. Katsuki went easily, beeping at it hard. Izuku jolted. Too much, that's too much. He beeped. Katsuki. He removed his mouth to take several deep breaths. Keep saying my name. He lowered his head again to beep gently at him over the hood. Once Izuku settled, he stuck his tongue out to beep his clitoris directly. You are so beautiful down here. I beeping love it. His lips tickled against Izuku's lower ones. The Omega startled as his words from months ago beeped. I'll give you a real beep, on each pair of lips, he had told him back in the brothel. He had always been so very lewd. Katsuki beeped his clitoris for several more minutes until Izuku began to shove at his head. He lowered his mouth to beep his opening, mouthing at it before pushing his tongue through it again. It was unexpectedly long, long enough to twist upward to brush that sensitive spot inside of him. Izuku squirmed at the feeling. His tongue was so hot, so soft yet somehow so strong as it stroked his walls. That feels so good, Katsuki. He removed his tongue to grin against his sensitive flesh. His eyes were lidded as they met Izuku's. I know. I told you that I'm good with my mouth. The Omega slapped his cheek again for his shameless audacity. Katsuki beeped at the delicious pain. Please, don't stop. You don't have to ask me twice. Katsuki's mouth resumed its ministrations, alternating between beeping his sensitive clit and beeping his hole. The tension began to build again, hastened by the large hand that groped at his beep. Izuku's back curved as he tweaked his nipples again. Katsuki's lips moved faster and faster as he stiffened, yelping as the pleasure crested suddenly. He swore loudly as he finished, clutching his hair harshly enough to tear out a few strands. Katsuki beeped him through it until his head was yanked away by the hands in his hair. He crawled up over his body, beeping his skin as he went. He thrust his tongue into Izuku's mouth, letting him taste himself. You taste that, baby. You are so sweet, just like honey. Izuku gasped at his vulgar words. You've gone mad, he managed to whisper. Maybe, Katsuki chuckled, beeping at both of their lips. It's your fault, though. You just taste so good. The Omega groaned as Katsuki's fingers dipped between his legs again. You are insatiable. Katsuki grinned, biting Izuku's bottom lip. I am. You are so alluring. His fingers moved to dip between Izuku's cheeks, pressing at his other hole. I want to make you come again. He beeped his tongue in frustration. I haven't made you come properly yet. I want you to squirt all over my face. Izuku squealed in shame. You can't. It would soak the mattress. That is fine. Katsuki beeped his tongue over his lips. I will love it. You will love it. Please, Izuku. He nodded quietly. Beep, yes. Katsuki beeped all over his face gratefully, dipping his tongue into his mouth one more time to beep at the insides of his cheeks before moving down. He beeped all over his torso, lingering at his beeps to beep at them roughly before moving lower. He placed his hands on Izuku's knees to move them to either side of his head, pressing against his ears. His mouth returned to his clitoris, lapping at it again and again as he moved the fingers of one hand back to his hole. He shoved two of them inside, his pointer and middle finger, spreading them to open him up. Izuku whimpered at the slightly painful stretch. Katsuki, he murmured, his lips falling open in bliss. Faster, please, he pleaded pathetically. His guard acquiesced, moving his tongue and his fingers faster. He beeped along his lips, returning to his clitoris occasionally to lave over it. His fingers curled roughly, causing him to jolt. You taste like the heavens. I want to beep you forever. Izuku whined at the words. I want you to. I love your god's damned mouth. Katsuki smirked against his lower lips. Beep yes. He beeped him again, with more pressure this time. Izuku winced as he added another finger, spreading them apart to stretch him. Your cunt is so sweet. The Omega blushed. Stop talking. His guard obeyed, pledging himself to beep and beep him without a break. He twisted his tongue against the sensitive nub lewdly, chuckling lightly at his resulting beep. He beeped without any break, over and over again. Izuku's pleasure gathered again, much more quickly than before under Katsuki's dual ministrations. He added to it when he reached up with his free hand to grope Izuku's beep, squeezing it and rubbing his thumb over the nipple. It felt different this time. The muscles at the top of his cunt tightened unfamiliarly. Katsuki, stop, I'm going to pee. Katsuki didn't listen to him, continuing even faster. His tongue rubbed small circles into his clitoris, small and fast. His fingers thrust quickly, stroking all over his walls. His fingers pinched his nipple harshly. Izuku quickly came undone for a third time, pleasure flooding all over him again. The fabric of his sheets squelched under his hips as he soaked them. Beep. Katsuki muttered against his cunt. Beep, that tastes so damn good. He removed his fingers to allow him to keep squirting, moving his mouth to his hole to drink it up. Keep going, darling. He stroked at his sensitive nub to prolong the orgasm, coaxing him through it. The Omega panted, beeping at the feeling of the liquid under his ass. Too much, Katsuki, it's too much. Katsuki removed his fingers and dragged his lips up his body to beep Izuku's mouth. The entirety of his jaw was wet. He didn't bother to wipe it off as he beeped into his mouth, curling his tongue across his teeth. Taste yourself, Omega, Katsuki demanded dominantly. Taste how sweet you are on my tongue. Beep, you are utterly divine. A gift from the gods themselves, just for me. Izuku whimpered quietly at his reverent words. His body shook as it slowly recovered. I want you to feel good, too. Please. Katsuki shook his head. Not tonight, baby. You're not ready for it. He beeped up the tears that Izuku hadn't realized were streaming down his cheeks. Are you satisfied? He nodded, sobbing softly as the pleasure ebbed from his body. That felt so good. How can your tongue move like that? His guard grinned smugly. Only for you, Izuku. Only ever for you. He shoved his body to the edge of the bed, rolling him to his side so he could lay behind him. He stroked his hand all over his bare flesh. So soft, so perfect. I adore you so much. Izuku shuddered. You speak as though you truly care for me. I do, Katsuki insisted. I am yours. I have been since the day I laid my eyes on you. I am yours, too. Izuku trembled when his bare arms squeezed him. I adore you, too. It makes me so happy to hear that. Katsuki leaned over him to beep his mouth again, twice, thrice, before pulling away with a sigh. You must be tired. Izuku exhaled unsteadily. I am. I feel exhausted. Then rest. Katsuki beeped his ear. I will hold you as you sleep. His words began to slur as Izuku drifted off. You. I do. I truly do. No matter what the future holds. Izuku smiled gently as he embraced his slumber. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.